All right, the player that I want to hang out with in Toronto, it has to be someone from Florida Mayhem. He looks like he's always having fun during matches and also after matches. Maybe go to... Oh, shit!
Perfect, that worked. That's it, thanks.
Hey guys, I cannot wait to go to Toronto. I've got some plans, got to see some old friends. Me and Pelican are gonna get dinner somewhere expensive.
Our job here is done.
Oh goodness.
In Toronto, I'm looking forward to see Dallas Fuel, the reigning champions. They just qualified. I knew it.
What a heartbreaker!
They just cleaned that up perfectly.
To have this man pop off like he just did.
Absolute menace on this Tracer, taking over.
Undefeated from this team.
That was such an insane final fight.
They're just getting torn apart. And that'll be it. That's one. That's two with the blade and make it three.
It's so close. It's incredibly competitive.
Another one. Just give it to him, bro. One, two, three.
Get three on the ground.
That's so devastating.
What a rampage for Smurf.
I mean, what a series that they play.
Hello and welcome, friends, to Watchpoint. It is our last day here in the studio. 3 teams remain, but only one will punch their ticket to Toronto, and here to witness all the action and talk about it are my friends, my colleagues, the absolute best in business. It's Danny, it's Jake, it's Johnny, and my goodness, am I glad to have you all here.
My goodness.
So proper, Jake. My goodness.
Oh goodness gracious.
Trying to scare... He asked too many questions. Before we even got to jump scare him, he came in and was like, oh, where are you guys? And then our producer Ben completely flopped alive. He was like,
They're another building.
in Roosevelt.
They're another
Where the
building.
hell is Roosevelt?
It's another building. Well,
Yeah, well, I didn't even know
okay,
that.
why would they be?
I gotta say, I'm usually good with scares, but it wasn't fair. I went first, and I had no idea that this was happening. If I went last, I don't think I would have been scared.
I was completely surprised. I'm just Iceman. I got just
No
locked in.
feelings.
Match player in the zone. On camera, it's like no motion, focus.
My
Yeah.
goodness gracious.
Goodness gracious.
Jakes.
Maybe you warm up when you see some surprises during the matches today. It's everything on the line. Let's take a look at the bracket to see how we got here. Because honestly, we've been treated to quite some amazing games here. Some surprises there as well. Which one was the biggest one thus far?
For me, it has to be Vancouver Titans 3-0ing the Shock. I didn't expect a 3-0 victory for the Vancouver Titans. Sure, I thought that they were going to win, but yeah, they dominated.
Yeah, Shock went down pretty brutally. I think also Defiant reverse sweeping the Titans. I thought Defiant was going to be favored there, and the Titans now they're fighting for their chance for a rematch. But still, to go down in a reverse sweep in a map picking format is especially rare. So that was I think the Titans fans are going to be. They want some revenge for that one for sure.
I mean, both of the Defiance matches, or well, 2 of the 3, map 5, gone the distance. They were so close to qualifying for the playoffs in yesterday's match against the Boston Uprising. Now, I mean, you're starting fresh. None of yesterday's results matter. Now you have to win one more match to qualify for the playoffs. Toronto will be facing either Vancouver or Long Spitfire.
Exactly, and if you don't want to miss any of the action, make sure to sync your calendars right now. You see the QR code on your screen, so it's pretty straightforward and simple. So make sure to do that, and in case you didn't scan the QR code and missed some games, well, we've got some news over from the Eastern region, and here to catch us all up are, of course, Avril and Lake Day.
Hello, it's Avril and Leg Day here with the final recap for the East play-ins in 2023. We've done it. We've found our final team. It's going to be the Dallas Fuel after 2 games. The Guangzhou Charge, unfortunately, were not able to do too much against the Seoul Dynasty today. Another swift victory for Belastria and the Seoul Dynasty as they made their way through to a rematch versus Dallas.
Yeah, Seoul Dynasty managed to come in hot going up against Dallas, but Dallas had done their homework, and up against the Orisa, they decided that the best counter to play against that would be playing Sigma in place of their usual Junker Queen, which reaped dividends on both Lijiang Tower and Eichenwald, giving them a 2-0 lead heading into New Junk City.
New Junk City did prove to be a little bit more interesting with Seoul Dynasty coming through. Belastria played his own Junker Queen up against Hanbin, one of the best in the world at that particular hero. But Esperanza is a push map, which Dallas Fuel, they favor. It's another 3-1 victory for the Dallas Fuel, as expected, as profited. And for the Dallas Fuel, they will punch their ticket to Toronto. They'll be our 3rd team from the East going to the playoffs alongside the Hangzhou Spark and the Seoul Infernal. And those are the 3 representatives, hoping it'll be a really interesting showing with our 3 teams versus the 5 from North America. But that is it. That's the final play-ins recap, the final broadcast of the East. It's been a pleasure. Thank you guys so much. Back to the desk.
There you have it. And that means 7 out of our 8 playoffs teams are officially locked in. Let's take a look at who they are. We have, of course, the Atlanta Reign, Florida Mayhem, Houston Outlaws, and the Boston Uprising from the Western region. And joining them over from the East are Hangzhou Spark, Seoul Infernal, and now also the Dallas Fuel. And that means 1 team remains to be determined, and that will happen today. Which of these is the biggest surprise for you guys?
I mean, biggest surprise? I feel like the top 4 for the Western region has been pretty, clear cut. Out of all those teams, Dallas Fuel is the team that struggled relatively early in the year. Hangzhou Spark, Seoul Infernal, of course, qualified for the mid-season madness. So they've been consistently pretty great in the APAC region. Dallas Fuel, they secured their spot over the Seoul Dynasty overnight, of course, as we just heard. And Dallas Fuel, I mean, they're looking good playing this Junker Queen composition, Edison on the Bastion. But also, if the meta were to change for the playoffs, a Hanbin meta could be really scary for all the other playoff teams. So I feel like Dallas Fuel is the wild card among all these qualified playoff teams.
Yeah, I agree. I think they're going to be an interesting team to watch more of, especially as they play against a lot of their former teammates in the playoffs, right? We've got Chio and Fielder on Atlanta, we've got Fearless on Houston, and so some of that last year's champion team rematching as opponents, seeing who's the most important pieces of it. I think that's going to be hotly contested. Especially, I feel like a Hanbin Fearless matchup. That to me is very exciting. That's going to be unique.
This is them. Last year's playoffs when they won it all against the San Francisco Shock. Can they do it again? I mean, well.
Can they?
I mean, I'm not counting them out. I'm not counting them out. I know Fielder and Chio is not on the lineup anymore. Bliss has been really good this year. I wouldn't really compare Fielder to MCD.
That's kind of you.
But you still have so many championship pieces on this roster that I'm not counting them out. I
think there is a chance, but I think the chance of them winning it again is sort of slim because
there's so many great teams.
There are so many great teams, and also Chio Fielder, that backline last year were phenomenal, and they're now with the Atlanta Reign. So I don't know if, I think they have a chance, but it might be a little bit harder.
I mean, it's going to be a hotly contested trophy is all I'm saying. So Dallas Fuel really have to turn it up to 200 in order to make something happen. And you, of course, can watch their quest to success if you secure your tickets right now. You can join us over in Toronto. Make sure you grab your tickets. And if you can't make it in person, well, how about you just host a watch party instead? That's good fun as well, and that can be done. So we hope to see a lot of you co-streaming all the action and joining us virtually, at least for all the festivities. And speaking of festivities, man, we got a party today. Some teams will be leaving the party early, and the others will party all night. Spitfire and Titans will have to battle it out first to deserve the honor, I guess, to go up against the Toronto Defiant. And the winner of that match will be heading out to the playoffs in Toronto. So everything is on the line. Let's take a look at this first match we have for you. London Spitfire. At the very beginning, I feel like, of the play-ins, we considered them to be like probably one of the favorites to make it through. But then they faced off against the Boston Uprising, and Boston Uprising kind of almost provided a blueprint composition-wise to how to deal with the Reinhardt composition that the London Spitfire are currently running. And honestly, Justice also took a leaf out of that book and almost managed to take London
More than a
Spitfire
leaf.
down. Yeah,
They were
took
reading
half
cover
the
to
book.
cover.
That begs the question now. Have they been found out? What do they need to change up in their rank composition to still make it work?
I will say, I think found out is too strong because, I mean, they beat the Justice, right? Yes, Justice played them extremely close. They did beat the Justice. I think, though, Alfie in particular showed what an elite Genji can do against a Rein comp that typically just doesn't have great answers to Genji. Rein, in particular, really struggles to deal with that hero. The supports, honestly, on Bap and Lucio, they're not bad at fighting Genji, but they have to be so focused on healing other targets. Once they start fending for their own lives, then the Genji just has a bit of free reign in the backline. And I think Sugar Free is perfectly positioned for the Titans to have that same kind of performance again here against the London Spitfires. I think they have to deal with Sugar Free just the same way that they had to fight through Alfie time and time again against the Justice.
But it's not quite only just comparing Genji to Genji when you're analyzing these matchups, because you're facing the London Spitfire. That demands a unique playstyle. And Washington Justice, I thought they did a really good job yesterday. I mean, taking London Spitfire to map 5, that is pretty impressive. Alfie's Genji, for example. But Vancouver Titans now, I mean, even though they 3-0'd the San Francisco Shock, not really like a transferable result, because they beat San Francisco Shock when they played Junbin on the Orisa, for example. They had Max playing Lucio on map 1. So it's not really a one-to-one comparison. And so that leaves me thinking, does Vancouver Titans feel comfortable playing against London Spitfire's Reinhardt composition, even though they looked so dominant against Shock the other day?
You know, but I mean, London is still, you know, they're nothing to laugh at. They mastered this Ryan Rush Cup. Sure, like the blueprint is there, but they're also making changes as well. Like the Ryan, I guess the Lucio and Bap is there, but they are switching up the DPS role, DPS champions, to sort of fight against whatever their opponents are coming with. So they are sort of still improving to make it work against that blueprint that we're talking about, right? And plus that they have mastered this comp so much and they've played it so much that they're very comfortable and they're very good at it. So that's a scary thing to go up against with. Right?
That's a great point, actually. This is something Landon brought up in his interview with us yesterday, right, Danny? Where he basically just said, like, yes, they might figure stuff out, but we get better every time we get to play it.
I mean, that is true. You're going to improve over time on this Ryan comp, but I think Vancouver, they've got the flexibility to adapt. We see Punk has already been playing most Orisa of all, but he's got the Diva, he's got the Queen, he's got the Doom. Any different comp that people have conceivably wanted to play against Ryan, I think Punk is positioned really well to pick up those heroes. And I think he's got the teammates around him that can absolutely follow that up. If there's any hope for the London Spitfire, it's going to be on these crazy plays. Like, I mean, I think that's possible for London. When they do these really inventive sim TPs, they open up the map with unique ultimate usage. It can be done, but I think the challenge for them is not making their own plays. It's going to be surviving when the ultimate tempo comes and swings in favor of the Titans. We saw how difficult it was in that recent match for London against Washington to have the sound barrier ready for the Dragon Blade. Alfie was extremely patient with the Blade, but I think Sugar Free can do the same. And I think the rest of the team getting Admiral's beat out, it's so scary when you don't have that one crucial defensive tool to deal with Genji.
Absolutely. Ooh, you heard that?
What?
Vroom, vroom.
No, more. We need more.
Why do you do it? You do it for me.
What?
Dude, vroom.
Biker 76 on sale now. Vroom, vroom.
Wow.
Nice.
That's a good room. Have you
Sounds good, looks good. You should have it. Why don't you
cringing
just
so
get
hard
it?
right now.
But that's what we're here for.
True.
We're living for the cringe. We also live for fantastic Overwatch action. And all of that will come right after this break, so don't go anywhere. Both of these teams won their matches yesterday, but of course they're still on the brink. One will move forward and have a shot at Toronto, and the other one will have to go home today. And you know what? You can support your teams at the playoffs with a new jersey. That's right, up to 20% off. Everyone is saying that jerseys actually increase your movement speed by at least 45.5%.
Whoa!
45.5%.
You get a personal Lucio speed boost in real life.
Exactly. Can you imagine?
Why are you guys all in such a hurry? Like, why are you guys
It's like elite track athlete.
Oh, do you wear it? Oh, you get to Toronto faster.
That's
with the
right.
jerseys
Speed the
on.
plane up.
Exactly.
Let the pilot know, hey, I'm wearing Overwatch jersey.
Yeah.
You can
You can
kinda-
Five, so smart.
Ramp it up.
Okay.
I mean, you make it sound like it's so fast, but it really just depends on your base speed, right?
That's a good point.
Okay, if you're-
How about that base MS?
Oh, it's a multiplier.
Stat,
Oh.
guys. It's a crucial
You know
stat,
who's
base
always
MS.
coming in fast and hot? London Spitfire.
Facts.
That's
Teleporting.
right. Back.
Speed of light.
Literally, actually, Hardy looks like he's using teleport. It's not even looking like a charge anymore. That squad has been playing their own game and made everyone join in on the fun. He's calling everything else off meta, and their composition is a true and only one. And that's what we want to hear. That's the confidence you need going up against a very formidable opponent, of course, in the Vancouver Titans, who have been on the up. They looked so consistent, and they've shown us a lot of flexibility.
You know, if anything, I think Titans is the more standard team of the three remaining here in the West play-ins. London's got their Ryan look. Toronto plays like their own unique style, playing a lot of double flex support. So if anything, ironically, Vancouver's the team representing what we would call like the meta or the standard comps right now. And yet, I don't know who's going to come out on top, despite that being a standard. I just don't think that that's going to be too predictive. I think anyone can take it of these last three.
Yeah, so let's take a look at who we got for these. Looking at the predictions. This was a heart and head kind of fight going on this morning. I think the reasonable pick here is probably Vancouver, based on what we've seen thus far in the play-ins. With London Spitfire starting to make a little bit more mistakes than I would like to see, something definitely Vancouver Titans could abuse. I went with the Vancouver Titans, 3-2. But I'm not confident in this one. I feel like London is like, this could go either way. You could have tossed a coin.
It's gonna be London all the way, baby. London Spitfire, the German Hammerman. They're gonna do it. They're gonna beat the Vancouver Titans. And honestly, if you guys go down here, it's gonna be over for you guys. And also, even if you have a hard time, and if you somehow beat the Vancouver Titans, if you don't solve this Orisa comp to counter the Ryan Rush, you're gonna have to face it again anyway. So like, just beat it so that you'll have an easier time going into the playoffs. Show it to us.
You know, as much as I want to see that Ryan matchup with Toronto style, I think that could throw sparks and be super interesting. I don't know how that will go. I do have the Titans here. I think that they are just perfectly suited as a team in their strengths to play this comp that Boston innovated, even Washington showed has a ton of potential. And I think although London can win it, I just feel like Titans is the stronger team right now. They've peaked. London peaked a couple days too early. That's how I feel right now. I agree. Anyone could take this.
Let's go, Danny!
Yeah,
let's go! London's gonna make it! Let's go, Roddy! Let's go! Bring out the Reinhardt! Before this play-ins, we're like, oh, London, they have to win in 4. They can't play escort anymore. Go to Gibraltar, the best Reinhardt map in the game. We can always rely on Gibraltar at the end of the match.
True, Giga
London
Chat.
Spitfire, I think they got this one. Not sure if Vancouver Titans have prepared accordingly and are ready for this matchup. Symmetra Teleporter, too strong. Best ability in the game.
Right on. I love how Danny and I were more conservatives, like, well, but it's going to be close. And you guys were just like, no. Like, it's like all or nothing for your picks there. Jake, I think we're being reasonable. But if we would have voted with our hearts, would it have been Vancouver?
Too much scope.
You know, for me, my heart and my head are the same organ, so it's not.
You should see a doctor about that. I don't think this is healthy per se.
You have the same?
He was mismatching his face. Mismatching his
brain.
Thing I've ever heard.
Functionalities overlap for me. The better team deserves to win.
Sure.
Well, that is very correct. Looking ahead, though, after this matchup, the winner going up against Toronto, which of the two teams do you think have a better shot against Toronto?
No idea. I mean, Vancouver played them 5.
Because I feel like it's London.
Yeah, London will have a better chance.
I think that Reincomp TPing around, it could be very hard to play split on the map the way Toronto likes to play. By the same token, Toronto has played a ton of different DPS swaps, and I think with the right swaps, heroes that are not as scared to deal with something like a Rein teleporting in on them, maybe the Echoes, Genjis. I think like, for instance, a Genji Bastion, very playable for Toronto. So in the end, I think that's harder to predict, but I do kind of feel more worried for Toronto if London does win this match.
Well, we're ready for this one. We're split on the desk, so obviously someone needs to actually break the tie, but you're both in London attire.
Let's go! Base!
I feel like I know what you predicted. I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay.
But Vicky, where are you on this one?
All right, I know I'm wearing a Spitfire jersey, and you guys just hyped it up. But my organs, I guess, like Jake said, is telling me that based off of what we've seen in the bracket thus far, Punk's flexibility is crazy, man. I think these guys are gonna adapt on the fly.
Get up for a team. You're not on a team, Vicky. Come on.
Take off that jersey. You don't deserve it.
Let's change us.
Listen, I would be wearing Vancouver merch also, but I don't have any. They didn't.
What's going on?
That is this like paper Vancouver logo that I'll put somewhere at some point.
Shock.
But we do have Spitfire winning. I think this is our bracket. That is our bracket. I can read that.
I mean, it's not our fault that the Shock went into Crimso's dumpster, all right? So it has nothing to do with it. Don't throw that whole thing out the window. The script writes itself. I still think that this is a very difficult match to predict, though, man. Anything could go wrong for either team. It really does depend on the flexibility on how to deal with the Reinhardt composition that the Spitfire are the only ones that have been able to nail down. I mean, thanks to Chatty, of course, and the synergy that this team has been able to build up over the past few years.
All right, Desk, I have like a question. Tell me at some point where I put this if they win. I'm realizing now that it's getting green screened.
Forehead, forehead, on your forehead.
This is the stencil
on your forehead
for your face tat.
You could just put it on the hat. Over
Here,
the
I'll put it here for now.
Yeah.
On top of London. If they win,
my forehead.
Okay, all right, there you go.
Just so you guys know, this is what happens, by the way, when teams don't give the casters merch. I'm sorry, like, this is a power-up that just happens on the broadcast. You gotta write your own narratives out here. We're the ones that help bridge that together between the teams and the audience watching at home. First off, I'm so happy to be back alongside my girl, Necra. It's been a bit, you know? I took a little trip to Ilios. It looks like I'm going right back there because
Hey, wait
Titans, I mean, I just came from there. It looks exactly like that, by the way. Beautiful place. But Titans will be taking us to Ilios first, Necra.
This is Titans' pick. Makes a lot of sense for them, especially when you know how much flexibility they have to play around. They're going to be going over to maps that might not suit the Reinhardt rush nearly as much. And Ilios is a classic dive map, so it makes some sense. They might even want to bring out the Orisa here. It's also been so strong for that hero just to be able to hold the front line. And there's also some really nice flank angles that somebody like Sugar Free could take on either the Genji or the Tracer. But I'm right there with you, Vicky, to go back to our initial conversation about how this match could go. The desk being split says a lot about how close this match can be. It's about whether or not London Spitfire can hit that skill ceiling for this Reinhardt composition, and if that's going to be enough to outsmart the Titans, who showed a ton of versatility as well as adaptability in their match yesterday versus the San Francisco Shock.
Let's highlight that too. The spotlight where Titans can't beat Titan after picking up similar strats from Washington, rather Titans beating London after similar strats from Washington and Boston. Let's not waste any more time. That adaptability and that flexibility is already being shown right now through Punk being on this Doomfist.
Doomfist is just one of 4 heroes that Punk has showed the propensity to be able to play during the play-ins in this patch. And so Doomfist is going to make this really tricky because you're able to disrupt a lot of this pressure coming through from London, especially when you know that Admiral's on the Lucio to help speed you around. That Doomfist can be so disruptive, especially if you're able to land onto someone that's super squishy on the London Spitfire's backline.
And that's to say, if they can nail you down too, with this Sim TP trying to harass the backline right here, Really saw that Faith was able to get away. Backbone gets hit with an anti over on the other side, but a nice immortality field to help re-stabilize London here. Titans also falling low themselves before Punk tries to isolate Hadi, but Backbone going crazy, being able to start off this fight with a 2K, opening up London for success off the rip.
We talk about the disruption coming through from the Doomfist, but you also called out that teleporter, which can be such a strong way for London to kite around that Doomfist damage. And the other thing about this composition that London like to run is that Symmetra is super tricky to nail down. I mean, Sugar Free on the Genji just not able to deflect any of that beam damage. And that was one of the things that Sugar Free was able to get away with yesterday, is being able to just send all of that damage right back to them. London doesn't really run a whole lot of that though.
And getting the first pick too on top of that without even having to burn through your window right here. Titans now having to navigate away as London, they are teleporting all the way around town over to the left side of the well. Crimzo does have that nano boost here, and Sparker is just waiting to look right through that window. Toss a let's go grenade real quick just to get some extra damage in before Titans now re-engage with that nano boost. Sugar Free is about to get the blade in with Faith. Finding Hadi, he could honestly hold on to it here with London backing away in time. Photon Barrier was called in, and they get the trade and find Punk. Sang had that duplicate already, gets booted right out of it. Adro kiting away right alongside Sparker. From the skies comes Faith, hailing as he finds Sparker. Back and forth with London still having, though, the contention on the point, getting some extra credit for Hadi as to meet up with the rest of the team right back to the spawn.
Oh my goodness, London Spitfire got away with so many kills there. Faith is gonna go back to the spawn, just be able to taxi Crimzo back out so that the support lineup can be there for the Vancouver Titans when the London Spitfire are moving back in. But that was a very expensive fight for both sides. Good news is that Titans were able to hold on to that Dragon Blade. You called out the Nano to be able to help Sugar Free get that online. And it was really nice that they had that patience and awareness to keep it when they knew that they didn't need it anymore. But they're gonna need it now, and Admiral's gonna need the sound barrier for that.
We'll call Hadi Mr. Worldwide with some help with that Sim TP, the sound barrier from Faith here, and the push from Punk. Sugar Free still holding on to that blade as Hadi with the pin from left field, finding Crimzo. Beautiful looks as London Spitfire still trying to inch their way to claim this point. Meanwhile, on the other side is still Sparker, getting this split awareness, forcing the Vancouver Titans to look in two directions like a chameleon.
That's the beauty of having something like the Bastion and even the Symmetro. You can take these off flanks, and this is one of the adaptations that we're seeing London Spitfire take with this composition. Especially when Sparker, like, who's gonna actually be able to reach him? You're gonna send Sugar Free after him? After the deflect is down, he's gonna get chunked super quickly. It's just not easy for Vancouver Titans to approach that Bastion, and that is a huge source of DPS for the London Spitfire.
Such a good point, especially with the positioning that Spitfire are currently set up for. Look at Hadi, he's got that shatter, unleashes it, still is able to find the pin. Punk, though, in the back right before that shatter came out, was able to find Sparker. Sugar Free had used the blade earlier on. Now gonna be able to clean up what is left thanks to Heesang with the focusing beam, and it is a wipe here for the Titans, and they needed it. 99% still in favor for the London Spitfire.
That was a beautiful blade. Those are nano blades. Those are just blades in general that we expect to see from Sugar Free. He had to hold on to it for quite a long time, just not finding the perfect opportunity to be able to weave that in, but Punk was the perfect trade for that. If you're focusing down on Punk, then all of a sudden Sugar Free can go after your backline when Hadi's shield is no longer a part of the equation. But we're starting to work up to a final fight territory to still have a couple of ultimates left in the bank. But how can London Spitfire play Disruption now when you've got the Mortar Strike online here from the Bastion?
You also have that window too called in from landing, at least clearing some space while Crimzo is in a nice spot here. Comes the nano boost. Sugar Free dry, tries to catch Admiral right before going right through that TP here too. The anti did hit Admiral, but they've lost out on Landon. Currently calling in the artillery here. He's gonna be able to boot Heesang out of the duplicate, but Sugar Free is the problem right now with Punk trying to chase after the Spitfire, backing away, avoids the pin by some mere pixels. And now it's gonna have to be a reset for the Spitfire to engage in this final fight.
They can reset as a full team of 5 before the Titans approach that 99%, but now it's about what they use here. Photon Barrier to be able to re-engage, and Titans now have to work up to the Sound Barrier and a second Dragon Blade.
Admiral does have that sound barrier online, overtime ticking away, and like you mentioned, Faith is about to near that with his own barrier. London Spitfire have control over the point here first. Hadi having to be careful. Again, it's the double sound barrier, but Faith uses his first. Ooh, that was a little scary. Almost didn't catch Landon. Tad of elevating himself up in the air. Still having to be careful as Hadi swings the hammer around. It's a trade for trade. Looking out on both Crimzo and Hadi. Punk is going to meet Crimzo right back in the spawn room doors, but Sugar Free from right behind them goes in with the blade, the immortality field, doing just enough to secure the point and negate the blade. Sparker at the very end was the problem.
What a great example of how London Spitfire plays around the symmetric teleporter.
Yeah.
It blows my mind every single time. No, Backbone. Oh, did you see that? Remember the point. Oh my god, the mental warfare has already started. And it's just point number 1, Vicky.
They're already dead. You don't have to do it again like this. Shocker aren't here anymore. It's okay.
Oh my god.
Well, remember the point.
Yeah, remember the point, remember the teleporter. Both of those things, even if you do remember them, might not actually help you out in this match, just because of how well London Spitfire do play around that particular cooldown. Like, you saw the blade get popped from Sugar Free, and all of a sudden there just wasn't a target anymore. There's super smart play there coming through just to be able to clean up those final moments, but now we're going to see yet another look come out here from the Titans, as he's saying is going to play a Bastion of his own, and it's going to be Punk on the Orisa this time. What flexibility from the Titans.
Again, seeing it constantly here from this team. Mortality had already been used up from Crimson. Same could be said now about Landon. Backbone just trying to get set up here. Talk about these TPs that have been crucial, and look at the way that London Spitfire tries to utilize that to their advantage with this repositioning, whether it be as a full unit or spread out. Finding Sugar Free now as that next pick here for the Titans is going to force them to reset, but this also allows London Spitfire to get set up with Backbone, setting up those turrets with the Sim.
Those turrets are so nice as well because it slows down that mobility as the Titans move in, and not only that, but you're forcing out some of that healing output, as well as just resources to be able to actually keep yourself alive. Like, London Spitfire are kiting them back, so they take as much damage as possible as the Titans start to make in. And you got the amplification matrix too, they're walking right into that.
Turret's also dealing a good amount of pressure right through the window into the loving arms of Sparker and his nade, finding Keysing. Saw Admiral utilize that sound barrier just so that way London Spitfire could keep on this domination on the point while Titans just try to spread out just a little bit, isolating Punk here as he activates a Terror Surge. Crimzo comes scooping in, finding Hadi, and Admiral does cost Punk's life here. Will Backbone still set up on the point? It's the problem before overextending just a little tad too much, as he's saying, coming right back from the spawn, he's gonna be able to find Backbone, and now Titans get to find and flip this point.
Nice stall coming through from the Spitfire. They do have to invest that Bastion ultimate onto the point just to keep the Titans at bay for a couple percentage longer. But Titans on the flip side too, like, they lost the Terra Surge. They had to invest the Amplification Matrix to even engage in that final fight. But the biggest thing for them is they also have the Dragon Blade. That has just been fight finisher after fight finisher coming through from Sugar Free. So let's see how much he's able to get done this time around, especially you can see him trying to set up on that flank.
Oh yeah, especially with that flank route that he's been taking so far. But again, it's those turrets that he also has to think about. The communication from Titans to see how Heesang wants to approach right down through this barrier. Now calling in, and Sugar Free activates the blade. Faith with a sound barrier to put him into position, but Backbone stays being the problem, and then the TP comes in too to help him reposition, to help the rest of London Spitfire kind of away with some help with Admiral here too. The artillery is able to find Sparker some revenge. Sweet, sweet revenge here. Titans, though, lose out on Crimzo and the number advantage. Although for right now, it is London Spitfire. Hadi's still alive. Now is going to be able to find Faith at the very end, and they reclaim the point.
Reclaim the point, and Hadi has the Earth Shatter. That was solo invested into Punk in that very first round, and if you do get the Orisa down, that's just a significant frontline force that you can take out. Does mean that you still have the DPS online, but Hadi's just getting lined up for this. There's not many ways that Titans can block this. They don't have a shield online. So someone's going to be falling on their back if Hadi has anything to say about it.
Oh, look at his position here too, with the TP right behind him. Goes for a flank TV. Oh no, London Spitfire sandwiching the Titans. The Terror Surge completely gets shut down by Punk as he tries to answer back. Meanwhile, in front of their faces, it's the shooting range for Sparker. He claims 3 heads, and with an amazing final play with the TP into the Shatter London Spitfire, clear out the Vancouver Titans.
And that is concerning if you're a Vancouver Titans fan. This was their pick. They chose Ilios to try to negate the pressure and the power of this Reinhardt Rush composition that only the London Spitfire can run. And the fact that London showed up and 2-0'd them? Oh boy. I really hope they have something else up their sleeve to be able to come back into the series for this next map.
Necro, and that's also using that Lucio, Genji, Bastion, Bap, poking type composition that we saw from Washington and Boston, and gets shut down again. It's the positioning, the communication, and timing of these TPs that London has been able to take advantage of than any other team. Taking a look at some of these highlights here, Hadi with the pin from a mile away. Crimson looking to the skies, not knowing that there's danger hurtling in his direction, before we also saw this push of Sugar Free. But the Immortality came in clutch, correct, Necro, right there. We saw Sugar Free get shut down and Sparker being the nail in the coffin.
It's just been constantly so fun to watch how the London Spitfire evolve their usage of this composition. Admiral having a great time with the Lucio boops, Hadi being able to land Earth Shatter after Earth Shatter. They didn't always work out, but it's always a treat to watch how this Symmetric Teleporter is used reactively to be able to skirt around this Titan's damage. Now though, the Titans, they're gonna pick Midtown to take us to our next map. And if they've shown us anything in their series versus the San Francisco Shock, it is that they have the ability to continue to make adjustments throughout the series. So if they can prolong it, Vicky, that just might be the key to success for them.
Yeah, have been adjusting to unique comps really, really well. Even being able to see what Boston Uprising had to bring to the table to beat this Ryan comp. Love what we're seeing so far for the London Spitfire, though, taking map number 1 on Ilios. Can they do it again on map 2 as we move on to Hybrid? Well, we're gonna have to see at the other side of this break. It'd definitely be spinning right now after that first game. Domination onto Ilios. Ready. We are absolutely going to rebuild our legacy. I love the drawing. I love the energy. That's honestly how I'm feeling right now at home. Watching these guys and their TP strats have to put an emphasis to Hadi being an insane playmaker, but you could see, Necra, the cohesion and the reaction all together from this team with Hadi kind of leading the way for everybody else.
I love that this graphic makes him look so perfectly mid also. He's got 5 eliminations and 5 deaths. The true sign that he is like the most mid Reinhardt in the world. Oh, it's so funny. No, but in all seriousness, no, that like Hadi is the Reinhardt king. He is the chatty. He is the Chad Dizzle. He is him. And every single time he swings that hammer, he is doing something so impactful, whether it's actually doing damage or even just like kiting somebody into the loving arms of Sparker or Backbone. Like, because you kind of don't want to be in his face either.
Yeah, it's also just the energy, too, that he brings. I feel like every single time we take a look at Hadi after a really intense play, you can see it's one or the both. It's either he's like just stone cold, just straight up like another day at work, or he's laughing with the rest of his team. And those are the vibes that we love to see on a team like the London Spitfire. We are moving on to Midtown, though, as this is the Titans pick, which brings to question. I'm scared here. You saw those TP strats. London Spitfire are not going to have an issue TPing around Midtown to get through these chokes. That could be a little strange to get through, especially underneath that train cart to get that payload moving. I'm wondering how Midtown could play into the strength of the Vancouver Titans versus London Spitfire that could easily break around this choice, boycotting Sparker.
Sparker said he hadn't watched Overwatch League before joining the actual league. That's really funny. Listen, the man's got one thing on his mind, and that's winning and playing the game. I respect that. And the game has been good so far. So I don't think we can boycott Sparker that much. Maybe a little bit. I feel like the team might give him something. This team really is all smiles, and they're all fun. And I feel like you can see that every single time they come out of the gates with this Reinhardt comp. They struggled for a long time this season, especially during the first half of the season where they didn't really have their footing. We were playing in a dive meta. It just wasn't something that felt super up their wheelhouse, and they really struggled to get it going. But now that they found this Reinhardt composition, I feel like it has opened up so many doors of possibilities for them. And it really is giving the Vancouver Titans a lot of trouble.
Wow.
How is he staying over there?
Wow, all through that TP too. Again, it's these TP plays from Backbone. What I also really liked is that they took their time, waited on the TP inside that side room, set up with the turrets in case anybody from Titans wanted to contest them. And these are the rotations that I'm not surprised to see from Spitfire here, especially when you take them to Midtown. There's so many different angles that they could take, as Punk is going to be able to inch forward to at least contest the points, prevent the London Spitfire from speedrunning this payload out of the garage, but still has been able to find Punk. They have the number advantage. It's only up to Faith here before meeting with the rest of the Titans, and wow, just as quick, are able to already get that payload out of the garage and move forward, clearing some extra space.
Oh no, he got staggered again. Like, that was such an easy pickoff for the London Spitfire to target down when they moved into that first point, and then they caught him again trying to get back into the fray. This happened yesterday as well. Vancouver Titans didn't always get punished for this, but Hisang was the first picked in so many fights versus the San Francisco Shock. And when you're missing such a key source of damage, Vancouver Titans don't necessarily have a choice except to try to play this out 4v5. But Hisang is back, and he is making a splash.
Oh wow, that immortality there too, but unfortunately that immortality was inches away from Hadi. Doesn't help him out, but Backbone coming in right behind Sparker, who loses himself to Sugar Free. Titans have a plethora of ultimates to work with in this next engagement, so then stalling out Spitfire here in this position, specifically holding the high ground, is a great look here for the Titans, for Hadi has already moved his way right back to the garage. Okay.
Okay, well, you know what? He's saying he's making up for it. I will always stand corrected. This is a great look now for Vancouver Titans, and one of the reasons you might even just come over to Midtown anyway, and why we can't write Vancouver Titans out of the series, is because they are so good playing attack and defense. And now that they've got control of this high ground, this is where the point that you made before, Vicky, really starts to become relevant, which is that these teleporters can start to get a little bit more predictive. Vancouver Titans kind of know that there's really only a few areas where London Spitfire might want to use his teleporter to try to close the gap.
Oh, but with the blade gets shut down thanks to Admiral having the sound barrier immediately right afterwards. Not going to be able to find these individual pigs off of Spitfire, which then completely shuts down the Vancouver Titans win con that they wanted to really go for, while now Punk drops from the high ground, uses the Terror Surge, and then uses Faith's sound barrier right after Spitfire had used theirs. The Shatter, though, trying to isolate Crimzo. We get some trades going here, but the Spitfire a number disadvantage. You can see Sparker just trying to run away here, too, before getting called out alongside Admiral, but it's another team fight win in favor for the Titans.
That was such an ultimate disadvantage for London Spitfire, too. You could see what they were going for. Some type of hero play with the Earth Shatter from Hottie, trying to wait for that sound barrier from Faith to expire. There was a window of opportunity there for London. And the fact that they tried it and didn't work, it's kind of okay. They still have 3 minutes on the clock to be able to work up to another full slate of ultimates. And your hope here, if you're London, is to try to either get a quick pick and just sink this payload over that second point, or you start to get more ultimates out of the Titans bank, like this Amp Matrix as well as Heesang's ult.
See with the way Admiral is scooting through. Oh, almost was able to get helped by that Immortality Field. Even maybe wanted to reposition with the TP here. Punk being able to find Admiral, as Faith is also going to get that next trade here. Backbone going down. It's another team fight win in favor for the Titans. Punk taking a really nice aggressive position just to allow the rest of the Titans to clear up the backside of Spitfire.
Oh, Landon's getting so staggered. Nobody on Titans wants to kill him. And Landon doesn't want to use the Immortality Field either until he feels like he can actually get away, and he can't. That's going to be so much time off of the bank now that London Spitfire have to work with. What a smart stagger for the Vancouver Titans to have that play. And they didn't even have to invest anything else outside of the amplification matrix. So they're still sitting at a very healthy ultimate advantage versus London, who still have to work up to quite a bit of percentage there. And now that London is back, there's another attempt that can be made. This time, we're going to see London Spitfire try to kite around the Vancouver Titans as they use that teleporter to get back in. And that teleporter is a 10-second cooldown. They'll have another one online as they start to wait this out. And Admiral tries to sneak that payload a little bit more forward.
So they're playing so methodical too, in case they need to reposition, just waits for that TP that's going to come online already probably. See those ultimates, and with the nade, Sparker gets hit, taken out. Admiral's going to meet him. Spitfire will have a good amount of ultimates to also contest the Titans, as the Titans already have a full slate of theirs. Served on silver platter for them to work with here, but it's for that final fight that Spitfire are going to desperately try to push through, as they've been able to isolate Landon again. Tries to get away in time right behind Hottie's shield, but the same cannot be said about Backbone. The artillery from Heesang, as Spitfire were funneled into that side room, cost his life. The window does get called in, and here comes the Terror Surge. Everybody from the Spitfire get pulled in, roped into Punk's loving arms. It did cost a good amount of ultimates though here in Necro, so Spitfire have some answers back aside from the window.
They do, but critically, they don't have the sound barrier online right now, and Titans are going to try to play this aggressive. Sugar Free has the Dragon Blade online. This would be a way to just completely shut this down.
But Audie with the Shatter and the follow-up from Sparker here to try to shut down the Titans. Aggressive approach and opening with the Blade. Sugar Free trying to get right back. 5 seconds for the Spitfire to get this payload into that second checkpoint, and trying to desperately hold forward here before Heesang rolls out too.
Oh, they can't contest this. Titans don't have a chance to, because that Sparker ultimate is online. They could have just layered that onto the card if they wanted to, and then people would get staggered. Sadly, Punk is going to get isolated here as well. Sugar Free is still behind them, and now you're missing that crucial front line. So Vancouver Titans have to back up from this one, wait for Punk to respawn, and all the while, London Spitfire are going to keep making this space, especially now that Sugar Free is also going to get caught.
Sugar Free was just a mosquito. Just a mosquito, with Hottie just swinging around the fly swatter real quick, having to deal with Sugar Free, who was separated from the rest of this team. And now you got less than a minute to that limited time bank that Spitfire had to work with after finally getting that second choke point here, Necro.
One more team fight, though. Vancouver Titans can do this. They got the amplification matrix to just push the London Spitfire back, but it's all about the follow-up here. He's going to have another ultimate online, and Faith is going to have to quickly work up this sound barrier to give Titans the best chance at holding the London Spitfire off of this third and final point.
Less than 30 seconds here on the clock. The window has been able to find some space while the Titans are holding 2 different split positions. Hottie backing away right through this choke. Timer counting down now. Less than 15 while Punk holding a really nice position, was about to get the Terror Search. Here comes a Photon Barrier just to split up the Titans for right now. The window, the Immortality that was also used up, the Terror Surge coming in. He's saying he's literally won in this situation here too. We get some trades with a number advantage still in favor for the Titans. Here comes a Sound Barrier, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin while Sugar Free is cleaning up on aisle 3.
Beautiful stuff from the Titans. Such a great cycle of ultimates from them as well. They know when to push the gas and they know when to take their foot off. Very good too that they were able to get the sound barrier online. It's just a really nice way to have that insurance policy to stop the London Spitfire. And a huge credit to them as well for whittling down like a 4-minute time bank on that second point. That was looking rough for the London Spitfire to get through.
Imagine if Sugar Free had gotten a pick, though, in that very aggressive attack from Titans right around the corner from the London Spitfire spawn room doors. That could have been detrimental there, but still was able to hold them back here. London Spitfire still was able to get some extra progress on that cart. Still seeing the different angles, though, that they could work with that Sim TP.
Well, playing far forward when the Sugar-Free Blade is online, it's risky, but it's always a great risk to take. You're gonna have to make those types of plays in this matchup when things are just so close. Like, Heesang has died less, even though he has a little bit less hero damage and he did get picked off a few times. He is still able to make up for that based on how much he was able to work with the entire team. So yeah, like, sometimes you get a little isolated, but Heesang has always played this more like high-risk, high-reward style. If he's on this flank, maybe he does play his bait a little bit, or he's able to get away with it and he gets away with murder. So 2 different looks in the equation. Sparker is going to attempt to get some damage down onto the Titans, but they do play around that quite smart.
Well, looking right back towards my nostalgia days, 1 for 2, just shooting that nuke 2 right through that choke real quick to get some extra damage roll. It's London Spitfire holding back, playing around this next choke with the Sim. Turret set up. The TP has already been called in from each side of the fire truck. Vancouver Titans playing this a lot more slower, though. Having to see where Fate's positioning is, taxing along Punk, but just essentially playing around this fire truck with none of these teams trying to commit just yet before they try to go in. With that first pick, the isolation from Sugar Free. Doom going in with the dash. Sparker's still the problem that has not been fixated, though. Sugar Free goes in with the dash and with the reset and some help from Faith. He's also able to find and clear out Sparker. Nice start here for the Vancouver Titans to flip the switch and get some progress going real quick.
You can already see the adjustment that the Titans are making in this matchup. What they were falling victim to in that first map was London Spitfire being able to play much more reactively with the teleporter than what Vancouver Titans had follow-up for. So if they popped the Blade, then London Spitfire had the teleporter just be able to get away from that damage and increase that distance that Sugar Free would be able to get those dash resets. But now, Titans have gotten so much better at trying to bait out the teleporter and still being able to find a pick along the way so that they don't just fall to a bastion behind them. Let's see if the Titans can keep this up, though, because just like the Spitfire, this is almost a 5-minute time bank that they have to work with now to get through the second point.
And has given London Spitfire so much time to set up on that high ground here, too. Looking at the way they were able to respawn and then get set up here on the high ground, you see those turrets off to the right side of Hadi. Landon's got that window that he could also use to clear up some space before that fire truck gets right through the car wash, but backing away. See, that Sugar Free has that blade ready. The window called in from Crimzo. Sparker comes in with the artillery, just clearing some space right behind the car as Crimzo is able to just navigate through that just as quick. And with that Photon Barrier, that's going to be the engagement from the London Spitfire. Sugar Free gets shut down, even with the sound barrier from Faith getting too close to the fire. The fire truck isn't going to be able to put that down. The Terror Surge, with some help from Landon, though, in the Immortality Field, helps up the London Spitfire navigate their way right through that Terror Surge, up and alive and healthy. And with this pin, hasta la vista to Heesang, and London Spitfire on this defense. And with that setup, get to hold them back in this team fight.
While Sugar Free got taken down, it was with the Dragon Blade in the pocket, so you still have that ultimate to be able to come into this one, and Admiral just uses Sound Barrier. So there aren't too many tools that the London Spitfire have at their disposal to easily deal with that blade. So you're relying on Landon's Immortality Field and also this Symmetra Teleporter from Backbone to once again cut away from that damage.
Also scary to see here too, seeing Hadi get picked out. Saw some help from Sugar Free there, who's still holding on to that blade. With Hadi being the one picked out, those Spitfire thinks a lot slower from that high ground. He's gonna be able to come in with the Shatter. Sugar Free misses out on the dash, gets pushed away, can't close the gap right here. There's another one as he swings around the blade. Gonna be able to try to take different angles as Heesang does the rest, not splitting their attention on the other side of where the London Spitfire was forced through that choke. Love the different off angles that we just saw right there from the Vancouver Titans.
So much patience as well. They waited for Landon's Immortality Field to be off of the table and then went in to push the blade. Like London Spitfire still tried. Like, they had the teleporter, they had Admiral boot Sugar Free away, but it just wasn't enough, especially against a Genji that is as good and as clean as Sugar Free. The London Spitfire, they've got 2 fights ahead of them right now to be able to stop this cart, and that is 4 minutes that they get to work with here.
Oh, the initial damage right there too. Sparker with the nade. He followed up with Hadi finding Crimzo, is able to now get Sugar Free. Crimzo went out with the window in hand, and with the snipe on the fire strike from Hadi, is going to be able to find Faith. Nice place here between Hadi and Sparker to now finally retake this defense.
Another attempt here, another slate of ultimates that Vancouver Titans can work up to. That amplification matrix is nice because it should be able to get like Punk and Heesang over the edge to actually have theirs online to follow through with for the rest of that fight. But London, I mean, like, Hadi still has this Earth Shatter. Oh, the teleporter's out too. Play it,
barrier. Oh, and right through that, here comes the Shatter. Gonna be able to isolate Crimzo and Heesang here. All the damage output followed up by Sparker and Backbone with that Photon Barrier play. That's another set of communication skills that we're seeing from the London Spitfire in communicating when to utilize that Photon Barrier, whether it be defensively or to allow you to play much more aggressively after the usage of the TP to put them into a better position.
That's why they're squaring up to each other. You saw a little bit of that touch and go where just kind of waiting for something to get used there. Backbone gets caught out immediately. This is going to be where Vancouver Titans need to start pushing this payload.
Oh, tries to cut them off on their more defensive rotation back, but they lose out on Crimzo immediately right after that. He can use up the immortality before Punk uses the Terror Surge, getting so much out of it. Goodbye to the backline, goodbye to the rest of the London Spitfire. You love the outcome from these Terror Surges from Punk, and that's the flexibility that we keep highlighting from the Vancouver Titans as they take game number 2.
Whew. Oh boy, I love this. I mean, Punk has always been such a fun tank to watch as well. This is not the first time that we've seen Punk get a 2-player Terror Surge. Something about the magic on this map, though. It's like either London Spitfire's best friend, like when we saw the San Francisco Shock get 4 C9s on this map, or it's their own worst enemy, like losing to the Boston Uprising. Either way, Vancouver Titans, they make some great adjustments, Vicky, and now they are back in the series. We're tied up 1-1.
You'll have to see the outcome, too, between Sugar Free and Punk. Looking at the highlights right afterwards when he dropped down from the high ground right here into the Terror Surge, even staring right at the face of the window. He was able to pull everybody in away from that window from the Spitfire. You saw the Shatter as a much more defensive approach from Hadi to see if they can try to turn this fight around in this side room, but it was a recipe for disaster when Titans was also able to get set up on the high ground. Very similar to here, though. It's enabling from Faith to use that Sound Barrier, put Sugar Free into position to activate the blade after they lost out on Punk, who has been doing such a good job at buying into space for the rest of the team here.
Vancouver Titans just have such clean team play as well. And maybe it takes a little bit for them to get privy to what the other team is doing. Like even when they were playing against the Shock yesterday, they came out with some funky strats, and Vancouver, yeah, okay, they tripped a little bit, they stumbled, but they were able to get back on their feet and figure it out. Now it's Spitfire's turn to be able to pick a map, and we're heading to New Junk City. Oh, I'm excited for this one.
I'm excited too, especially since it's been a little bit here for me, so I get to see Flashpoint all over again. It's been so enjoyable to watch the broadcast, but with New Junk City coming into play, we have to see the London Spitfire fight back. I mean, they are spitting fire here, so we have to see how Flashpoint plays out for them for map number 3, and that's coming to you on the other side of this break. Always got to feel that pump up before we dive into our third map. An even series on our hands between the Vancouver Titans versus the London Spitfire, playing for their literal tournament lives right now. Highlighting Sugar Free though. I mean, this has been a young legend that we have seen throughout all course of time, Necra. Saw him in contenders, we get to see him pop off throughout the course of this Overwatch League season, and he has yet to disappoint time and time again, highlighting his output here from that previous map onto Midtown, only dying 7 times here, but also splitting a lot of the attention from the London Spitfire when it came to those blades and taking away a lot of the utility that the London Spitfire like to rely on when it comes to these nice little cheeky TP rotations alongside the Immortality.
Sugar Free is one of the top Alarm Rookie of the Year candidates for a reason. This Genji always looks so good, and you can already see those micro adjustments that he's been making as well to wait for cooldowns to be offline and then go in for the kill. This was a great map for Vancouver Titans to get back into the series, and now we have to go over to Flashpoint and see how this is all going to shake out. London Spitfire thrive in a chaos-like environment, and I feel like when we look at Flashpoint, what else is there to call this but chaos?
Yeah, I feel like we usually see like New Junk City over by APAC, and going now over to New Junk City instead of our other Flashpoint map, Suravasa, I feel like it's always interesting to see how this plays into the strength of the Spitfire. We heard what they were talking about the Reinhardt pick onto Gibraltar and how it plays into their strength. Now looking here in New Junk City, how the terrain, especially starting off in the middle part of the arena, how that's going to work into their advantage.
New Junk City is a great map for London Spitfire to pick because it has some more wide open flashpoints versus Suravasa, and that allows for some trickier teleporter usage. So that has been one of the biggest assets that London Spitfire has been able to rely upon. And if you were to pick something like Suravasa, think about like how tiny Ruins is, how tiny Palace is. It's a little bit more predictable when it comes down to where you can actually use those. Or you're stepping off of the flashpoint entirely and not able to actually play around it lest you try shooting into a wall, for example. But both teams are going to come strong out of the gates here. London Spitfire are able to make it to the arena first, knowing that they've got the teleporter to close some of that distance. And they're going to actually keep... Ooh. Okay. Well, I guess London Spitfire get this point to start things off.
Well, when you have that TP like you mentioned, and you get to take a much more forward position, and you know their rotation's going to be through those side doors, the ricochet off the nade onto the wall too, and then being in close quarters inside that side room is just a recipe for disaster if you're the Vancouver Titans navigating away through that choke. Now the Spitfire have been able to get set up here first. We know how volatile Flashpoint could be with how quickly you can claim this point.
Look at as well how London Spitfire gets to set up so much more defensively. Sparker is just able to sit pretty, shoot down those sight lines, and just deal significant chunks of damage to anybody walking through those doors. There are not too many points of entry that Titans can take where they're not limiting the amount of damage that they're taking. That's another reason why going over to New Junk City is so much better for the London Spitfire versus Suravasa. You just have less enclosed quarters that you could just hide behind the natural architecture of the map.
Yeah,
I gotta try to go against this again. They got one more chance.
Really good in covering a lot of these options. Good option coverage, backing away just in time from the window on the TP. Again, playing to their strengths here. Now Landon's got the window. He activates it right in their face while Punk is holding forward onto Hadi here. Having to be careful. Artillery online for Sparker, but right through that window, it's going to be able to just put down an onslaught of damage to the assault mode. Heasink gets picked out, and they are able to claim that first point before we move on to the next one here.
And London Spitfire are going to chase these picks also before they realize that the flashpoint is actually in their favor right behind them. So they're going to be able to make that rotation just a little bit faster than the Titans to try to get back to that flashpoint. Well, also maybe, yeah, forcing out some cooldowns here from the Titans and also maybe getting a pick as well as they wait for all 5 members to be available. But let's head over to the Junkyard, where London Spitfire beating them to the point means that they can also get set up faster.
Cutting away right through that wall. Here comes that photon barrier. Again, allowing them just to get set up for position. If it isn't even with the TP, it's with the photon barrier. Instead, the artillery was called in for Heasink. Clear up some extra space here, but Spitfire do touch that point first, do have that first advantage, and also try to fight for the high ground here, trying to isolate the back line. The window was called in, and Faith has that sound barrier. Crimso's able to answer right back, finding backbone, but Sparker continues to be the problem on the high ground, while Sugar Free shuts down Landon with that blade. That sacrifice, well necessary here for the Vancouver Titans to now inch their way into evening out the scoreboard here.
Oh, they had to invest a lot into that fight, though. You saw 3 ultimates get used to be able to take control. But now Vancouver Titans, the shoes on the other foot, they get a chance to set up here and try to get that damage down while London Spitfire make their entry. But that's where the Symmetra becomes ever more important for London. They're able to use those teleporters to just close the distance, and they're already going to be back to the flashpoint and forcing Vancouver Titans to have to come to them. What a big advantage for London to take advantage of.
So then immediately afterwards, they could just use a TP in the next 3 seconds and then just retaliate and try to find a sandwiching position around the Titans. The Immortality Field was already used up from Landon, though. Hadi's got that shatter as Sparker uses the artillery. Gonna be able to find anybody, but just clear up some extra space. He's about to have the artillery too. Gets it so quick, the terror surge, but the reaction from Admiral with the sound barrier, he was ready. Still too much damage from Heesang there. Calls in the artillery right after finding that first pick onto Admiral, only leaving Landon for the sustainability. Overtime ticking away in favor for the Vancouver Titans, but the London Spitfire do not give up the space. With that window, they are able to reclaim it. And the shatter in the side room finds both Heesang and Fade. It is a shish kebab, a feast that Hadi's gonna be able to eat, as well as the stall eventually before Crimson's gonna meet the rest of the Titans.
Yeah, just a big reset here because Vancouver Titans still have a comfortable amount of time to work with to come back in and get that point back. They already got 99% as well, so if they can win this next fight, then that flashpoint is theirs, and we've got a real flashpoint series on our hands. Sugar Free is so close to that Dragon Blade as well. So now if you're the Titans, you're hoping to use that blade, get out the Immortality Field from Landon. There's no sound barrier to worry about, and there might not be a teleporter to worry about either, but Backbone is ready just in case. He knows that blade is online.
And he would have the full sound barrier for this next fight here too. There's that window from Landon, and Sugar Free moving in with that blade, waiting on the sound barrier to initiate, but playing so split apart. Admiral's the only one that gets picked off. Crimson doing the finishing blow. Overtime taking away the trade for trade as Vancouver Titans have the number advantage. Sparker needs to be dealt with. There was that photon barrier that we saw earlier, and Titans are able to at least reclaim this point this time around for now moving on to the next flashpoint.
That almost worked out perfectly. You just saw that they were waiting for when Sugar Free popped the blade. You saw the Ant Matrix go down as well, and then London Spitfire said, yeah, okay, just hop in the teleporter. It's all good. Admiral unfortunately getting caught out there, so not able to save himself, and so that did shut off a lot of the mobility that London Spitfire could use. We're heading over to the refinery. A little bit more middle ground territory for both of these teams. Refinery, it's gonna get taken by the Titans first as they're able to make it over, but the flashpoint isn't going to unlock quite yet as London Spitfire have a chance to turn the tides, just get behind them.
Yeah, they're so quick here too. The terror surge now from Plunk, the finishing blow coming in from Heesang. Hadi, the rest of London Spitfire get wiped out. And it's these impactful terror surges from Punk and the timing that is constantly meeting London Spitfire with the resistance that the Titans need to give when it comes to these flashpoints and how quickly that tick of that percentage goes down.
That timing has gotten better and better over the course of the series already. You can witness that in real time. Immortality Fields goes up, it's an immediate focus down for the Vancouver Titans so that Punk can get these terror surges. And it's also such a big disruption tool. That field pulls you in, and then Punk is able to make such good work of that. But London Spitfire back, they always come back with a vengeance.
That TV got melted, deleted, artillery now moving on. Gonna be able to try to cut off the rotation. Punk was incredibly low, but not gonna be able to find those individual picks. You can just see that from a mile away. But look who's behind him! It was Heesang who went for the flank, finding Sparker with the lone tech nade that he just needed for reclaiming this high ground. Love the communication from the Titans to spread out and find Spitfire split up themselves without really expecting where that rotation from Heesang could have been.
It's like such a 50-50. Like either Heesang's flanks really work or they really don't. But when they do work, they work so well. That's going to be another flashpoint capture here as the refinery goes over to the Vancouver Titans. And now we've got to go over to the bomb flats and see if London can tie this back up and bring us to that final flashpoint. But it's a fight over the arena right now. As Vancouver Titans are just going to hold them at the door. They know that they've got a little bit of a closer distance to get to bomb flats.
The isolated Heesang right there. Sugar Free tries to be the insurance policy to maybe swoop in and help him out. Instead, he was collateral damage. Backbone Sparker, they clear out the Titans. And it's this part about Flashpoint that I really like. These TDM feel fights around these corners that now have allowed London Spitfire to take advantage over this next point.
Yeah, that's such a unique place to see two teams fight it out as well, because a lot of what we've seen from the early days of competitive Flashpoint has been just make your way over to the Flashpoint and then the fighting will happen. But this time around, like, Vancouver Titans saw an opportunity to just kind of take the fight to the Spitfire, and when they were holding him at the door, it like almost worked out really well. You know that they can start to make these different plays though when they've caught something like Punk's Terra Surge.
What? That timing right there, the fortify, and then the Terra Surge right afterwards. Punk, you're a madman. Immediately with the answer, the retaliation, the reaction right there was absolutely big. That was also a message sent right back to Hottie when he tried to utilize that shatter.
It really was, though. You see that Punk is so focused. He's got like this stone cold face, and he's also still waving goodbye to the Spitfire after every single Terra Surge. Oh my goodness. He's already 25% to another one. London Spitfire, though, they're starting to run out of time to get themselves back into this Flashpoint map, but Sparker can open things up just like that.
With the artillery, too. You see this constant back and forth between Sparker and Heesang. So much damage being pumped out. The Titans cannot restabilize with losing out on Punk. They're trying to navigate away as Sugar Free now with that dash. Just going to be able to meet the rest of his teams back in the spawn as the London Spitfire are able to reclaim that point.
Titans can get back into this one, though. Again, like, it's just such a give and take from both of these teams. It feels like another kind of high-level rock, paper, scissors, but this time around it's about how they're using these ultimates and these abilities to really outmatch each other. London Spitfire holding a little bit more forward. They want to try to get as much damage down on the Titans as possible so that it allows them to be able to get in with this photon barrier. Backbone is so close, and that's really going to be the biggest difference here is that Backbone can get that online.
Artillery right behind. The window being put up. Punk finding Backbone here. We saw a mistake earlier from Admiral. Could it cost them? The sound barrier now called in. Gonna be able to retaliate with Faith and allowing Sugar Free with the blade in hand to try to find that impact. Does find Landon. Punk's about to get the Terra Surge once again. 89% in climbing in favor for the Vancouver Titans here. And can they finalize this point with only Admiral trying to come in? He gets booped away, inching forward, not even with the photon barrier. He can't go in. Vancouver Titans break the tie so far, taking New Junk City, leaving us 2-1.
Whew! That was another explosive map from both teams. This time, the Chaos is going to go the way of the Titans. And they, once again, have just showed time and time again how they can make these adjustments mid-map and really make it work in their favor. And now this is where I would start to get a little bit worried if you're a London Spitfire fan. This match has already gone on longer than the minimum. I know that sounds like the most brain dead analysis ever, but like this is where Vancouver Titans can start to make such a big difference. If they prolong this match, they will start to figure out the London Spitfire, and it is already happening. This was London Spitfire's choice, and Vancouver Titans have had their number basically this entire map.
And that's why we keep seeing these map 5 situations with the London Spitfire. These teams have been able to make those adjustments, and with the Vancouver Titans being as flexible as they have been, especially looking from Punk's side of things, it's going to be really difficult here looking at the London Spitfire. If they can find a way to navigate, get a little bit more creative. I mean, with their TP strats alone, it's already as creative as we could see. Heesang went for another flank here, saved by the immortality field, so that way he could get pushed into that position. But I feel like what really costed the London Spitfire right there, especially at the very end, was Admiral holding forward and getting a little too aggressive, being that one pick that costed the London Spitfire in that second to last fight. The Terror Surges, too, have been just on point here from Punk. And that's what costed Admiral's life, too, at the very end. We are moving on to New Queen Street. This is going to be the Spitfire pick. Excited to see how this push map goes, Necro.
I'm really interested in this pick as well, because this is one of those maps we've seen a lot of Doomfist on. So Punk could potentially bring out that pocket Doomfist that has been a big difference maker in these previous matches for them. Only time will tell, Vicky. Only time will tell if this is the right choice for the Spitfire to make. They are on a match point, and if they don't get this next map, they are going home and their season will end. So we're going to have to figure out what happens on the other side of this break.
Welcome back, everyone. Vancouver Titans sitting at match point while the London Spitfire are playing for their entire seasonal lives right now, Necra. Get to see the flexibility really shine through for the Titans, but also the survivability, especially after that Flashpoint map on New Junk City. Would love to highlight Faith specifically with that survivability. I think he only died twice in that previous game, but also it's these boops that he just comes in from left field. We saw at the very end, making sure that Admiral had no opportunity to touch and stall for as long as he can around his own team's photon barrier. We get to see some highlights here too.
I love that this is the player that we're highlighting because that is like your favorite thing to talk about is survivability of a player and how long that they are actually alive in the server. But it counts more because this is a main support as well. And Faith is one of those main supports I feel like has been kind of constantly underrated this season. A lot of it is we've got flex supports that are super flashy. They're the ones that are getting the picks and the kills. They're the ones that are like the pieces of their kit are just a little bit more memorable, noticeable, like nades or immortality fields. But Faith's Lucio has been so standout, especially when you're able to play together with the team. And like the sound barriers have been online at the perfect moments for the team as well. Just having that awareness and being able to call for these things is just so key.
I mean, in that map alone, looking at the other side of things, it's like night and day between Faith and those sound barriers, and then Admiral, unfortunately, holding onto those sound barriers for two very important fights. It was very unfortunate. He was getting very aggressive, kind of putting himself out of position in moments where London Spitfire would have really benefited off of just him helping out the rest of the team, even missing out on the TP one other time. Maybe that just being, New Junk City and maybe not coordinating as well as we usually see the London Spitfire coordinated around, kind of shining through in that moment.
Yeah, the teleporter call out when Sugar Free's Blade is online, it's hard because he could have taken the teleporter and maybe that would have saved him from the Sugar Free Blade and that fight could have played out differently. And especially yesterday, it felt like Admiral was making some very uncharacteristic mistakes when it came down to sound barrier usage. I just hope that this is one of those moments where Spitfire is able to center themselves and get their head back in the game. This is the team that has had a lot of fight and a lot of grit over the course of this season. Even when their backs have been against a wall, they've always come out trying to improve and having smiles on their faces. They're playing a composition that they know that they love. And hopefully this is going to be the map to do it on. Look, it's like they're manifesting their dreams right now over on New Queen Street where we're going for the playoffs. So this is very much do or die for them.
I know we've seen New Queen Street so many times, but being able to see the Toronto sign in the back, knowing what's on the line right now,
it's different.
It does hit different. It makes me so incredibly excited, especially seeing at the level of play that we're seeing right now. But can the lack of flexibility from the London Spitfire throughout the course of the season end up biting them despite finding this new breath of fresh air of success for this team to work into their strengths and their coordination with the Symmetra TP? This is the moment where it really does come down to see if London Spitfire could get ahead of it.
And that's why at the very beginning of this match, we called out that it comes down to, like, can London Spitfire hit the cap that this Reinhardt composition can have? And is the series going to go on long enough that Vancouver Titans can figure it out? And it feels like we're starting to fall on the scale towards the latter, where Vancouver Titans have had a lot of experience now to play against this team, and they're really starting to get it. Sparker's going to open this up with a big pick, though. Taking Crimzo out of the equation means that there's a significant source of healing offline, and Titans do not want to fight against this. They could get staggered, and that would be detrimental on a map like this.
You saw already with the way that Punk is positioning himself, too, just trying to find a different window.
Yeah, he's like, absolutely not.
You gotta wait on Crimzo, especially when it comes to that immortality field and having to deal with the aggressive positioning that London Spitfire put themselves in with these TPs. Looking around, immediately got destroyed. Looking on the other side. Oh, there it is. The TP does get put online here for the rest of London Spitfire, but they're also just waiting patiently, too. Waiting to see if Titans want to actually contest this around the next corner.
It's nice to use that teleporter as a bit of a bait. If you are not sure if London Spitfire are going to go through it or not, then you can always wait to try to take it out. It still has that 10-second cooldown, so it does take a little bit for that to come back online, but already, like, London Spitfire kited around the Titans, it looks like we swapped sides of the map.
Wow, but the Titans calling that out amazingly with still the nade snipe. Finding Punk. Sparker is so good at finding these nade kills, cutting off different rotation attempts from the Titans. Again, I really do like that disengagement that we saw from them, but just as quickly as that bot had started moving, London Spitfire already able to get that first checkpoint, and Landon is going to be able to find Sugarfree.
That was a speed run. It has not been too many times that we have seen a team capture this first objective within 2 minutes. Like that is just impressive at this point, and it was all back of the snowball of London Spitfire opening this map up with a pick. Vancouver Titans have not been able to hold their ground because of how much aggression London Spitfire are playing this map with.
Oh man, backing away in that exact moment, calling the timing with that window called in from Crimzo. Just he's saying try to get into position before trying to cut them off in the rotation around the next corner. Admiral's about to get that sound barrier. Here comes the artillery strike as well, coming in from the sky. The photon barrier from Backbone. Sparker, once again, finding the initial picks that the Spitfire need here. Yes, they get the trade as Sparker loses out his life, but now the Titans have to go for another reset while Spitfire have so much momentum.
I mean, this bot is already, what, like a quarter distance away from this final objective? Vancouver Titans have yet to win a team fight. It's gonna come down to Sugarfree getting this blade online. He's already half health though. He's taking damage from these Symmetra turrets. And London Spitfire still have the opportunity to use the Shatter. He sinks down his back.
Oh, the punish right afterwards. They saw that play, and they were expecting it again, playing spread out. It's Sugarfree with the punish, using the blade of their advantage. That TP strike into the Shatter shut down after they've already seen it in the first game. It's done and dusted. It's old news. Gotta bring some new tricks to the table.
Good stuff from the Titans. You gotta play a little bit predictive, and that's what London Spitfire was doing just to be able to keep the Vancouver Titans on their toes. You know, you go after it, kill after kill, you get those staggers, you keep putting on the pressure, but now the Titans are starting to get smart to it again. They still have a lot of ground to make up, but we still have 6 minutes of this map left.
Oh, Hadi with the pin onto Crimzo, who's gonna have the window for this fight. Landon used his earlier on the high ground and with a finishing blow with the pin onto Punk. Another team fight win in favor for London Spitfire, who, by the way, are constantly so strong when it comes to being on these push maps versus what you've seen, the set history between the Vancouver Titans and... All right, there's the all chat. There's the all chat. They were quiet for a while, by the way.
They were a little quiet, weren't they? I mean, they did lose 2 maps in a row, and so I feel like that would take the wind out of anybody's sails, but it is a Spitfire. They're back up and running, and they know how to play that mental warfare game, especially when it comes down to these bastions as well. Let's go, Sparker. See what he's got.
Oh, Terrorsurge. All right. Clearing up even more space. Backbone is able to get the punish onto Punk, but no one is looking at Isang on the fact that Admiral's a jumping squad. Oh, Isang clearing out the Spitfire. All of them collapsed down. Admiral was trying to be the nuisance of a frog that he is, trying to dance around Isang, and he said, out of my way after I take care of the rest of your buddies.
Oh, that's amazing. That was almost an ace as well. That was so strong. And now Vancouver Titans get a chance to shut off those forward spawn zones again. And you still have 5 minutes of this map left. So Vancouver Titans absolutely can keep themselves in this game, but they've got to keep it up. Punk goes down again. He's playing so far forward. The London Spitfire are just too strong in the front line.
Also, when it comes to communication, too, that photon barrier to help isolate Punk. As Landon also having to be careful inside this side room. Look who just came to the rescue like a superhero. Get down, Mr. President, was Hadi. Just going to be able to give him that backup. Moving forward, right alongside Admiral. Crimzo being on this high ground while Sugarfree activates the blade. Tries to slice and dice, playing spread apart though. Still has allowed Heesang to find Landon here. Crimzo is about to get that window. He has it online right now in faith with the sound barrier himself. London Spitfire, they stayed alive, but just barely. They lost out on Landon. Admiral's still alive for now, and they get cleared up immediately right after I just say that. Crimzo dealing the final blow onto Admiral.
There you go. I mean, everybody on the Vancouver Titans has the ability to frag out. That is for sure, and they have each showed excellent examples of being able to do that, but now they've really just got to like put their nose to the grindstone because We are getting down to the 3.5-minute mark, and that's about where Vancouver Titans are going to want to try to get fight after fight. They still have to win 3 fights at least to be able to match the progress that the Spitfire are making. And Spitfire just have to play like keep away at this point. They don't need any more progress. They don't have to finish out the map. They already have a pretty sizable lead.
That's a pretty good point, especially if you have so much time right now and you're holding the Titans here. While Sugar Free does find Landon, and Faith has that sound barrier. Navigating away, Hottie's got that shatter ready too. Backbone goes out. Well, he's close to getting that photon barrier. He'll hold on to it for that next fight at the very least. And Adbro having to back away, playing still very aggressive at the very least, trying to help out Hottie, who gets punished immediately right afterwards. Sugar Free has been the thorn that they have to worry about, but it's all that extra credit that they desperately need right now after finally getting activation on the push bot.
Pushbot's gonna start to round this corner, but not before the London Spitfire are able to spawn back into this one. And again, like with the Symmetra, like you're just getting back into these fights so much faster. It's like yeah, it kind of looks like 3 fights here, but it might actually even be 4. Vancouver, though, they have another blade. They've got the Terra Surge, and even this Bastion could open things up so that they just walk into Punk's arms.
But even after that shatter, the follow-up was unfortunately just not there. He found 3 in the process, and then Crims was able to retaliate with the Immortality field. The artillery now from Sparker after they've already used the Immortality. Sugar Free gets caught in the line side of Landon. He'll go down without being able to utilize that blade, and the Photon Barrier is called in from Backbone. He can't dance around it, though, pushing a little too far forward after getting isolated after this TP breaks. And he's saying cleaning up what is left of the team. Punk did try to go for that Terra Surge, but allowing he's saying to just profit off of everything that he was able to set up for him here.
Vancouver Titans are starting on their march towards victory. Even though London Spitfire were able to grab 90 meters plus, like Vancouver already halfway there. So 2 more team fights under their belt, they should be good. Oh, Sugar Free, you can see like it's all turrets, it's all mayhem. But Titans have to back up from this one because of how quickly London Spitfire can get back in. Oh, Ant Matrix 2?
Oh, the Ant Matrix, the blade here on top of it, but you lose out with a huge nade ricochet onto Crimzo and Heesang. The follow-up from Backbone, clearing out 4 of those members from Titans. It's going to be another team fight win from the London Spitfire.
That Bastion grenade. Oh, that got like Omega buffed coming into this patch, and it's still as strong as ever. That ability is so good. And if you're able to land that even onto like 1 person, like you're squishing them enough that Backbone can kind of do the rest with the turrets. Another fight though. London Spitfire moving forward past that halfway point.
Sound barrier.
Faith with the sound barrier.
Yeah, just to initiate right here too. Put the Titans into position. Faith has just been so on point with the timing and the communication right here. The trade was there briefly as Backbone was able to find Crimzo. He'll come back in with the window, but this is going to be a team fight win for the Titans, flipping the bot right back into their favor.
This is rough though, because they have less than 30 seconds and Titans still have to win 2 more team fights to be able to match that progress. So London Spitfire gets to come back into this one with an aggressive sound barrier of their own if they choose to. As these things are going to try to keep them at bay with their own ultimate. Sparker just has a chance to be able to fire right back.
All right, Admiral, don't get scared of Ajaxing. It's okay with the PTSD. No! The first pick in favor for the Titans. That was the win con that the Spitfire needed right there to work off of. And now Heesang gets the profit. Yes, the pin lands onto Faith. Overtime ticking away. It's very doable here with the Spitfire having much more progress. Punk is still on this bot. Sparker can't meet up with them. But is this going to be a steamroll at this point? They need to stay on this bot. They cannot leave.
Oh, this is so rough too. I mean, they got the checkpoint. Oh, he's saying got the far spawn though, so you're going to be coming back out on the Sombra. Hope that a hack is going to be enough, but it's a full slate of ultimates here for London to be able to keep themselves in this game. Mickey, they need this map to keep their hopes alive for this series.
Oh, the Terror Surge isn't going to get that profit that you wanted, especially right through that Photon Barrier as Sparker finds Punk and Sugar Free. The punish, nobody left from the Titans to keep this overtime ready, and the London Spitfire get to see another day, taking map number 4 on New Queen Street.
Oh, Vancouver Titans made that competitive though. After London came out of the gate swinging, I was very stressed out there for the Titans, but they were able to get that into 1 fight territory. And this series has been so close. It is a nail biter, and it is going to be a photo finish to see who gets a chance to move on in this series, keep their dreams alive, and go up against the Toronto Defiant waiting in the wings for them.
I was expecting this to go all the way to a map number 5,
Yeah.
and I'm so happy that I am not disappointed here. I am being provided some great Overwatch action. Taking a look at some of these highlights, I just want to point out again, I'm hyping up Faith so much because, like Necro says, I love seeing the survivability rates here depending on the different maps and the different heroes that we have, but he died once, Necro. He died once that entire game, while still was able to get over 20 healings or so. He was playing incredibly passive-aggressive, but it's enabling Heesang to get these insane opening picks there that we constantly keep seeing. London Spitfire, though, having the progress that they had at the very beginning, that double right there with the nade was beautiful. But that progress at the very beginning, especially on push, was so detrimental to take that dub for the Spitfire.
It is going to be so close, and Titans don't have too many escort picks that they can make at this point that might be fully in their favor. We're gonna have to find out what they end up picking, but every single time we've even gone over to things like Gibraltar, London's like, hey, we could still play the Reinhardt here. Can they get tricky enough, or Vancouver Titans gonna make the final adjustments they need to put the nail in the coffin? It's 2-2. We're going to map 5 after this.
Welcome back, everyone. London Spitfire tied the series 2-2 versus the Vancouver Titans, as both of these teams are fighting for their tournament lives for the season. It all comes down to this. Map number 5 on Escort. We are going on to Circuit Royale.
The pressure has never been higher for a singular map win. because both of these teams are so close. This is the final hurdle before Toronto Defiant in front of them, and a shot at the playoffs. But Circuit Royale, there really weren't too many choices that you could make on Escort that I felt like were a perfect choice for the Titans to make. But Circuit Royale sure is the one that was at the top of my mind. But even then, like, we've seen London Spitfire come out with this Reinhardt composition when no one else would. Like, Gibraltar, Circuit Royale, whenever we've looked at these maps, we've gone, oh yeah, like, okay, easy Sigma double sniper composition. That has not been the case for quite some time now when we've taken a look at the Overwatch League this season.
Just laughing at the idea of Hottie saying
Reinhardt really good on
cowards.
this one. Reinhardt's really good on this one. This is a great map for Reinhardt. Sig really good here too. Go Sig and see what happens. I don't think they're gonna do it. Then they're not. They're not. Like, Vancouver too. Riss has been such a strong choice for them. Punk has been absolutely popping off on these Terra Surges, and the entire team as a whole has been just getting better and better as a unit to deal with this Reinhardt comp. But you can feel the confidence. Like, London Spitfire are just confidence right now. And confidence is key in matches like this.
And that's all part of the mind games when it comes to feeling confident enough to talk all in all chat. The nice TP onto the higher ground and counter rotate behind the Vancouver Titans. Playing spread out though, they've already noted that. Retaliating and setting up the turrets by the stairwell, rounding around the other side of the payload, trying to also isolate Punk over to the left side. Not going to be able to find those picks that they really wanted, as Punk does fall low for right now. The Immortality Field was called in from Crimzo just to help him out, stay in that upward position, but it's not going to be enough at the very end. With Punk going out, Sugar Free finally puts himself involved in the fight. He wrapped around, he was on the high ground originally. We did see him earlier on, and it actually just cost them. Well, London Spitfire TP strats actually paying off here, that first choke point.
What's really tough about the composition that Titans is running is that it requires a ramp up. There are very few times that you'll see just a first frag. And a lot of where the Titans find success is when they're able to get value from their ultimates. So the Dragon Blade, usually when Sugar Free pops that, it's like 2 to 3 players. Or you see the Sound Barrier to get aggressive. But London Spitfire, like, this is a patient game for them, and the longer these fights go on, the more often they end up being in their favor. Like, Faith is so low already, but London Spitfire, look how much damage they're doing before, like, Vancouver Titans feel strong enough to step up to the plate.
Ooh. These nades.
That was so much damage.
So cheeky, and the Immortality Field helping out Landon there too. A window to the soul, but nobody wants to peek just yet. While Backbone tries to rotate from the side, he sets up the TP. The Photon Barrier is also ready. Sugar Free though, falling incredibly low, does get saved by Fate, and the timing of that Sound Barrier. Same on the other side from Admiral, seeing that Hottie wanted to get a lot more aggressive. Tries to pinpoint Faith and Crimzo. The backline get deleted, and it's just lights out as this London Spitfire get to take another team fight.
Another Photon Barrier to split up the team as well. Not only are you shutting off the damage, you're also shutting off the healing. Ride map, by the way. I think London Spitfire has shown us that a few times here, but it's again like trying to get in the heads of the Titans. This is a team that has to be formidable in these moments, so, and now Titans do have ultimates online to work with, like Sugar Free's Blade, that can really just be outstanding amounts of damage.
Saw Hottie drop from the high ground for right now. We're trying to cut Tess off that slight low ground with Sugar Free now. With Dash comes in with the Blade ready. Takes care of the Immortality Field. The follow from Punk 2 just in case. Sugar Free profits with the Blade and the Terror Surge. Rather expensive fight here for the Titans, but it needed to be done considering the progress that Spitfire have already gotten with 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock.
Strong dynamic duo of ultimates there. We're gonna have to figure out a name for that one. Terra Dragon?
Terrorblade?
Dragon Surge? That sounds great, actually. I'm about to call that a Dragon Surge right there. Regardless, that was a fantastic use of ultimates there from the Titans, just to, like, you know, pull them into Sugar Free's Blade and really force the London Spitfire to have to get creative in terms of how they engage this. The Immortality Field's already out here for the Spitfire.
And having to save Sparker, who went with the rest of the London Spitfire to go for a nice flanking position, but Vancouver Titans, once again, have already seen this play out. It's playing a little spread out on each angle underneath that hilltop, but they gave up the high ground positioning as Hadi's going to be forced to drop down. Backbone finishing off Hisang. Vancouver Titans still playing very patiently above the apex of this hill. And Sparkers going to be able to call in the artillery, try to block out their rotation out through that choke, but Vancouver Titans were quick with it, already backing up in time.
Nice creation of space. Artillery Strike probably not going to pick up that many kills. More often than not, it's just a zoning tool to help push the team back. For an Earth Shatter.
Oh, from the Earth Shatter to the pin. Hadi is eating. Definitely spitting something out here. It's the fire for the nades from Sparker finding Punk and Sugar Free. He gets these all the time, Necra. Sometimes it's always so cheeky. You can't help but feel cheesed out. But I know that Spitfire are absolutely cheesing after getting the second point.
Hadi never cheeses. Only when Danny calls him Chadizzle.
Oh, psychological warfare from Talkin in that chat. Right through the window, Sparker. And through that TP on the other side are able to engulf the Titans. Sugarfree losing out as he had that blade ready. Punk is the next to go out. So they're going to want to hold on to this plethora of ultimates here for this next fight because Spitfire, the 3 minutes, less than 12 seconds now on the clock, are rounding through that checkpoint.
You can tell how good they're feeling after that win on New Queen Street as well. It was very touch and go, but London Spitfire are able to get the better of the Titans and bring themselves back into a map 5. Like, you could see them typing in all chat. That's always such a good indication of how they're feeling for a match. And they're playing so much better together as a unit as well. They're not going to fall victim to Hisang's mortars. They're just going to play this patient, force Titans to have to come to them.
He's getting some extra space if you can work with it as Punk comes in with the jab spin, the blade from the sound bear to help enable Sugar Free get the 3K that he wants. The Mortality Field's perfect right there as he finishes off with a 4 kill in his name. Crimzo also putting himself on the board with a team fight win to help stop the London Spitfire in that momentum.
I am proud of Admiral using the sound barrier there. At the very least, it's an attempt, and you still have other things to work with, especially when London Spitfire have made so much progress on this cart. You're really just looking for an opening pick to keep that momentum flowing. And there it is. Faith is down.
Oh, wow. Getting the first pick onto Faith. Huge. Here comes that Terra Surge. The Immortality, though, helping everybody out thanks to Landon, but then the retaliation after losing out on Landon and Hadi. 2 huge picks as Sparker moves in with some help from Backbone. Love the Bastion little chuckle after he gets the pop off and is on fire. London Spitfire have only lost 2 fights, by the way, which is crazy to see this progress and them disengaging with the timing to wait out on Hadi, who came back after dying 3 times in total so far.
Hey, you gotta win some. You gotta lose some to win some. You know, 2 steps forward, an Earth Shatter at your back. But he's not going to be able to land it onto anybody right now, but the Photon Barrier invested here too. London Spitfire hoping this is going to be enough in the tank to sink it over the line.
Even right through the eyes of a Fortify here from Punk. Even negating the output from that Shatter and what he could have gotten here. Punk makes the swap over to the dude desperately as the Spitfire are nearing the end currently on this push. Here comes Punk. The rest of his team is out and the Spitfire are able to take this payload to the finish line with a good amount of time to spare. I mean, I got less than a minute, got 53 seconds, but hold back just a little bit before re-engaging altogether, timing the way that this team wanted to approach the Titans in these choke points.
Ryan map, by the way, is what Backbone would like everybody to know. Oh, man. Yeah, this is rough. Titans do not look confident right now. And when you look at a map by scenario with so much on the line, keeping your season, your playoff streams live, confidence can really be everything to be able to keep the wind in your sails, keep the momentum fresh, and just keep yourselves playing strong. And Titans right now, they just look like they're faltering a little bit. Like, they weren't able to keep themselves on their feet. You see, like, the Backbone teleporter, the Shatter from behind. Nobody is prepared for that. Like, what do you do in those moments to look behind you?
Oh,
like, even if you're ready for it, how do you escape?
into the finishing blow while everyone is so fixated on what's happening with Hadi. Going right behind him with a flank shatter using the TP and then just allowing Sparker to be enabled right after that. Beautiful looks here while we get set up in our next round.
Vancouver Titans need to finish the map. That is what is at stake right now. If they don't finish, that's it. Their season is over. But Titans, being on the attack, might be able to keep that same aggression moving forward. I mean, Midtown was a pretty big role for them as well. They're able to secure that victory in very easy fashion. So it's all about being able to do that again. And he's saying off to such a good start.
Oh, he's definitely singing. Sugar Free with the finishing blow, getting a 3K on top of it. What a way to open things up. So volatile for the Vancouver Titans.
Vancouver Titans off to a great start. I mean, look at this. Okay, usually it's always the BAP ultimate that comes up first. He's sending us right behind Crimzo. That Fashion ult is going to be online so much faster than I think London Spitfire will even be prepared for. Especially if you see this Amp Matrix go down from Crimzo, then all of a sudden, like, you've got the ult.
Oh, Faith!
Faith? Wait, was that a boop off the side?
Offered to the side. Meanwhile, Punk holding forward with the jab spin, pushing everybody alongside Faith, disrupting the peace from the London Spitfire. It's just a matter of time before the reset happens. It's another team fight win.
Oh,
we get to see the replay right through the side of the fence. Hasta la vista, Tadbro and Backbone. Love that replay that we got to see from Faith. And look at what they're working with Necra. There's so many ultimates online after Landon had used that window, being the sole ultimate that the Spitfire had available to them in that moment.
Yeah, they haven't needed anything yet. They might not need to. If they can keep getting picks like that, then who cares about whether or not you use the ultimate? Titans don't have a lot to lose, though. I mean, go ahead and throw everything that you want at this next fight. If you're able to get this over that second line, then, hey, you are looking so good. And they have so much time to work with. Like, now it's the shoes on the other foot. What is Spitfire? The onus is on them to try to stop this. And they got a lot of bleeding to stop right now.
I also really like that wait on the last shot of the artillery. Just so that way, Punk can get enabled to hold forward while the Spitfire back up. Trying to wait out on the space that the artillery could build up for them. Sing taking an off angle while the rest of the Titans round around this next corner. Looking at Hadi, who's about to get that shatter online. Admiral has a sound barrier. Can it be a successful sound barrier at that after what we had seen in that previous round? We have to wait and see. The immortality had already been used by Crimzo, and the sound barrier was called in first. Here comes the blade from Sugar Free, enabling him thanks to Faith and sound barrier. He gets shut down by Sparker, but don't worry, on the other side, Faith's got your back alongside Punk having the Terror Surge. It's another team fight win. Vancouver Titans have not been stopped since they got this payload moving.
You're hoping now for London Spitfire that they are able to actually stop this payload. Like, they got ultimates to use, and they have to use them now. That was an eco defense for them, I guess if you want to call it that. Like, Vancouver Titans had to use everything that they had in order to actually capture that second point, but it's time for London Spitfire to go.
Oh, right now with Hadi trying to dance around that photon, now moving forward, isolating Punk. There's the Spitfire absolutely going, and not just that, finally halting the Titans with the momentum that they had off the rip in this round.
It would have been a big problem if London Spitfire could not win that fight, especially when they had ults to spare. And Titans here, they don't really care about a team fight loss. What they're looking at right now is accumulating enough ultimates to be able to push their way through this third point. Once you get stopped at this third point, it can be very difficult to actually finish the map. So you need all the firepower that you can. Just force out what you can out of the London Spitfire.
Wow, what timing right there too from the shatter after the immortality had been used from Crimzo in that moment. So I had to take in already some damage on top of the follow-up from the London Spitfire, holding back the Titans once again, staring at their face when they exit out of the spawn room doors.
And now this is what Titans want. And they've already got the Earth Shatter out. Now it's about time that they force out the beat, the amplification matrix. One of the ways to do that is definitely Heat Sinks All. See if you can force out the barrier here from Admirable.
Well, they did force out that immortality right there. On both sides, that is. Backbone finding Faith, who has been a huge staple for the Titans, especially in this round, now going out while he could be building up that sound barrier for the next fight, but it's a good stall favor for the Spitfire to at least work with what they've already seen as expensive usage of these ults, holding back the Titans in this choke point. Sugar Free does have that blade ready, but has to wait to see if Faith could come right back in with the sound barrier.
That is another ultimate that they've gotten out of Spitfire's back pocket. So let's go. Aggressive beat.
Oh, aggressive beat, and they saw that they already used up the immortality, but doesn't want to overextend, actually just waiting. With that beat used up from Titans, that's one all off the table that Spitfire have to worry about here. The TP set up, well, the Terror Surge from Punk stumps them in their shoes, gets a 4K real quick. Might as well be a 5K with Sugar Free getting that last blow onto Hadi.
And now you still have this blade to try to push this payload all the way to the finish line and bring us into extra rounds. Titans, they can do this. They can't finish the map. They still have 2.5 minutes remaining as well, but London Spitfire are able to clap back with ultimates of their own. Sugar Free has got to get this blade, and it's got to be a fat one.
Stay diving through, activating the blade as Hadi tries to go around the other side of the photon barrier. No way to slice and dice this, though, as he's also able to find Landon. Smarter with their artillery did fight Crimzo. We see some trades happening with Ethan going out and Sugar Free meeting him right back, but the difference that we are seeing right now with Faith coming in, isolating Admiral, who was standing on that point just to stall as long as he can. Immediately with the backup from Faith, just gonna taxi Punk right to the arms of the rest of the Titans because they got some time to work with.
They still have 2 minutes remaining, so that's plenty of time for Titans to get more ultimates online. I mean, look at this. Punk just used the Terror Surge to be able to get that 2K. Now he's only 30% away to another one. And when you are still working with a healthy time bank, like, you're okay. You're feeling all right now. Titans have nothing to worry about until it gets into 2 more fights.
Shatter not gonna find the output that they was looking for here. Punk just waiting for it. The window, though, doing just enough of the damage to take care of Hadi. Faith going out, though. He was so quick to get that, almost that sound barrier online, but goes out at nearly 80%. Here comes another Terror Surge from Punk, trying to bring everybody into him with the immortality field that was used up from Crimzo. The Titans, though, playing spread out right behind the payload, having to back away just in time. The Spitfire were feeling some of that pressure, but with fun room doors being right behind them, were able to just retaliate just as quick.
This is exactly why this third point can be so difficult to assail. And Titans now, like, they're sub 1 minute. They need to be able to get these ults online. At least they're getting this amp matrix out of London Spitfire. And that's going to leave London with a few less tools to work with. But Titans, they have to get these ultimates back online. The sound barrier is going to be critical. You're going to want to use that aggressively. But Spitfire can hold themselves at the door here, especially knowing that the photon barrier is online. If Spitfire's stop them here, like, this is over. This is Titans' last chance. They need to win 2 of these team fights in order to actually take this into extra rounds.
Oh.
Hadi's down.
Hadi going down.
Here's the window.
Fighting for their tournament lives right now. And the tank is gone. The photon barrier comes in. The artillery as well from Sparker. Faith had used up the sound barrier, but they find the trades and Sparker fights. Send Sugar Free moves in with the blade. They are out from their backline, and he's still able to find Sparker in the side room, while Punk doesn't have the sustainability. And Spitfire, the spawn room doors right behind them, allow them to re-engage. Overtime ticket away. Only a pixel of health ends the run for Sugar Free in that moment. The pop-off, the smiles. London Spitfire take map 5, our final game, sending the Vancouver Titans packing.
What a season that the Titans have had, though. This was a team that people had kind of written off a little bit at the very beginning of the season. Everybody didn't expect too much coming out of that roster. But over the course of the season, it just got better and better, and Titans proved to be such a formidable force, especially after we saw so much flexibility from them. And so, sadly, their run ends here, but the Spitfire, they get to live to see another match. And that was a close one, Vicky. They had to earn that win. They did not make that easy.
How are they going to keep doing this to me, Necra? Literally just playing with my heart. Always in a game.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's a sometimes tough to be a Spitfire fan, that's for sure. They make you work for that one too if you're a fan. But hey, listen, it worked out this time. And now they do have to get through another behemoth of an opponent. That is going to be the Defiant that is waiting on the other side of this one. But we do have a player of the match to discuss, and that is going to be none other than, of course, one of that dynamic DPS duo, and that is Sparker.
Sparker had so many beautiful moments. This part in particular was my favorite. Elevating yourself right after that nade into actually being able to transform into assault mode, putting yourself in such a good position. But just to highlight how he had so many important first picks to start these engagements from the London Spitfire. The double with the nade, I said it beforehand on the podcast, sometimes when you die that, it just feels so cheesy. But the coordination, while Hadi goes in for a flank route to get the shatter done, the Titans have seen it being done before, but then terrorizing your front line, it's Sparker, that's right there, who is always ready.
Even when there's a deflecting Genji in your face, he's just like, I don't care. I'm gonna shoot you anyway. And believe in the backline to be able to keep me alive. And Sparker just had such a sizable chunk of that damage. Even though this is just gonna be stats for Circuit Royale, Sparker was showing up big time and time again, especially when you look at how many of those like nade kills he was even able to get with the Bastion. Bastion, hey, we've looked at it before, and sometimes if in your rank game, you're like, ah, that's a throw. But this time around, when Bastion's gotten that buff, it is such a key centerpiece, not only for the amount of damage coming through from the Spitfire, but just the strategy as a whole. And Sparker makes it look easy.
I think he had like 21,000 damage throughout the course of that entire map, and then had 44 elims and 19 final blows. He's saying was nearing right behind him, but again, it was those very important picks from Sparker that helped allow the rest of Spitfire to stay as cohesive as they did with these TP strats. I always love seeing the way that they can coordinate. It's always an enjoyable time, Necra. I know the desk was feeling split at the very beginning, but I know that they could rejoice after seeing the outcome from the London Spitfire with another nail-biting series from this team. I know you guys are feasting. Desk, take it away. Tell us your thoughts.
Full bin. Clean one. Let's walk. He dies. Nice, boys.
Nice! Holy fuck, Ollie. Jesus Christ, nice shit, bro.
So fucking close.
No.
Never in doubt, baby. Right?
Let's go, Daddy.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
Any points it wasn't doubt.
Yeah, I feel like there were some doubtful moments.
Cursed.
I don't care. I follow my brain to the end, no matter how many times I'm wrong.
How many predictions are you? Did you?
I think I might be in last place now. It's not looking good.
I think I'm still on top, so I don't think.
No, I think we're about tie.
You guys are tight. We'll
I
have to see.
feel like
We'll have
I'm
to see.
above you. I guess we'll find out. We're gonna run the math, run the numbers. For now, the only thing we need to know is that London Spitfire clutched it out. What a back and forth. Fantastic performance from both of those teams. Of course, we want to, get down into the nitty gritty and dissect the match in its full glory. But also, we do want to chat to the winner. So, we have an interview ready. Backbone is standing by. First things first, huge congratulations for that massive W.
Oh, I don't think we hear you, Backbone. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, there you go. There you go. We got you. All right. We're gonna make this quick because I know you have another match against Toronto Defiant very soon. So I'm gonna start off by just asking you. It was a very close match, but you guys got it done. You guys got the victory. So what was the key to victory today against the Vancouver Titans today for the London Spitfire?
Just play our game, play better Overwatch than them. Really, it's not that deep, to be honest.
Nice. Better Overwatch.
I respect it. And I'm going to let you go. We'll make this quick, but I want to know, you're going up against the Toronto Defiant next, a team that plays a very unique style. Not a style like your own, but they're like you guys in the sense that they've carved their own path to playoffs. How do you see that matchup going, and are you confident going up against the Defiant?
I'm pretty confident. Us and Toronto have been scrimming basically every day this week. So I think we both have a good read on how the other plays, so I think it'll be a fun game to watch and play.
Right on, and a better team will come out on top. We can't wait to see that happen, and it's just a few minutes away, so we're gonna let you get back to your team for a huddle. We can't wait to see you back on the server. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Backbone from the London Spitfire. They will get ready for their next opponent. We will head into a quick break, and afterwards we're going to talk about Toronto Defiant and London Spitfire. the London Spitfire are one step closer to the playoffs, and you know who's waiting there for them. That's right, Atlanta Reign. They're chilling in the new Wicked Moira skin, of course, and you too can pick yours up. It's on sale in our shop right now. What a great look. And speaking of great looks, that is what we got to see from both teams, which just played for their playoffs, or playing live rather. London Spitfire got closer. The Vancouver Titans unfortunately fell. But what a performance. Let's take a look at some of those highlights, because there were plenty of moments in this series where it looked like Vancouver Titans might be the one coming out on top.
You know, I think Faith, for me, was a real highlight for the Titans, a player to watch. Tons and tons of boop kills. And on the other side, Admiral as well, finding his opportunities to get aggressive. I will say for the Spitfire, Admiral was having a bit of trouble against this comp. The Bastion Genji can put so much pressure on your front line and your back line at the same time. It's very hard on Lucio to keep up with that.
Yeah, Admiral had a bit of a tough game, and I think in general, along Spitfire, even though they win this matchup, I still don't think they played their best. I think there were some mistakes from London Spitfire in this one. I mean, Hardy, for example, in the very final point on Circuit Real, for example, Hardy doesn't take the teleporter with his team and gets picked off and opens up the door for the Vancouver Titans. So I think throughout this entire series, London Spitfire did get away with the win, but I do think they can play better than this. So interesting now they get a chance to reset and, of course, face the Toronto Defiant in their next game for an opportunity to participate in the playoffs. But I don't think they played their best game, and so I think they might even come into the Toronto series playing better. You know, they really got going here on push especially. Very good start for the London Spitfire early. If they can channel this kind of energy, they're a force to be reckoned with. So London Spitfire, a bit up and down in this one. Vancouver Titans, though, still put up a really good fight. And then, as you said, it still looked like Vancouver Titans were going to win it for just a second there.
You know, I think Vancouver Titans, sure, they lost to the London Spitfire, but, you know, I just want to say they did a fantastic job just throughout the whole season overall. It was just so entertaining to see them. And even for this match, too, like, they had the Doofus comp ready for the first match. Just overall, I think everyone, like you said, Faith had an amazing series as well. I think Heesang really, popped up as well. And Sugar Free was amazing on that Genji. Everyone really popped up, but it just was a little bit short compared to the London Spitfire. And that one was a hard one. I remember we were watching it in the back. We're like, all right, yeah, that one hurt. That one hurt.
Admiral was in this tough position that just like, he didn't use beat and he lost his team in the fight, or like he used beat and sometimes lost his team in the fight. So really a tough spot to be in. Sorry, I interrupted you, Danny.
No, I just want to say, just Vancouver did a fantastic job. We love you guys. Thank you for an amazing season.
I will say with the Orisa in the game, it's very hard to play Lucio against that. You've got a lot of potential to get stunned out of your beat, not by kills from Genji, but by just getting speared by Orisa, or even just spun into the air and kept off the ground so your beat doesn't come down in time and someone else kills you.
Very tough role.
So I think it's a tough spot for Admiral. And I'm agreeing with you guys. I really think the key to victory versus Defiant is going to be these aggressive TP plays. Yeah. Coming in from these unexpected angles with Bastion, using the sim wall really well. It's going to be these inventive aspects of their game. They're going to give them a chance here. However, I'm kind of worried about their ability to play against Surmajed's Iliari. I think that Captive Sun ultimate has been inconsistent in most matchups, but the Rhine comp, its tendency to stick together, to kind of hold down certain positions, you are very vulnerable to getting flanked and hit with like a 5-man Captive Sun and just popped as a team. I mean, that can be really, really an Achilles heel of the Rhine comp.
Absolutely. Well, London Spitfire can go again. They're going up against Toronto, and we will see if they can make it all the way over to Canada. But first things first, we do want to say goodbye properly to the Vancouver Titans. Danny, I think you summarized that really well already. Vancouver Titans have been phenomenal all season long. What a way this team came, but now
out
it is time to fare thee well, Mary Jens from the land of Vancouver.
What is this?
The grass.
The grass is greener on the other side, I guess, but I don't know. We bid them, of course, better fortunes in greener pastures. Unfortunately, they have to join the other teams out
this looks
there
like the field that Bastion wakes up in the cinematic. It's like Numbani over there on the horizon.
Numbani on the horizon.
But again, Vancouver Titans, I mean, phenomenal performance across the board from all those individual players. We have nothing bad to say about that team and can't wait to see what's in store for all of these talented players. And the Oryx social media manager out there, like, been killing it all season as well. So a big shout out. Kept us entertained from feeding bread to the people to all of this.
Oh, man.
So we're thrilled. We're happy. We're entertained. And more of that will happen after a quick break as we're getting ready for our last match of the day. Only one match left to determine who goes to the playoffs. A cheer on London and Toronto, or both. Do what you want, honestly. In-game with the latest support bundle. That's right, you can cheer them on in style. They're looking good. It's on sale right now in our shop, so grab them right before we start this last match of the day. This is going to be a banger. I'm very excited for this series. I'm also very excited to hear our predictions for this one, since, you know, first one didn't work out for Check and I, but it was a close match. Well, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, we know at this point what we can expect from both of those teams. We know those players. We know those lineups. But London Spitfire has been playing it extremely close lately against all the oppositions. What do they need to be scared of?
Well, that's a really good question, because Backbone did say in the interview that they have been playing Toronto all week, right?
Yeah.
Scrims. And so, like, they know each other so well at this point. I feel like Toronto have more things up their sleeve, whether that be like map picks, for example, they could change things up on. They can, of course, play Sermajed on the Iliari if they want. That's their bread and butter. But they could also make some substitutions, maybe get opener in there. I feel like Toronto Defiant have more stuff planned, having practiced against Toronto Spitfire so much. Whereas we know Toronto Spitfire, they're going to play this Rhine comp. Toronto Defiant, they can change things up.
Yeah, I feel that one of the advantages for Defiant is that I don't think they're going to be as forced to play Bastion, right? The rest of the teams who want to play the Lucio mirror, feels like you need the Bastion to have any chance of cracking that Rhine shield, killing the enemy Bastion. And I feel like, honestly, London's Bastion has an edge in so many fights because of the power of that Rhine shield. He can, like, take those 1v1s with a Rhine shield, and there's no hope for the enemy Bastion to make a play. And I think for Toronto's comp, with Sermajed often on the second flex support, they might have the raw damage to poke down a Rhine, to pick away at that comp overall without necessarily running a Bastion. That gives you the freedom to run 2 DPS who can both escape sim TP plays, whether it's Echo, Torb, Soldier, heroes with like an instant burst of mobility that you TP on them, you flank them, but they can just dodge around that corner. And Iliari, another great example of that, right? Her instant mobility, she's gonna be able to dodge away from the Bastion with that small hitbox. It's gonna be hard to find that kill and pick off that hero. So I do think Toronto, flexibility and comp-wise, I think they might be suited well, but it's a matchup we don't know much about, right? These teams are scrim, they know more than us, honestly.
Yeah, or they don't know anything, because if you scream at each other, you can't show your hands either at all times. So, like, it's going to be interesting. I can't wait to get this match going. But first, let's take a look at who will be waiting for them in the playoffs in Toronto, as this is the last deciding match we need to determine the 8th and final team, which qualifies for the playoffs. So far, Atlanta Reign, Florida Mayhem, Houston Outlaws, Boston Uprising, as well as the Hangzhou Sparks, Seoul Inferno, and Dallas Fuel have punched their tickets. So just one slot remaining. Everything on the line this time around. No second chances. This is going to be a spicy one. I feel it. I feel it in my bones. Who do you think of those two teams, looking at the opposition we just saw on our screens, has a better chance of making a deep run into the playoffs?
I mean, for London Spitfire, it's going to be tough. You're playing something that isn't meta, and if we're moving into a different patch with different heroes, for example, that could be, you know, stronger. There's some rumors going on about Zarya, for example. Don't know if that's true. But how does Hades Reinhardt match up against those compositions? London Spitfire, they can't participate in those off-tank metas, right? So they're very much reliant on this Reinhardt Symmetra type of composition. And I doubt that's going to work out for them, but they have this benefit, again, of other teams not really being able to prepare for what they have coming. Like, if you're one of the East teams and you have to play against London Spitfire, like, good luck, buddy. I mean, Seoul Inferno has played some Reinhardt at some point, but like, London Spitfire is just a different ball game. And so, London Spitfire, that's an advantage, but similarly, once again, they'll be playing off meta. Can you make a deep run playing Reinhardt? I'm kind of questioning that.
And I think even this meta, right, has been great for London in the fact that 4 out of their 5, Ryan is the only hero that is really off meta right now, right? Other teams are playing the same comps London plays at this point, like Bastion, Sim, Bap, and Lucio with an Orisa, with a Queen, right? We've seen that exact comp come out in matches that don't involve London, like not even being influenced by London. And so I think it's hard to imagine any different meta would be better for London. At the same time, I think there's that X factor that they could do better. On the flip side, I think Toronto, it's less of an X factor for me. It's like I'm more excited to see Toronto with Zarya getting a big buff. I think Kaluj is going to be in his wheelhouse as like an insanely strong mechanical off-tank player. I think they've got the individual playmaking on DPS to do well in a Zarya metal that can often enable those DPS. And if anything, the only fear and worry for Toronto is whether it's a Lucio meta, maybe you aren't playing as much of Sherba Jed, but there's still going to be those maps where you can bring out the double flex support and feel really confident on it. And the rest of the time, you've got opener on Lucio, who has been really solid ever since he's joined this team. So I think Toronto, I mean, London is just like, how far does the Ryan comp go? Toronto has flexibility and depth to play. They can follow the meta.
Yeah.
And honestly, with the new patch, it's probably going to develop throughout the playoffs. I don't think we're going to come into playoffs day one and have teams, like they've all figured it out. I think teams will still have strats in the bag and still have even just ways of executing that. Being better on day one of a meta like that gives you a huge edge. You can come up on wins. If you don't figure things out quickly enough, you could just be eliminated and gone.
I feel like watching the last few matches from the London Spitfire, we saw quite a few mistakes. It wasn't as clean as what we're used to from the London Spitfire just a week ago. On the other side, for the Toronto Defiant, have we seen the same amount of mistakes? Is there anything glaring where you can point your finger on?
I mean, there's been certainly cracks for Toronto too. I think their comp, especially against Vancouver, right, going down 0-2, especially that Nimbani map, a map that should have been really good by all rights for Defiant. They did drop that. They were able to bring the series back though, and I think when you pull off a reverse sweep, as much as that is a very close match, it's like too close for comfort, as the team who did the reverse sweep, you can easily write that off. You're like, all right, whatever, we messed up the first two maps, but once we solved it, we were good and we were just a better team, and you can remain confident after that, right? I feel like you're more confident pulling off a reverse sweep than you are like, you know, in a series just going back and forth, one map. And if they've scrimmed to London a lot, I feel that gives Toronto an edge since they play more comps. They might even be playing comps that they don't think are optimal against Ryan, and you know they're just okay. We're prepping this out. I feel like London's gonna have a harder time guessing what Toronto actually thinks is the best against Ryan.
I mean, one thing's for sure, both these teams have entertained us to the max. A lot of that, of course, is also because of the personalities we have on those rosters. They've both been, you know, two teams like made up of friends, it seems, and Reddy captured this really good. I think it's been months ago since I compared the Toronto Defiant to a Care Bears roster because the power of friendship got them so far. And here is the deadly version of just that. Listen, they got some battle scars, yes, for sure, but they came a long way. Let's see if they can take it all the way back in front of the home crowd in Toronto. We'll find out after a quick break. This is Watch Point. We are about to get you ready for this last match of the play-ins. Toronto Defiant will go up against the London Spitfire, and we will find out which of these two teams will join the other 7 teams waiting. This is the lineup, which is trying to go all the way. Sparker, Backbone, Hardy, Admiral, and London have been playing it up all season long, playing their own style, a unique style, which, yeah, people know what is coming their way. It's going to be a Reinhardt composition, but they made some changes recently. But will it be enough to take down the Toronto Defiant? Another very explosive roster we have here. Another team which kind of defied the meta with their picks and made it work.
You know, I also have to wonder from that Game 5, very, very close, hotly contested series we just saw, that can fatigue even like an experienced veteran. And so for the London players coming into this match, you have to change your style drastically. It's not just a repeat comp-wise. I think that does put a lot of pressure on them now, especially if this series goes long too. We start to get into map 4, map 5. Do we start to see more mistakes? That's the price you have to pay coming into the lower bracket.
Counterpoint, they're game ready, Jake. They're warmed up.
They already played a
to go.
They already played a warm-up scrim before.
Johnny, I don't think that works. Last time I said that, it didn't go right. It didn't go well.
I'm just saying, Jake, if you think back to stage 1, 2018, London Spitfire beat a team called Houston Outlaws, and they went, they played 14 maps in one day. London Spitfire, no problem. 14 maps in one day, we can do that.
So
okay?
it's the franchise, they don't care.
It's a franchise. It's not about the players.
Birdring profits, gesture. Yeah,
Actually,
I mean, Hardy and gesture are kind of similar, right?
Are they?
No,
I don't know.
No.
I want to back you up on it.
Sparker, profits. No, okay,
Sparker's
all right.
more of a bird,
all
isn't he?
Well, sure, yeah.
Yeah, corporate asked us
Yeah.
to see the difference in these pictures. No, but honestly, though, I think regardless of London Spitfire maybe coming in with a little fatigue or like blazing hot,
but Jake is
this
right.
is going to be a tough one to predict.
Yeah.
Regardless, because they've been playing it close all play-ins long.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of adrenaline going on. Like, when you're in those really close situations and it's coming down to the wire, I mean, like, literally map 5, almost overtime on Circuit Real. Like, you got adrenaline flowing, and there's a come down from that, right? It's almost like a sugar high, coming down from a sugar high, and you're just, like, exhausted, tired. And then refocusing, it's difficult.
Yeah.
So this is the new match. This is where, like, everything matters, right? And you gotta find a way to just, like, get back in there.
Yeah,
You have to hit that peak, come down, chill, and then hit another peak right after.
Stay in the peak. Stay in the peak.
It's hard to stay energized that long.
It is.
And to not overdo it, because you can easily get overhyped. You can make mistakes from being on either side of that, right? You can be a little bit too relaxed, or you can be overhyped, forcing plays, not playing your game. Either one is a dangerous pitfall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one thing's for sure, I don't think any of these teams are going to make drastic changes heading into this one. They want to stick to their guns, and that's what makes the prediction for this one so difficult. I went with the Toronto Defiant, because surely one of the Canadian teams I'm picking today has to pull through.
Toronto to Toronto!
At this point, come on. No, I mean, this is a rough one, but I just think Toronto Defiant, they got the future home buff, like already working something. Go
You don't
Toronto.
sound convincing.
I'm not convinced. That's why, Danny. I really am not.
This was an easy pick. Ride or die, London Spitfire all the way. This talk about
Never doubt it.
they're gonna be low on energy. They're gonna be tired out. Get that thing out of the way. You know why? Because they're built different. They got Chatty there. They got Landizzle.
You need to get
they
on
got
the
Spark
comms.
Grizzle on the
Get
team.
Danny on the comms. Get on
London.
motivational
It's
speech.
easy for you.
Hype.
Vancouver was the hurdle. It was the hard part. This is easy. You guys got it in the bag.
He's like Defiant.
End it. Let's go to Toronto. Let's get some workout in.
Okay.
All right, Danny. I had to go with Toronto Defiant. This is, for me, it's a pure theory craft. I'm not a comps matchup, but I feel like this, max poke comp, if Toronto make the right adjustments on DPS critically, and if Ultraviolet is the player I have to watch the most, being in very safe positions, if he gets caught by the TP, he doesn't really have any kind of play. If he's separated by the sim wall, there's not really an option for him to come back into the fight. So Ultraviolet's positioning is going to be critical. I think he can handle the pressure, and I think the rest of the team on Toronto is going to be constantly poking away at London. I think it's going to be very hard for those players to stay alive, playing heroes with very little survivability outside of the Rhine in the supports.
Let's go, Danny!
Let's go! Never doubt, baby!
Come on, we got this! I actually think the Illari might be quite difficult to play in Toronto Spitfire because, yes, you have one movement ability, but it's not like, like
the spin
hugely.
move?
The spin move, you boop them away a little, like, poof, poof. But, I mean...
That is a sick mobility tool against Ryan. That is a godly skill against
All right, Toronto Defiant, they place wide, but playing wide opens up London Spitfire to pull out some plays with the Symmetra teleporter themselves. It's going to be a different matchup, really hard to predict. None of the prior results really matter. So it's a coin flip. They've been playing each other all week. I gotta go with London Spitfire, though. I think that their brawl composition will play kind of nicely into Toronto Defiant. But
I honestly feel like Defiant, like they've been watching those London games like eyes glued to the screens, and they've identified weaklings, especially in the backline. I feel like they will take advantage of that. I think there's going to be so much pressure coming in with those wide flanks. I don't see London Spitfire staying alive for long enough to actually make something work. Alas, we're once again split, so surely our casters can you not?
Nice.
Can you not
That's what I'm talking about,
the
Vicky.
merch!
The merch buff.
The merch buff, as per usual, coming in hot. But it looks like Necro. Okay.
Let's go!
First off,
I'm here for the London Spitfire. I don't know if it's recency bias or if I'm Reinhardt pilled or something, but it's London Spitfire all the way. They've got the momentum. They can do it.
listen,
I like that.
I'm
The
all
momentum.
aboard the Jake train on like the whole mentality thing. I can only understand like how these players are feeling after an insane 5-game series. Like that goes the distance, and you have to think about what that does in the difference between Toronto Defiant, who have been able to watch the games, and London Spitfire, with their literal tournament lives on the line, playing their heart outs to finally make their way through. But also, Necra, I tweeted about this. I made a comment to you actually in our chat. It is so bittersweet to see our two scrim buddies between the Toronto Defiant and the London Spitfire, the remnants of American Tornado and British Hurricane, potentially playing their last match of this entire Overwatch League season.
I mean, that really has been the storyline of this entire season for both of these teams. The power of friendship. How far can that take you? London Spitfire have been working together for 2 full seasons now, and Toronto Defiant have a ton of history within their roster as well. And is that going to be enough to carry either of these teams to victory today? And how much has actually been seen within these scrims? Have they actually showed both of their hands? So he made such a great point of, can you even play all out when you know that that just might be your potential opponent that stands in your way to get to the finals?
It's interesting to see how Hadi, being the warrior on the London Spitfire, being the chatty that he is, leading this team to victory, being on the Ryan and sticking to their guns with this comp, and still finding interesting and unique ways to utilize the Sim TP to get into position, to help Backbone, who had an amazing series in the last game. We highlighted Sparker, but both this DPS duo from the London Spitfire have so much to show with the cohesion that this entire team has and the history that you mentioned, Necra, versus the Toronto Defiant that, if we have been able to see them get used to what they're expecting already from the London Spitfire, and they got practice involved in scrims, you could already expect the Toronto Defiant know what to expect, know what they're probably going to use for their rotations with this TP strats that they have been using. But how far does that go when Defiant aren't as burnt out, more than probably, versus the Spitfire, who maybe either they're relying on the amount of time that they just played as a way to elevate themselves and be already warmed up, or is the Defiant going to be able to get the better ahead of them?
Well, you know what I wonder, Vicky, is you talk about contenders' prowess. You talk about the history that all of these players have had playing Overwatch. Well, what about Toronto's coach, Gator? Literally one of the linchpins and the creators of the GOATS composition. Let's not forget that Gator is one of the best Reinhardts that has ever touched the game. And I wonder if there is anything, like any sort of information that he can give over to like help keep the Toronto Defiant have cool heads heading into this London Spitfire Reinhardt comp.
I just think about Toronto having plot armor. Toronto wants to be in Toronto to perform for the playoffs. It is going to have so much on the line between these two teams. Our very first map, we're moving on to Busan. So we're gonna have to see how this plays out in favor for the Toronto Defiant taking us here first. You can see it on your screens. It is the Defiant pick once again. Higher Sita obviously being the one to take us to our very first map. Playing into their strengths and what to expect already from the London Spitfire, considering the fact that this is a composition that we already know is not gonna change up.
It's not going to change. No, you know what? I don't know how much Toronto Defiant are going to change their composition either. But I think something that they do bring to the table, yeah, okay, we can expect what we expect from the London Spitfire. To Metro Teleporter usage can still be really tricky to play around, but what about the X factor that Toronto Defiant bring with how much they can frag? This is a team that has had very high highs when it comes down to the mechanical skill that they bring to the table, especially with how Kaluj has been playing this Orisa. Sir Majed, the Alari, there is so much explosive damage available on this team, and you have to be worried if you're the London Spitfire about getting caught out by a Stray.
It's something else that I get to finally enjoy too, joining everybody back on the NA broadcast is seeing the Alari potentially. And as I said that, you know, I gotta change things up immediately. All right, he just has to play a got at you moment. We're already rolling out. Toronto Defiant here are going to be able to utilize these Maywalls to help contest around these tight corners, but with Backbone being on the sim, they've already TP'd forward there, bro.
Yeah, you use the Lucio to just get a little bit of a speed boost. You switch back immediately to the Alari. Sir Majed is the best Alari in the league right now. And the way that he's been able to maneuver with this hero has allowed him to get so many first picks time and time again. And that's something else that the desk said to watch out for, is how strong can this Captive Sun ultimate be into a team like London Spitfire that like to play super balled up. Nobody has been able to make any progress yet. You can see Toronto Defiant moving to the point first, but it's only a matter of time before these Baptistes get their amplification matrices online. And Sir Majed is down.
Talk about a huge first pick here in favor for the London Spitfire as they fight for the high ground on this catwalk. Sparker also incredibly low. Spectra is going to be able to call him out, causing him, though, to get immediately punished by Hadi. Ultraviolet has the window. Landon already activated his first, but the way that the Defiant are playing so far back here is respect from the Spitfire, as Spitfire with the TP strats are able to back away, but they lost it on Backbone and Hadi as they escape right through, holding this different off angles, allowing the Defiant to profit.
And that fight went on so long that Toronto Defiant are going to get so much capture progress. And going to take a little bit of turret damage, allows himself to get healed back up there by the team. But this Bastion has been such a big difference maker. Usually on this map, you might see Hydron pick some sort of other hit scan, like a Sojourn, a Hanzo, that might be able to play a little bit farther away. But here's the Captive Sun. How much of a difference maker can this ultimate be?
We saw that mark right there, but the mortality, the timing from Landon, holding on to that as a Photon Barrier gets called here as well. Kalush seeing that as the green light to move in with the Terror Surge, the follow-ups from Sir Majed. Kalush gonna be the Titan that goes off against Hadi, the Ryan man himself. And they are gonna be able to take this team fight and keep their feet planted on this point.
What's really nice about the composition that Toronto Defiant is running is there's so much self-sustain. This Bastion is really difficult to take down, and it's making London Spitfire think twice about who they decide to actually teleport onto or try to flank behind. Hydron, very survivable right now. Spectra as well. You have so many cooldowns to keep yourself in this game, and Spectra doesn't have the chance to use them.
Immediately, too, he tried to time the Maywall, was literally a frame late in that moment, gets called out for it as the artillery also gets called in from Sparker. Tries to cut off the disengage here, clearing up some extra space while he gets the nade kill as well onto Ultraviolet, who had the window ready, was holding on to it for some time here. Now, as overtime ticks away, finally London Spitfire, the clear point for right now is Defiant looking to plan their way to rotate in.
It doesn't matter if the Toronto Defiant lose that fight, because that's 99%, and that's ultimates on the board. Defiant can get back into this one with the Amplification Matrix to push the London Spitfire back, and then they have the follow-up as well of another Captive Sun. And while that didn't end up actually getting all the frags that you would have liked, it still got out the Immortality Field, which is such a key piece for London Spitfire to play around with the Earth Shatter first!
Should have seen them coming. No Maywall's gonna stop that here, especially when the Shatter had already landed. In that moment, the TP into the Shatter combo special that we always see the Spitfire utilize.
Toronto Defiant stood no chance if Potty was going to be right around the corner to be able to lay everybody on their backs. They didn't have to use the Amplification Matrix though, so that's still a tool that they can use. Now Toronto are also going to make a different approach. This time they're going to go underneath the point. They'll make their way back, and London Spitfire still have that teleport online to be able to make a quick comeback.
Sermajed, though, taken to the sky to the Captive Sun. Immortality used up from Ultraviolet as he dies right through the window as Sparker finds two. The nade, the damage being done. Sparker does it again as the reset comes in for the Defiant.
Look at that. London Spitfire, they still have skin in the game. Even though Toronto Defiant were off to such a quick start, that's two heavy ultimates that London Spitfire have been able to sustain through. So now you've got Sparker's Bastion that might be able to just keep them enough at bay. Hydron's gonna pull the ultimate first though.
99% still in favor for Defiant, while the London Spitfire are looking even their way. The artillery finding Backbone. Beautiful looks here as Defiant inch their way closer to that point. See the artillery being called in from the other side from Sparker. We're seeing the impact, the space that he could build in at least. Overtime ticking away though, so Spitfire, you start rotating onto the point, dropping down from the high ground. It's gonna be Admiral. Kalush, take an eye though, he's got the Terror Surge. The pin comes in from Hadi. Perfect timing, coming to my loving open arms. Trying to run away. Why are you running? The overtime ticking away still. London Spitfire with Backbone making the swap over to the Tracer. So desperately is able to retouch on the point, allowing Hadi to profit to finish off Kalush. Another team fight win in favor for the London Spitfire, and they're nearing 95%.
I mean, this is just a very difficult position for Toronto Defiant to come back from, because who gets a chance to actually touch the point? No one can touch. They all had to scatter around. And that was a close round on Mecha Base. What a comeback for the Spitfire to go from 0 to 100.
That shatter earlier from Hadi. Just Hadi things out here. And including the quick swap from Backbone just when he was so close to be able to help enable Hadi there after getting the pin originally onto Kalush, after getting punished from using the Terror Surge. All right. Beautiful opening here between these two historical teams now. Diving into the second round.
Toronto Defiant are going to maintain this composition that we saw on Mecha Base for now. The Mei, once again, like such a great way to be able to slow somebody down. Maybe that stops them enough from being able to get into a teleporter. And the wall as well. Think about how many times we saw a member of the London Spitfire get isolated. But this team composition that London Spitfire like to run, they don't just have one solution for these problems. So let's say, like, yeah, maybe Hadi is the one that gets isolated. You still have the ability to pull out the photon barrier, or you have the teleporter. Just so many ways to get out of dodge. And oh gosh, Ultraviolet got so low.
It's not even just getting out too, it's also trying to take a much more aggressive approach even through the wall on the other side to try to block out that rotation. The individual picks though going back and forth. 2 out for the Defiant, 2 for the Spitfire here, and Sermajed just putting in some of that extra pressure before retaliating with the rest of his team, but Toronto do get that first point.
Same thing that we ended up seeing before, except this time around, like there's gonna be more staggers that take place. So even though you see the London Spitfire try to wrap around, Kalush just went spear fishing, I guess, and found Backbone all the way across the map. But that's the frag factor that you expect from these players on the Toronto Defiant. They're able to find these picks and continue to isolate these players just to keep elongating the map in these fights. But still, like, London Spitfire takes so much damage on the income, but Toronto Defiant, like, they still have ways to be able to back up. The big difference maker, though, about this Toronto comp is they don't have the Lucio, so it's much more difficult for them to make these rotations.
Oh, I love that pointing out. Kalush, 99 Fishing, was able to also find Backbone here in that situation, but 2 out for the Defiant as Ultraviolet had gone out without being able to utilize that window. Here comes the Captive Sun, coming in from Sermajed. taking to the skies. Just get that one mark before backing away to help support Kalush here. Spectra also has that Blizzard, playing very spread apart and very passively here to fight, but right behind them, Sparker does it again with these nades and finds Spectra before Defiant can get anything done with that Blizzard to control some extra space and to stall. Now with 70% though, they can give up this point as Spitfire able to walk right back in.
Sparker's just gonna keep that main in check. A little bit of focus fire down there and find an opportunity to use this ultimate. Looks like you're just gonna push the pedal though. I mean, there's the Mei wall as well as the Blizzard that comes out. Aha, he's toast.
Oh, coming in from the sky too. Sparker still finds Hydra, but lose out on 2. Just a matter of time before he rejoins the rest of Spitfire right back into the spawn room doors. Same thing could be said about Backbone here. Kalush retakes this point alongside Jed. Back and forth with these two teams.
It's so back and forth once again. Toronto Defiant, though, are in a much better position than they were on Mecha Base. You're entering into last fight territory. Kalush has the Terra Surge, and every single time he's hit this ultimate, it has been so impactful already. And even just looking at their past few series, it's just been really easy for Kalush to be able to weave these ultimates in. But Surmajed is down without the Captive Sun. That is a big window for London Spitfire.
We looked right into Surmajed's soul right there through Landon's window. Instead, overtime taking away. Had used up the immortality earlier on as the Spitfire have now regained control over this point, forcing Defiant to back away. Have to watch out through the walls. The Terror Surge, this huge shatter, snipe all the way to the side. And even with the pin, it's okay. Backbone has got your back, Hottie. Now Defiant have to go for another reset, but this is so back and forth. We're seeing basically another iteration of what our first round was for London Spitfire.
But now the shoe's on the other foot. Like, London Spitfire, I think they have a much better answer to the Captive Sun than vice versa. Because you have that Photon Barrier that's able to just stop that Captive Sun from activating. And that's going to be the biggest difference here. I mean, Surmajed's going to hit it, but already you're seeing London Spitfire completely cut away.
Oh, wow. The timing on that Photon Barrier was beautiful from Backbone. It was like communication really shining through with the rest of the Spitfire backing away, negating whatever use that Captive Sun could have given the Toronto Defiant. Spectre now backing away over to the other side. He's about to get Blizzard for this next fight.
Blizzard could be huge here, but it's going to be Sparker that opens things up, and that's going to split up the Defiant.
Wow. Knowing and calling out exactly where Surmajed was going to rotate right after putting themselves in the open line of sight of the rest of the London Spitfire. They lose out on Backbone and Sparker here. Hottie gets saved by the immortality as Backbone makes the swap once again right over to the Tracer at the very end with overtime taking away in favor for the Defiant. Are the Spitfire going to do this again with the comeback factor just writing itself down on this Overwatch League script? Kalush gets taken out and the Spitfire get to retake this point.
One more fight, though. Toronto Defiant do have a chance to get back into this one and bring us to downtown. But it's going to be off the back of some quick swaps as Spectre has to go over to the Tracer, Kalush over to the Doomfist to make this an even 5v5. Ultraviolet does have the Matrix to be able to lay that down, just to be able to push him away. But look at that, Healing Pollen's down to Hottie's just going in.
Hottie come out of left field. Oh, looking like a quarterback out here. Kalush falls incredibly low, though. Defiant only have 2 left on the point. London Spitfire Backbone Tracer's at it again. We missed you, Backbone Tracer. He made this up at the very end to get right back to the point when it was so close. Overtime, 99-99 Necra. And I wouldn't have opened up the series any other way. London Spitfire put themselves on the board.
They look warm. They look warm. They look focused. And they made way less mistakes than what we saw in our previous series. London Spitfire had some things that they needed to clean up. Whether it came down to just playing together as a unit or being able to actually follow up on that damage. But this time around, it looked pretty great. And they were able to take that back control from Toronto. And now, oh, we do have a very special series on our hands, Vicky.
I'm just, the fact that the back-to-back comeback in those last 2 rounds was just chef's kiss here for the London Spitfire. They absolutely are looking warm. Looks like that burnout just does not apply to London Spitfire with already a dominating performance in our first map. Taking a look at some highlights too. Landon going on the other side of this window. He got a lot of impact too in that second round with the window, splitting up some attention for the Toronto Defiant, but then enabling Hottie to go crazy. Going from a flanking route to then try to go for a pin, and oh my gosh, that was a huge javelin pick from across the field. That was that 99 fishing really paying off for real.
So both of these compositions, you really want control of the point. I know that sounds dumb to say, but you just have a much more significant advantage with these comps when you have control of the point. You're able to play a little bit more defensively and force the team to come to you. When you have the Bastion, that is exactly what you want. You just want the team to walk into that damage when you're already set up. So we still have yet to see where we're going to go next and what's going to happen in this series, because it is very much not even close to over. We've got a lot more action to see.
Wondering what Defiant are going to pick for our next map. We're just going to have to wait and see, but also love seeing the retaliation from the London Spitfire after a gigabanger of their first series going into the second series. All right, let's find out what happens, where we're going to be going to on the other side of this break. Absolutely spitting fire out here. Taking map number 1 on Busan is the London Spitfire, putting themselves on the board ahead of Toronto Defiant, who looked slightly boomed out here after that first map, Necro.
It is only the first map, though. I don't want to get too far ahead of things because I feel like we did end up seeing London Spitfire start to falter a little bit when it came down to the second map of the series. And the way that we saw them play before, like, Hadi was still ahead of everyone. Like, Reinhardt is such a funny hammer man.
Yeah, don't let these stats fool you, by the way. Over the course of the entire game, I think he got like 20 and 7 final blows at the time. And then he gets up here to the high ground. Look at the timing. Oh, a frame too late on that Maywall, but it still wouldn't have done anything. He already used the shatter. They already got caught in it after that, and the fire strike was just the finishing blow there. And we get to see it again here, Necro.
Look, he even had one more elimination than deaths this time. Like, that... No, he's literally the best Reinhardt player in the entire league. Like, it's all jokes and fun out here. Especially when you're the London Spitfire. I mean, they look like they're just having an absolute ball of a time. Sparker and Backbone just smiling and laughing into the camera. But the going still gets tough. We're going to Midtown again. Why do they do this to them? Every team has done this to them. It's such a toss-up whether or not they're gonna win or lose this map and how.
Especially after seeing what we had already seen before, where Titans really did clutch it up. It was incredibly close against London at the very end. I mean, it was the way at the very end how they were able to twist things up. I feel like Admiral, though, at the very least, we talked about him a lot in that previous series. At least Necro has been able to really iron things out going into this series, looking a lot more comfortable, at least in my opinion here.
Well, the thing about the Toronto Defiant comp that we were starting to touch on before we went into the break is that this Bastion Mei Orisa is really great when it gets a chance to set up. When it's playing from a defensive position, that's Mei's playground. So if they have control of the control point, they're in a much better spot, and when they're able to play on an actual constructed defense, this should also be much more in their favor. But the biggest problem with this Mei composition is that it's passive. If you lose that control and you have to try to retake as the Mei, it can be slow going, where London Spitfire can just play a little bit more aggressive than you can. If you force out the cooldowns or even force or I guess catch Spectra off guard with the Mei, like, you don't have the wall or the ice block to really help you stay in these fights. Sometimes the Symmetra can do that, so Toronto have to play this very picture perfect. And ice block was already used there. Did you see that?
Yeah, right there in that moment. And it's always been kind of like a trigger reaction to the way that London Spitfire are trying to rotate out and around. Looking at the way that they try to use a teleporter, there it is again. Does isolate two right in front of Backbone here, sets up another teleporter just so that way they can help keep taxing them along. But it's this aggressive playstyle that we keep seeing from the Spitfire find the success wrapping around the other side of the fire truck here.
London Spitfire are already going to take 2/3 of this point. Ooh, Backbone gets taken down though, so that is a huge escape mechanism now off the board here for London. They're just going to wait it out though, because if Backbone can get back fast enough without somebody getting picked off, London might be okay.
And they're just literally going to wait for Backbone to just TP into this side room here. And what was nice, too, was calling out Backbone in the middle of setting up those turrets while Backbone was trying to kind of kite away. Okay, you currently see the window that does get called in from Landon, and so has the Immortality Fuel that was already used up. Good amount being pumped out as Defiant are just overlooking the Spitfire on the other side of that fire truck. Ultraviolet's also got the window ready that he's just holding on to. Here he is now. Hydron's also got the artillery, ready to build in some space. The Maywall's just trying to block out the side room while Hydron's taking that onto the high ground. Defiant are playing in this very split position to try to call out these TP rotations.
Hydron is playing on such a nice flank as well, but the Surmajed ready with the Captive Sun. This is a very easy ultimate to just pull the trigger on, especially if they're not expecting it.
Ooh, Surmajed ready now with the Captive Sun. Onto the other side while Hydron calls in the artillery. Knows that they're going to be able to be funneled inside this side room. Gets to restabilize almost immediately afterwards. Hadi trying to protect Sparker, while Admiral and Landon just wait for those ultimates to get online. Here comes the Sound Barrier, and now the Photon that comes up from Backbone. Hadi taking a lot of damage. The Sound Barrier going to help restabilize him. Kalush had used up the Terror Charge, bringing in Hadi. They find Backbone, but the number advantage from the Spitfire, while Hadi didn't even have to use that Shatter. It was just all plays between Landon and Sparker there.
That was the longest fight I have ever seen. That was 2 minutes. That was 2 minutes of jockeying around the point. such a patient game on both sides. London Spitfire did not make the mistake of peeking out, and they also did not make the mistake of trying to get away either. Like, that takes a lot of patience to try to execute, and Toronto also didn't want to overextend. Otherwise, that would have been that first point captured immediately. You see too, like, once again, like, did you see Spectre got forced out of Ice Block?
They were just waiting.
Already?
They're baiting it out at this point too. It's about also like
They're so
navigating.
good at that.
It's really cool to see how they've been able to wait out for and call out a lot of these abilities on purpose just to burn out those cooldowns and then wait to make the rotation next. Like you currently see right here, the TP is about to get online right here, so they're going to be able to rotate around, try to contest for the high ground, and they have an escape option if they need an insurance policy. The window though, and with the Mei wall right behind them, Hydron gets the profit. See, the nade, the Immortality Field got destroyed earlier, and so did Hadi. Spitfire, though, are just trying to navigate away.
That's how this competition works, though, for the Defiant. If they're able to get set up, that Mei is so valuable. Hadi got isolated immediately, and with no ability to get away from that wall, he got chunked. And that's why the devs called out that this Bastion pick can be so strong, is that that shield gets deleted. If it's down, then there's not a whole lot stopping you from the very unstoppable DPS force that is Hydron.
Sparker having to be careful, feeling some of that pressure on the other side from Sir Majed, who also has that Captive Sun. Artillery also online for Sparker as he dives right into the car wash. Down below, gets into the assault mode here too. Backbone loses his life. They get the trade though as Hydron gets punished. They have the TP right in front of them. Sparker gets isolated on the side, and Admiral with the backup boops him away. Hadi breaks right through that wall, and the Captain Sun from Surma Jed while finding the rest of Spitfire funneled inside this room. Very similar looks. Terror Search wasn't online here though for Collusion. It was so close, and it allows Spitfire to profit. The sound barrier on top to navigate right through that blizzard sent out from Spectra, and a turnaround from the London Spitfire in another intense and elongated fight allows them to get right through that car wash.
Fantastic sound barrier. You can already see how much more comfortable Admiral feels in this matchup, knowing that there isn't a Lucio on the other side. And also just, it's not Faith. Like, Faith's Lucio was so strong to be able to disrupt a lot of those sound barrier coverages, but Toronto Defiant had to walk right back into Sparker's ultimate. So what another great way for London Spitfire to be able to finish off this fight and secure the second checkpoint.
Oh man, and that was a painful Terror Search to see, trying to contest the back line with Hadi being right there. Sparker profits as the Defiant lose out on another team fight. London Spitfire nearing 2 minutes, less than 45 seconds here, and they're already covering so much space up ahead.
Toronto are playing a little bit more forward. They do have some nice sight lines for Ultraviolet Surma Jed to be able to get that healing down, whether it's with a pylon or just the raw healing output of the Beast. But where are the ults? Like, Surma Jed's gonna get another Captive Sun online, but Hadi's gonna have that Earth Shatter first.
You see the Defiant get a lot more aggressive as it's a Spitfire that are just holding forward here. Throws out that Javelin to find its mark. London Spitfire wrapping around that next corner. Passively now, we just mentioned that. The Toronto Defiant are just waiting to see how they're going to try to approach to this next choice. And they're about to get the sound barrier here too, Necro.
The sound barrier, like, again! Admiral just used that!
Has been on another
impressive.
level. He's been able to get it really quick, and his survivability is absolutely beautiful thus far in that first map and now in this one too. That TP that they were waiting for, allowing Sparker to just be on this high ground. Also has that artillery as Ultraviolet gets taken out right before he was about to get that window. Even with the Captain Sun, all for naught, because there's not going to be a follow-up. It's just shooting ducks from the sky at this point for Sparker.
Get set up there with the Amp Matrix. There's not a whole lot that you can do about that. There's no shield on the other side, and if Collusion's down, there's also no way to soak up that damage. So you have to come out of spawn with these ults. At least there's a May Blizzard, but can you even get to approach the cart? It doesn't really matter. At this point, you're just trying to get the ultimates out of Toronto, and you still have a minute to work with.
Collusion's just not had a fun time so far. Especially when it comes to trying to buy space for the rest of Defiant. At least with this artillery from Hydron, the Maywall too. Spitfire are okay to just disengage for right now. They got a minute, less than a minute now basically on the clock here before they re-engage.
All right, one more minute, one more team fight realistically. Just based on how long people have been kind of waiting patiently.
Ooh, the sound barrier.
I was just a second too late.
Yes, not helping out Hadi, but Sparker still finds Hydra on the photon barrier. Just maybe enough for the London Spitfire to solidify the push on this payload. Take it to the finish line. Kalush gets taken out right afterwards. Sparker is having the time of his life, while Admiral is getting enabled to play the way that he wants, as aggressive as he wants. Hydron cannot even touch the point here. He does get that pick at the very end, but that's just all for flex as Toronto Defiant. Man, they didn't stop them once.
That was a very decisive third point. Don't usually see that, especially on these hybrid maps, that third point can just kind of be, just can be difficult to capture sometimes. It's a very predictable way of entering the point, and if you have a strong defensive composition like Toronto, then it must be difficult to bypass that. But they say all that, and then there's also Backbone Symmetra, so I'm going to throw all of that out the window. I just wonder if this is the right composition for Toronto.
Yeah. I think the Alari is having a rough time.
Yeah, like the Alari too, like I'm so glad that you called that out, because it feels like you need a defensive support ultimate against this team. Or you need to find the frags, but with the way that Sir Majed also plays the Alari, like one of the reasons why he's so good is because of how aggressive he is and how many picks he's able to get, but that means that you're vulnerable.
Have to see how this works out for this fight. If they really do stick to their guns with this, I do feel like if they opted to go for Lucio instead, it would allow them to get into better spots and to maybe even help enable Spectre even more with the wall timing and placement. Spectre's always just a slight pixel away sometimes and knows what's coming, but just the positioning be a little hard here as London Spitfire now sitting on the defense. Obviously not going to change anything for right now. Still sticking to the TP strats as Defiant are going to be able to exit out of the choke.
Look at the car wash that's been set up too. So many turrets the Toronto Defiant are going to have to walk through, as Hottie's just taking so much damage to help Landon get this Imp Matrix up and running. But yeah, how do you get past this? Like, you don't have a Lucio to speed boost. London Spitfire can just back up with the Lucio of their own or a teleporter. Ultraviolet's isolated.
And they split up. They just split up the entirety of Defiant. They cut them in half, like a mismatched pizza slice. And Ultraviolet going out is gonna be huge. Just leaving Sir Majed up for the healing instead. Sparker does find Hydron here, but it's gonna have to be a reset already off the rip for Defiant.
This is. I'm gonna wait, but this is looking a little rough here. Toronto just aren't running a composition that's fast enough to deal with the sneaky plays that London are going to throw at them. Even look at the teleporter usage that London's going to use, even if it's just for a few meters. Like, you just catch Kalush off like that.
And Kalush feels the pressure too. Kalush has been able to kite away every single time the onslaught of damage comes out from London Spitfire, but then they just reposition on the TP. They look through the window, free pick onto Kalush, which means more wasted time away from the Defiant. They have 2 support ults, make it 3 with Hydron about to get the artillery online, which very lackluster, could only buy you space for so long here before the rest of London Spitfire just reposition with another TP.
All right, then it's about getting these cooldowns out. Photon Barrier is going to be the first thing used. At the very least, you're getting that out of their kit, where now you get a chance to throw out these more offensive ultimates.
See how Sir Majed also uses the Captive Sun over by the skies. He takes the skies, and the Shatter comes in from Hottie. Yes, the Maywall comes up. Admiral with the Sound Barrier. There can't be a follow-up. Good timing from Spectre in that moment. And Sir Majed adding in some pressure, getting the mark down. Gets the pin, but Kalush in the back with the Terror Surge comes alive. No more Mortality Field, and no Hottie, who actually went for the pin, ends up getting the wipe. And they desperately needed this. Look at the limited time bank that they had thus far. A minute less than 20 seconds to get this payload moving.
They finally got it done. Toronto Defiant just needed 5 ultimates to do that, which is concerning. That's also kind of concerning. If you need 5 ults to get through this composition, that's going to take a while to accumulate. And London still have things to rotate through. They only threw 3 at that last fight, and it was really just kind of responsive ultimates to what Toronto had.
Oh, and now getting that
okay, a pick is good.
Sparker. Yeah, this is a good spot. Toronto Defiant to keep on this momentum already. getting out of that choke, but the way that Hadi's playing, tried to get isolated by the May wall. The Immortality field could only do so much moving out of it. Defiant win another team fight against the Spitfire. This is also a good position to win this fight because you could try to contest for the high ground and try to deny that space.
What's dangerous about this, though, for Toronto is London are running that type of composition that can just take these fights so aggressively. Like, they're already up to the high ground. You know that they're going to get 2 team fights here because of how fast they can close the distance. And really all they need to do is stall. Toronto don't have a whole lot of time to work with comparatively. So, see what they can do to get this high ground control.
Artillery coming in here too. Gets javelined right after that falls to Sparker, who can't use his own. Right through the window. Landon just forcing Hydron to back away. Now with the photon barrier too, they gotta touch the point. All right, Hadi goes in for the pin and then the teleporter to then reposition right afterwards, just so that way they can stall on the car further. Artillery was used up now, as well as that photon barrier earlier to buy in that space. Finally gets something out from the Captain's son, landing onto Admiral, was rather low already beforehand. Backbone gets taken out. Defiant have the number advantage in their favor before Admiral comes right back in. With Hadi going out, it's gonna have to be a reset here for the London Spitfire.
Okay, Toronto make a ton of time. That was really nice positioning versus the behind the back tactics that London Spitfire wanted to go with. I don't think that was quite the payoff that London was looking for. Now Toronto have this unique opportunity to push forward, and this Terra Surge is online once again. This has been such a big difference maker for Toronto, especially as kind of a finishing blow to what London are running. If they can get this Hadi shield down, this Terra Surge is so free.
Well, but around the May wall they go, and isolating them. Hydron with the option coverage and the follow-up after using the Blizzard. Only using the Blizzard here, as Kaluj is still going to be able to hold on to that Terror Surge, but it's another team fight win in favor for Defiant.
This is the Toronto Defiant we wanted to see. Yes, they struggled on that first point, and they needed to throw everything in the kitchen sink at that first point. But this is what we want. We want these frags. We want these early picks. This is what we know Toronto Defiant is capable of. Let's extend this map. Toronto Defiant still have 2.5 minutes to work with, and of course that Terror Surge, as you mentioned.
Oh, but Admiral does have that sound barrier ready too, and through that window, Backbone also is able to find Spectra. Ultraviolet also has the window that he's holding on to and finally utilizes it after throwing down the Immortality, but the Shatter right through the window. Here comes Hadi, who gets burned, deleted, but still finds 2. Kaluj gets the revenge with the Javelin, but it's only Kaluj that was left there before Spitfire able to wrap around to the fight and stop this push.
2 more minutes for Toronto. They still have that Terror Surge to use, as well as 2 more ultimates to boot. So there is tons of time for them and tons of tools to work with. If they can keep up the pressure, this is exactly what they need. Like, don't let up the gas. Like, don't give London Spitfire a chance to breathe. These fights have to be aggressive.
Surmajet has also been able to get a good amount of impact, at least in this section for now. You heard us earlier, the artillery was called in. Spectra now finds Admiral. Huge first pick here too. Also delays and stalls out the sound barrier for our next fight. Defiant have the number advantage. They're going to be able to find Hadi next, and it's going to have to be another reset coming in from the Spitfire, but this time, Toronto Defiant have less than a minute. They clear out the point, and the line is in sight, right in front of them. The golden box of Victor. Can Hadi get there in time with less than a minute? Looks like Backbone was able to make the swap over to the Tracer, but they immediately take him out, and Hadi can't contest.
London Spitfire just got backboned. The wall to keep Hadi and Spawn. Brilliant. Brilliant. Dish out their medicine right back at him. Not too different of time banks heading into round number 3.
That is important to note too, considering the fact that Toronto Defiant were very dominating, especially through that second point, and winning a lot of these team fights before London Spitfire was able to at least halt the momentum temporarily by that third point. I do believe the Iliadi had gotten a much more impact in that by that third point from Surmajet, where Surmajet looked like he was struggling in those first 2 points. Doesn't look like Defiant could have that opener that they need to not only use the sound barrier to contest, but also being able to hold forward, get put into position here with the speed boost. But they are sticking to their guns here. We're going to have to see how Defiant are going to be able to hold this defense, as London Spitfire, like you mentioned, Necro, have very similar time banks with Defiant.
The biggest difference with the time bank, though, is that extra 26 seconds could be enough for Toronto Defiant to actually start cycling ultimates. Really depends on how far London Spitfire are able to get with their attack push, so we'll have to wait and see just how far they can push the envelope. But usually you're looking at like a minute to get up an amp matrix and then see what comes on after that, but that's really all that London have to work with, so maybe 2 team fights here. Symmetric teleporters, again, big difference maker. They can just bypass all this damage or meet Toronto where it hurts.
Ooh, getting down to the
That
wire.
hurts.
Yeah, Sparker finding Hydron right afterwards. That was a follow-up from the nade too, by the way. Just dealing lethal amount of damage on the other side, just ricocheting off that side wall. The TP coming in from Backbone, rotating onto this point. Again, it's the same game plan from the London Spitfire, but it's about rushing to that point with less than 30 seconds on the clock.
Already get 2 ticks of progress. You will see Hydron walk back into this one, but Kalusha's already getting really low. The Immortality Field has to be used here. They just don't touch. They don't touch.
Oh,
they don't touch.
Even around the Maywall too, it's just Backbone had put them in the microwave with the beamage. Sparker gets a follow-up, clears out the rest of Defiant. It's another reset for them, but we have the payload moving for the Spitfire.
They're gonna get so much progress here too. Like Hydron and Surmajed are just coming online, so you know that this cart's already around the corner. Hottie can just take this forward position, and there's not a whole lot that Toronto can do right now because they're all walking back. There's no mobility available. They just have to win this all-out brawl, but it's gonna be London getting the Amp Matrix up first.
They have to stay on this car right here, going through the car wash too. Defiant not having much to work with. Meanwhile, Spitfire still have the window. Landon uses it up right here. Is Defiant going to drop down right now or just going to wait out on the window, work around the back end of the payload? Spectre's about to get the Blizzard, which is going to be detrimental, hand in hand with Iliadi's ultimate that we can see from Surmajed, the Captain's son. Artillery getting called in from Sparker, the sound barrier from Admiral to keep everybody from Spitfire alive, finding Hydron as the first pick. Can the Spitfire continue to do this here with Hottie going down to Admiral to meet him right afterwards? After using out on that sound barrier was just too much damage from the Defiance. Spectra just taking a moment to breathe on the other side of the cart. Ring around the Rosie.
Oh, the photon barrier is so nice to be able to stall for some time to allow some of the reinforcements for London Spitfire to get back, and that's going to be a teleporter to start making things a little bit messy, but Kalush, can he deal a finishing blow here?
Oh, but with the Terror Surge has also allowed Hottie to come right back in with the stall on overtime with the Shatter. Sparker still going down right before Hottie comes in hand with Admiral. Backbone makes a swap over to the Desperate Tracer to get right back into the fight. Another Maywall, but Toronto Defiant won't die, and London Spitfire are not out yet while they keep trickling in.
Oh, that overtime is going to expire so fast as anybody steps off the cart. But it finally looks like Toronto Defiant are going to be able to overwhelm and stop the cart in its tracks. But London with 1 minute made the absolute most of it, Vicky.
It's a matter of time before they were outnumbered in that final fight against Toronto Defiant, with Spitfire just trickling in one by one with those swaps to stay as long as they can on that fight. But they really did try to push it the distance right through that car wash.
That's a lot of distance. It's a lot of distance in Toronto. Yeah, they have that extra 26 seconds, but with how much distance London Spitfire took, Toronto still have to play this flawlessly. If they get stopped at all, if they lose a single team fight, London start to take that ultimate advantage and may just be able to win the map.
Hydron has been called out so much, especially in that last round with Spitfire.
Those flanks are risky.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing Bastion too, you know? He's got a big head. So, gotta have to be careful, especially wrapping around corners like that. He's died like 14 times thus far, versus what we've seen from Sparker, who's died 7 times.
It's so tough. Like, you see this strategy used a lot, where if you put the Bastion on its own, it's either a great boon or it's a great bane. It's such an easy target to isolate. Especially if Hottie's shield is alive, then you don't really care too much about going head on into another Bastion. It's about playing together as a unit. Toronto now got a chance to start their attack push. You can already see that time bank starting to dwindle. They've taken a lot of time to engage in these fights, which is why I worry that 126 is just not gonna quite be enough. They've got to get an opening pick here, but Kalush is so low. That is such an incredible amount of healing going into him.
But with Ultraviolet being the first one to go out, the Maywall coming in clutch for Spectre, but just temporarily being at the number disadvantage. They did find Backbone. The trade as Sparker just comes in and sweeps up the rest of what is left of the Toronto Defiant. And there's a little stall here too before backing away in time, but it's about wasting all the time away from the Defiant with less than 30 seconds on the clock.
And Landon's going to be the first one with an ult. This is where things start to get really tricky. Like, Toronto, they're starting to run out of time. How do they architecturally play around this amplification matrix? They can't just speed past it. They have to go head on into this damage, and that's going to get Sparker an ult. Backbone's really close as well.
Oh, window
Do or die.
This is the moment right here for both these teams. They find Hadi. He goes down without being able to utilize a shatter. No protection, no space. The London Spitfire are no longer present here as the Toronto Defiant shows signs of life to get this payload out of the garage.
Overtime is already activated. Toronto still have to play this perfectly, but now they're starting to get the tools to do that. Fantastic awareness to be able to single out Hadi once again, and the rest of the Defiant are just going to start to move up. They know that Ultraviolet still is going to have sightline onto the team, even if they play a little bit more far forward. This is going to be another absolute just giga banger of a fight. Hadi's got the Earth Shatter. Kalusha's going to have the Terra Surge. Let's see how these two teams match up against each other.
So many ultimates online from both these sides. Overtime, burning down, approaching Shiny Box right below the feet of the Toronto Defiant as the artillery gets called in from Hydron. They have to look around here on the other side. The Photon Barrier gets called in, buying space for the London Spitfire. Artillery on the other side as the Sound Barrier comes in from Admiral. The Terra Surge from Kaluzo brings everybody in from the Spitfire, allowing the combo to come into fruition. The Captive Sun allowing the Terra Surge to benefit. And the Toronto Defiant in this nail-biting, finishing fight get map number 2 on Midtown.
Good stuff from Toronto. I think they're starting to finally figure out how to play against this composition. And while it always looks slow going with the Mei, Spectre has also made some great adjustments throughout this map to really make that Mei look powerful. It's always tough when one is Spitfire playing a more aggressive game. That Mei does need some time to actually ramp up. And if you're forcing out the Ice Block, it's a little bit more difficult for Spectre to be able to keep himself in this. But now when you have the walls a little bit more reactive, that's where the Mei becomes incredibly powerful. Hadi's been isolated a lot in this series, and this is something that Toronto Defiant can take advantage of.
It's always been so close too, though, down to the wire with both of these teams, even to the very end with Defiant showing up with the Kaluch Terra Surge, but I really specifically want to highlight the very end to help combo the Terra Surge, following up after the Captive Sun 2 hand in hand. That worked beautifully at the very end, and it happened when it mattered the most to prevent the London Spitfire from contesting while holding on to that high ground. Even at the very end, Surma Jed really showing why they're using the Aladi pick when we're wondering at the very beginning, it looked like they were struggling because of it, started ramping up further here for the Toronto Defiant.
Well, it's nice too when you are playing from ahead. The Alaria just ended up being a great ultimate to deal the final blows to Spitfire in those moments, and you saw how the Maywall was also isolating them from even being able to touch the payload. But Spitfire, they know where to run it back. Running back over to New Junk City.
I'm excited to see how this plays out for them, especially after the fact we just saw them take care of Vancouver Titans on New Junk City, where they didn't find the same amount of success that they were expecting. Have to see if the script has turned around right back in their favor on the other side of this break. You don't want to miss it.
like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for one man, forget my peace. We take the west side, take on the east. I'ma put him in the cage, never let out the. Yeah, I hear him chatting the noise. Can't stop for the talking. Like fire on the pine. If you wanna touch my please use caution.
Reeling from their dub in map number 2, they rise together, tying our series 1-1 up keys before jumping into our third map on Flashpoint onto New Junk City.
That is my favorite hype video. Out of every team, I think that is my favorite, alongside the New York Excelsior one and the London Spitfire one. It just gets you so hype and like so pumped up. And especially when you've got a tank player like Kaluj at the helm, how could you not be excited about this team? Kaluj has consistently impressed on every tank hero that he's come out with. Like, we talk about the flexibility of these tank players being such a huge asset, and Kaluj is no exception to this.
Yeah, being able to also have those insane Terror Surges and then the follow-up at the very end between the Terror Surge and the Captive Sun from Surmajet. Oh my, like look at this. The space bot in, knowing exactly the only route that London Spitfire could take in that moment through that one choke, since they like to hang out inside these side rooms waiting on another TP to then navigate around this entire map, had just fallen short, especially looking at Spectra's wall placements in combination with the Terror Surge has been so terrifying to see.
It's gotten better. It's gotten better, and we could see a difference on Midtown of how both of those like cooldowns and abilities interact with each other. And I hope that that keeps up. We're going over to Flashpoint, which is where I think things are still kind of a toss-up. When we looked at Busan, the Mei struggled a little bit to really feel impactful just because of how slow sometimes that composition needs to be played. And with Flashpoint, things are like so fast-paced. You don't get a chance to breathe or think when you go into these team fights. You just have to go.
And I do want to highlight that we did just see the London Spitfire versus the Vancouver Titans, taking the Titans to New Junk City per London's pick. But I feel like looking at that series and looking at this series, it is a highlight to pinpoint. Oh, hasta la vista, all right. It is nice to pinpoint that Admiral is playing so much better within this series. It looks like he's a lot more comfortable here. So running it back, there was a few mistakes from Admiral that actually costed them that one map against the Titans, but this is a completely different story now, looking at how Admiral's doing against Defiant.
It has been a night and day difference, and this is really where the Lucio can step it up. And so maybe this is where London Spitfire can get that point series back in their favor. They are going to make it over to the arena first. Another one of the reasons why this composition is just so strong and so fast. And this time around, Hadi's playing a little bit more far forward. You can get those fire strikes into this big glob of players, and it really does help to charge that up a little bit faster. But Toronto are playing really well around that. Kaluj eating up so much of that damage. And it's going to be a waiting game here. Who's going to get the first pick and who decides to go first?
She with Hadi taking a good amount of that pressure right here on the other side. Look at the way that Toronto Defiant are playing too. Very split up, apart on purpose. Surmajet taking also a different off angle alongside with Spectra, who put down that wall right alongside Hydra. The Immortality field has already been used up. The engagement starts here too. Landon uses the window, and that has cleared out the high ground for the Toronto Defiant, trying to run away from the onslaught of damage that they come in with.
Sometimes you just have to be a little bit patient. So while Toronto Defiant were able to get over to the point just a little bit faster, Spitfire are just like gonna go meet them in the middle again. I love that these teams are starting to evolve their strategies on Flashpoint. It's no longer just about playing around the point itself. It's about finding these more unique opportunities to take the fight to the other team, especially when you know that you're ahead and these Flashpoints tick up so fast.
So true too, especially with their positioning right now getting a little aggressive. Also love hearing the arena just roar up when a team fight comes through and the teams win on top. Surmajet does have that Captive Sun activated. They do use the window from Ultraviolet. The Photon Barrier from Backbone, though, blocking that window while Spectre comes in with the Blizzard. The Alari Captive Sun marking them down. Landon did put down that Immortality field, surviving for as long as possible, but Surmajet needs to be looked at because right now, London Spitfire just letting him rain from above on top of Howdy.
And look at how effective that healing pylon can be too. How do you on the Spitfire touch that without having to peek your head far forward and show your face? that everybody is going to be focusing into. Toronto are able to sneak that back out from London Spitfire's noses, and you get a chance to go again. But Defiant, like, they still have this Bastion ult. They can delay the progress of London. You can see that teleporter already getting used here, so that's now on cooldown again.
And going back and forth here too. He's got that shatter ready as the artillery comes in from Sparker. He's gonna see option coverage to find Sir Magento in the back, and the healing pylon on top of it. They're trying to take a different cheeky angle right down below on the point. Well, Kalu's going to be able to navigate away. It's Landon who's just having free range here right through the window, trying to find Ultraviolet, who also has a window himself. But look at the damage output. Hydra and Spectre having to be careful. The Immortality Field had already been used, which was the green light for Hadi to come in with the Fire Strike, with the follow-up, and London Spitfire, they clear up the Defiant on this first point.
First flashpoint has been secured, and now we get a chance to look at where we are moving next and where is it going to be more advantageous. London Spitfire have a little bit of a leg up on this one as we head over to the docks, and they're going to be able to meet Toronto Defiant there first. So that means they get to get set up, like, and now Sparker gets kind of his pick of his poison of where he decides to actually set up with this Bastion, and also where these turrets go. So how did Toronto Defiant start to play around that?
Him and Backbone too, and with those TPs that they could utilize on the high ground by this catwalk. You already see those turrets set up on the left side here. Just waiting to see how Defiant want to approach this. Alright, point's been unlocked already. Backbone. Backen's about to get the photon barrier. Something else that the Spitfire are definitely going to utilize here. Sir Majed's about to get the Captive Sun, and Kaluj with that Terra Surge. We know what they've already been able to do before. The ham and cheese sandwich combo that they need to work for here. On the other side, though, Backbone puts out the Photon Barrier, and Admiral's about to get the Sound Barrier here, too. So many ultimates online to counter each of these ultimate combos.
Another jockeying for position, though, is Sir Majed is looking for a sneaky angle to get to use this Captive Sun.
Captive Sun activated here right now. Sir Majed just trying to get into position. The artillery was called in from Sparker earlier, too, destroying that healing pylon. Immortality from Ultraviolet used to help out Spectra to try to re-stabilize him into position as Kaluj still holding on to that Terror Surge for right now. Playing off this low ground, playing off these different angles while also trying to delete Hadi's shield. They lost out an Admiral, rather Sparker, and now the rest of Spitfire are falling like a line of dominoes.
That's still a lot of capture progress that they're able to walk away with, but Toronto, just another clean house. A clean sweep as we take a look at the Ducks now. A little bit more far forward. Spectra, too, with the Blizzard. One of these points that I feel like the Blizzard would be more impactful on because of how close quarters it is. Not too many places that you can kind of hide from that, and either you can use it as a zoning tool, or you can kind of use it to be able to play a little bit more with this Bastion ult. Force the Spitfire into a position where you can hit him where it hurts.
Active wake here, too. Right through that TP, the Blizzard, the Terror Surge waiting for the release here right afterwards, holding it down into the Javelin to finish off what was left of the London Spitfire with an entire team WAP. Love the follow-ups that we currently just saw from the Toronto Defiant.
That is a true snow globe. That is, like, Toronto Defiant, oh, what another, like, exceptional combination of ultimates. And anything that you use there, if Kaluj is able to use that Terror Surge to just clump people together, then you're able to finish them off with basically anything, whether it's the Bastion damage. The May Blizzard was also such a great way to be able to lock down the Spitfire. But we're heading over to a point that's going to be a little bit more in London's favor again, and that's going to be over a Junkyard where they're able to kind of just beat them there.
Get into position. Ooh, a nice shatter finding 4 here. Everybody gets caught at the hands of Hadi. Adro putting him into position there with a team wipe to answer right back. That is definitely one way to make an answering statement after what we had just seen right now. Backbone with the pop-off right after shatter.
Benjamin. Oh, I gotta see this again. Like, they didn't know. Like, they just simply didn't know. And because of Ultraviolet also going down there was no Immortality Field to be had either. The healing pylon just wasn't going to be enough for everybody after Hadi's also just going to get a huge shatter. Landon also, like, let's talk about fraggers. How can we forget Landon, even being able to use some of these amp matrices a little bit more selfishly, has been having such a great day.
Ooh, looking to his back though, having to be careful, falling low. Has that window, he can't poke again. Having to watch out for Servojet, who is literally ready, staring down the barrel. The TP, the insurance Ahadi needs to escape when the Maywall was to his back.
Toronto, like they can come into this one and recontest, but London Spitfire are just gonna give it up a little.
Barrier?
They can take a little more.
Spectre finds himself on the other side of Sparker, while he's also got the artillery strike ready to go. The immortality field trying to save Kaluj. Servojet, though, and Ultraviolet getting pinned. The backline deleted from Defiance, and Spitfire find themselves taking another point here.
All right, so Flashpoint, match point. We still haven't come up with a great name for that one, but London Spitfire are one flashpoint away from being able to secure victory on New Junk City, and this is why they picked this map. I'm glad you called that out earlier today, Vicky, that it just Admiral has woken up. He has like gone into the next plane of existence, or whatever we want to call it. Enlightened, if you will. Heading over to the refinery next. Toronto are going to be able to beat them there, but I really don't know how much does London care about this. They have 3 ultimates. They also have an aggressive sound barrier if they want.
See if they can take advantage here. Double artillery being used on both sides. The immortality that had been used from Ultraviolet to help out Hydron here. Same thing could be said from Hydron onto Sparker. Snap those missiles from the sky. Spectre's also about to get the Blizzard here. Hadi just waiting into position, nearing that shatter. But Admiral's got that sound barrier. He tries to go for a pin. Right into the jab spin here too. The follow-up as the jab surge, the terror surge comes in and finds Landon the wall to keep them isolated, to allow them to find both Bandit and Backbone.
That is kind of bad, but London Spitfire can follow up on this damage. Toronto Defiant cannot take advantage of the fact that 2 very key pieces of this composition are down. Like, you don't have the escape mechanism of the teleporter. You didn't have the immortality field either because Landon got dropped. But Toronto, like, the fact that they got cleaned up means that they can't go in like a 5v3 scenario. Healing Pylon also already taken down. You have to wait to set that up. There's just so many things that need to go right here for Toronto, especially when they are just 10% away. And Hadi has a shatter. Again,
the wall! The Spectral wall coming in! Saving the day, baby, until on the other side, you got Sparker dealing all the damage onto Kaluj, holding 2 different angles. This is what that does. They fixated on Hadi. When in the back, it was Sparker, backbone with the photon barrier. London Spitfire clear out the Toronto Defiant on their flashpoint map that they picked to go to New Junk City.
That's how they wanted to get it done. That's what they wanted to have happen in that Vancouver series. And there's so much more comfort coming through from London when they're able to play their own game. This is so close. When you take a look at both of these compositions, it's a game of inches. And there's so little room for error on either side when you look at all of these abilities lining up perfectly, whether as responses or having to work in tandem to be able to get the better of the other team. So anything that's off kilter there, whether like, you know, a Maywall or a teleporter placement, who takes it, who's playing together, that all counts and that all matters.
Oof. Also very interesting, I know they've done it already before, but we've been seeing Defiant opt to not run a Lucio comp into Flashpoint, where we usually see the Lucio, so that way these teams can get into a better position quicker, which we did see constantly. Unless it was closer to Defiant's spawn point, when a new point would get unlocked, it's usually always London Spitfire that are there first, in tandem with the TP and the Lucio on top of it all.
That is the risk that you run playing the comp that Toronto are playing. Like, if you don't have the Lucio, you just have so much less ability to micro position yourself against the London Spitfire. And even if you did have it, it would still be really tough, just because of how slippery Spitfire can play. But Defiant now get a chance to pick another map. Midtown did go their way, so maybe this next one can also be a difference maker here to bring us to a map 5.
Yeah, it's gonna be pushed here from the Defiant to see where we're gonna be going. We're gonna find out where we're gonna be moving on to on the other side of this break, while London Spitfire sit at match point. Welcome back, everyone. London Spitfire, they desperately want this. They're sitting at match points. The only thing in their way right now is potentially one more map. We are moving on to push, and this is where everything is on the line as we take a look at our head-to-head on Baptiste.
Whoa, that hero damage. We were calling this out during New Junk City, and even just like the few maps that we've seen before in this series, that Landon takes some very aggressive angles and gets away with it. Like, do you remember on Midtown as well, where he just walks up to Hydron on the Bastion and just shoots him and goes back to the team like it was like an easy thing to do?
Very aggressive, especially when he gets these windows. He allows himself to clear up so much space. Looking on both sides, though, UV, of course, being the pristine player that he is, Landon has just been able to follow up with this Spitfire comp so much better, providing the backup also to Hadi to then put him into position while still remaining as aggressive as he can be.
That's true. And like, whether it's going to be that selfish amplification matrix to help enable those off angles, or it's just also Landon's recognition of when to use the immortality field feels next to none. He has been such a standout Baptiste player all season, and it's because of the awareness that he has to identify with the rest of the team, like, okay, what's actually good here? Are we gonna be fine? Do I actually need to pull the trigger on this? And he gets it right, like 9.5 times out of 10.
That, and also just looking at London and the difference between what we saw from Sparker versus what we saw from Hydron, the amount of impact that Sparker has with these initial picks. We talked about it in their previous series. We have to talk about it again because it's replicating itself all over, where Backbone just helps set up Sparker, the TP there, and they use it as bait sometimes too, or just send out Hadi alone while Sparker's on the other side while Hadi's pulling the attention, and then Sparker's just mowing them down for free.
Yeah. It's rough out here if you're a Bastion player because you also have to take a coin toss. Where is the target focus going to be from either of these teams? Is it safe for you to actually take this off angle? We've seen this from a few of the Bastion players in the league where if you take an off angle, it's very risky. You're either very rewarded for that, where you get free rain and focus fire down into the enemy team, or it's very easy for you to get punished. And you can see that just every few times with London, whether like it's Sparker taking the off angle or Hydron.
Okay, all right. We finalized where we're going to be moving on to. We are moving to Esperanza for our push now, Necro.
So this is Toronto Defiant's choice. Orisa probably plays a little bit better on this map than I feel like for Coliseo or even New Queen Street. Maybe it's a little bit of recency bias, seeing how Spitfire were able to handle things just recently in their previous series, but Esperanza also is just a map that Toronto Defiant have a ton of experience with. This is not one that London Spitfire have particularly liked because it is more of a Winston favored map, but Toronto have to pull out something special in order to keep themselves in this series. They're one map away from potentially not making the playoffs.
So crazy how close we are right here. Where Defiant are literally playing for their tournament lives right now for the entire season. I like how you talked about Coliseo specifically. They had actually lost against Boston Uprising, the reason why they're even here in this lower bracket final in the first place. Whereas against the Titans, it went down to the wire, but was able to win that series on New Queen Street. Now moving on to Esperanza here for Defiant to see what they can work with. Summerjet still also sticking to the Iliadi.
It's a really good choice for him if Toronto Defiant find themselves in a position to continue to get these picks. Not only that, but you can see how much healing output this Alari can even have, whether it's the healing pylon, which still doesn't die if you die. That's kind of an important point. Or it's the Captive Sun, just being able to get those quick picks and taking advantage of the fact that London Spitfire can play grouped up. But Toronto Defiant are coming back out with the same compositions they have before, but look at how much work that healing pylon is putting in.
A different off angle as Summerjet's trying to get into a cheeky flank position, but then gets punished slightly before backing away. It's about sending a message here from Summerjet, just looking to the back, sees the turret, is able to destroy it. But right before then, they lose out on Spectra. The split from the Defiant as Summerjet try to go for a flank, now costs his own life. Losing out on 2 now sets up the London Spitfire to the driver's side. Hydron's the next to fall down for the Defiant, and London Spitfire already getting this aggression as well as his progress on the push bot.
Those predictive shots from Symmetra are just such a translatable skill for Backbone. He came into this season and even last season of the Overwatch League as the best Mei. Hands down the best Mei player in the entire league. And whether it's the icicle shots that do have that significant travel distance, or of course it's the projectile from the Symmetra, like he always knows where those players are going to be. So 2 quick and easy picks for Backbone to take. That's also going to net him this photon barrier very soon.
Difference maker too, Admiral once again being on the Lucio, nearing that sound barrier. Landon gonna be able to find the beam onto Sir Majed, not working out. The Iliadi is struggling that we're seeing off the very beginning, but when do you make adjustments here as Defiant have to back away once again?
This is where we saw things start to get a little bit out of hand in previous push map for London, when they got this early first point capture that's already going to unlock these forward spawns. And that was in such a quick fashion. I mean, not quite as fast, but you still have the photon barrier to work with, and the sound barrier too. Like, there's just so much online for London to cycle through right now. And Toronto Defiant are very much playing from the back foot. They've got to get themselves back into this one.
Oh, they know that Hadi is nearing that shatter, or they probably assume he's got it already. He has it now online. They had used the Maywall earlier on. Probably is online right now as the artillery comes in, tries to force the Spitfire off the high ground, and finds Admiral still dropping off, giving some of that space. Is going to be Hadi, still holding on to that shatter. Gets isolated by the wall, sends out the shatter into the face of a fortified Orisa. Kaluj is going to be able to profit off of this, and Toronto Defiant, this is the best way for them to start shifting more of that momentum right back in their favor after getting good amount of punishes here and still holding on to a good amount of ultimates.
Great stall. Great stall coming out from London, but now Toronto Defiant finally get a chance to make some progress of their own. And with where this push spot is, they should be able to take this high ground away from London because those forward spawns are already shut off. So it's going to be a little bit longer for London to try to get back into this one. You can already see the bot starting to round that corner. The biggest issue, though, is that London Spitfire are already a team of 5. Look how far back Ultraviolet is to have to get back into this fight. You don't have sightlines right now. So there is much less healing on the board until he gets there. So already past that middle point here as London Spitfire start to take the engage again.
Oh, window for window. Immortality also used up here, but Admiral has a sound barrier saving Landon, allowing him to find Hydron here. Taking to the sky, it's going to be the Captain's Son from Sir Majed. Can he get the follow-up done, though? With the photon barrier also being right there, that's something else that Majed needs to navigate around, which will also put him in a very risky situation. Spectra is the next to go out, and the number advantage still now in London Spitfire's favor. Back and forth as they go, they win another team fight win.
They win another team fight, more distance, past that first checkpoint again, and you just get to keep going. What a stagger onto Ultraviolet. This is going to net them so much progress. There's nothing that Ultraviolet can do except to wait his demise. And Toronto now, like, they need to work hard. This is starting to become a very sizable lead that Toronto might not be able to come back from. It's all about starting to use these ultimates, finding value. Come on, Kalush. We've seen what you can do with these Terror Surges.
If he can get into the position, looking at the way that Spitfire playing slightly on the high ground, on the low ground, they got the TP. See the artillery now from Sparker on top of that. Trying to block out a disengage potentially while the rest of the team now moves forward. The window called in from Landon right through that Maywall, though, to break it down. Sees the way the Definer playing very split up here, too. Hydra calling his in too. Ultraviolet's about to get his own window, forcing them off the high ground, while London Spitfire are okay to back away in time.
They can play defensively. They don't need to finish the map. But again, they're in this position where they have so much meterage that they just need to play keep away from the Toronto Defiant.
Oh,
they gotta back up from this so they can't get staggered.
With Hadi going down though right now, they're gonna be able to just walk for free through that choke point, and Spitfire understand that, so they're just gonna be able to back away and wait out on Hadi.
He's able to have that forward spawn too, so this is going to be a very fast take. See where they go from here, as Backbone is already behind the team.
Backbone getting ready here too. Sets up the TP just to help enable Hadi, who's about to get the shatter, and meanwhile to the skies is Sparker beaming down so much damage, catching Hydron. Hadi gets punished in the process, and the Captive Son from Sir Majed Again, just needs to get that progress that they want to be able to get that mark, the explosive damage here. But playing split up and playing on the high ground, they gotta split their attention off the Sparker. The photon barrier on top of the fact that the Terra Surge was used up just right now by Kaluj. Defiant aren't finding these picks. Instead, they're losing out on Spectre, the artillery! Finding Surmajed and the nade from Sparker. It's been a nail in the coffin for Ultraviolet. London Spitfire, get this bot turned around.
They're making so much value out of the ultimates that they have, and even though that was 4 ults forced out of the bank, if you're able to convert and capitalize like this, they're going to be coming online very quickly, so it doesn't matter if you just throw them when they are available. Hadi has another Earth Shatter. Spectre has been so good with these walls, though, to be able to block off conversion. But yeah, Hadi just has to back away. He's been playing more carefully this match, which is good. It definitely shouldn't be picked out.
What is happening? Huh? What is happening in the back? Backbone and Admiral just isolated Surmajed. He is boomed. I'm sorry. He is absolutely boomed. He has died 5 times, has not been able to get a pick. He has not been able to get set up properly, hasn't been able to get much of the Captain Sun. The pin comes out from Hadi. He gets punished for it, but they get these trades, and with Spitfire having the lead with 2 minutes, less than 35 seconds on the clock, it's time for Toronto Defiant to come out. They got the artillery about to come online for some Space Spectre with the Blizzard, but they have to try to figure things out here with these ult rotations.
Yeah, that was still smart, though, for Toronto to try to push the bot back over to the other side. It just enables them a little bit more time to kick it back to the middle ground. This is looking really rough. Like, London don't have to push this at all. It's 2 minutes left on the clock. Toronto, they're staring down the barrel of getting sent home after the end of this map. They've got to put something together and just come through from Hydron, trying to zone out the London Spitfire to push them into a position where Spectre can get this May wall, and then we end up seeing a spot where Toronto can start to string together some teamfight wins.
Shading their way around the artillery too, still sticking to the high ground, looking back front, still trying to isolate Surmajed though, the TP to hold forward. They're playing so aggressive just to find this one pick. Can they capitalize? It looks like they're so close to being able to get away with it. They don't even need to be stuck with the rest of their team as Sparker now finding Hydron. Surmajed just used the Captain Sun to get right back to his team, to isolate backbone, get the revenge necessary. With Surmajed now finding the 2 that were nailing him down, he can finally make his way to the rest of the Defiant.
But what's insane about that, though, is think about how much time that whittled away on the clock. If Surmajed is in the backline being marked down by 2 members of the Spitfire, you're not healing the team. You're just trying to survive. Even the Captive Sun was thrown at that so that they would be able to get back. And now London Spitfire are back to stop the Toronto Defiant from capturing that first checkpoint. And all of a sudden, we're walking this spot back to the midway point where Admiral has that sound barrier online.
Admiral though, ooh, having to be careful from the Javelin into the follow from Hydron. Love the communications right there between Hydron and Kaluj. Only was able to find Admiral, like you said, with the sound barrier ready to go. That's gonna be a huge pick here and allows Defiant to find continued elevation in this momentum. Trying to split up the London Spitfire with Kaluj being right around the corner. He's got the Terra Surge. Looks to use it. The final fight territory. Less than 20 seconds on the clock. And even with that Terra Surge, the photon barrier alongside it has allowed Landon and Sparker to pop off. Less than 10 seconds now on the clock before London Spitfire punch their tickets to go to Toronto.
London Spitfire are just 3 seconds away. Can anybody from Toronto Defiant touch? They cannot! London Spitfire with the absolute lower bracket run, Vicky. They are the Canada Killers, sending both the Vancouver Titans and the Toronto Defiant home. They did it!
The Ryan Sim legends themselves. Welcome to Toronto. They punched their tickets in. We'll see you in the playoffs. You lads deserve it. London Spitfire, reach up with our rest of the teams waiting for them in the playoffs, sitting alongside the Atlanta Reign, the Florida Mayhem, Houston Outlaws, Boston Uprising, as well as the Dallas Fuel that qualified earlier today alone. What a finisher right there for this team to make the micro adjustments that they needed, working into Hadi's strength of being the chatty he is himself on the Reinhardt.
I mean, that 30-minute break seemed like it worked magic for the London Spitfire. They had some small things that they needed to clean up heading into this series. Toronto Defiant are not slouches. They are so formidable, and that's why you needed to see them just huddle up, pull it together, so that they could be able to get this victory. That was a hard-fought battle once again, and London Spitfire have had an absolute marathon of games and maps today. But they got it done, and with just so much firepower behind them, you gotta talk about our player of the match, Landon, the absolute fragger of the Baptiste that he is.
We talked about Landon so many times throughout the course of this series. And I don't know if it's a curse from Sully and Jake after what we had seen between their Titan setup and now going into their final match against the Toronto Defiant. Coming out on top, Landon was able to help enable Hadi so many times, keeping Admiral alive. There were some fixes. Admiral ironed out so many mistakes that he did against the Titan series going into this final game for them. They weren't boomed. They were just ready to go here. They were all warmed up, and you can see it with the way that Landon was able to play so aggressively, even throughout his own window.
I mean, this is still a team effort, right? Like, the fact that Landon, though, is just such a key piece of the comp. I want to say backbone there, but I guess it also kind of makes sense, even though the players also named that. But Landon, like, what a standout star. This is one of the best, if not the best, Baptistes in the league. And he's had so much practice with this composition in particular. And if he wasn't on point with the Baptiste, this comp would not be nearly as powerful as it is for the London Spitfire. Look at that! Vicky, your favorite thing, he's only died twice on Esperanza.
I love how you always have to point it out. It's so true. I mean, come on. You compare it to the deaths that we had seen from Surmajed. I know it's inevitable looking at the fact that London Spitfire won all those fights literally with that momentum, but Defiant had died 6 times. The most deaths that we had seen was, I believe, from Hydron was 7. It's okay, just ignore this. I'm just, you know, a whiteout on some of my mistakes. London Spitfire is going to Toronto, being our last team to qualify from the play-ins. What course of matches that we had today. I love me some good Overwatch, Decker. I had so much fun being able to watch this team make the comeback of a century.
Right? This is after the season that they've had as well. That first half of the season, a struggle bus. London Spitfire did not look good. They looked like they had a lot of work cut out for them to even be able to make it to a spot where they had a chance at the play-ins. And now look at them, the glow up. They're in the playoffs now, and what an exciting chapter for them. It was not farewell, as their hype song may suggest. It is just the beginning of something really, really great for them. But that's going to do it for us here for the regular season so far, and we'll see y'all in Toronto.
Don't move point, don't move point.
Okay, Doom has to touch. Yeah, kill him. Doom has to touch.
They can left them, Killing them. Doom.
Wins a kill.
Nice!
Beat Toronto to go to Toronto again!
That's right.
We Spitfire!
Rebuild our legacy!
Meanwhile,
Goodbye.
the truth is out there.
Goodbye, Toronto.
Toronto Defiant.
Declassified.
Yeah, well, they're beamed up to join the others.
Where are they taking them to? Oh,
It's a good place. To do
it is.
place.
Okay.
Oh my.
Yeah, but what are we doing? Are we? Yeah. Well,
Toronto, live long and prosper.
exactly. But honestly,
It
though,
was a good run back in the summer stage.
such a fantastic run.
Yeah.
It was.
I think this team really exceeded all and every expectation that people may have had for them. I think they went above and beyond. But the same can be said about the London Spitfire, which
Oh boy.
man.
How did they do it?
Man, how did they do it? Well,
How did they do it?
Let's find out.
Oh,
Let's chat
well,
to the
I don't
winners.
mean literally, so, but you
No,
know.
we have a chance. Let's take it. Let's
I
ask
have an
him.
opportunity to find out. And of course, no other than Hadi is joining us for this one. Hadi, you and the team are in. You're in the playoffs. How do you feel right now?
I feel amazing. Thank you so much.
All right, I'll start this off. I know the last interview that we did, Backbone said that, you and Toronto Defiant have been scrimming a lot together. Did you pick up anything through the scrims that sort of helped you get the win today?
I mean, to be honest, not really, because they mostly played a different composition, like Mei Soldier, Mei Sojourn with the Larry. Like, it works completely different, but we feel like we kind of cracked that composition, and I guess they thought so too, because they never pulled it out in the match. So.
You keep just winning matches with this Reinhardt composition, and at this point, I guess we shouldn't be surprised. How do you feel qualifying for playoffs now? I mean, we don't quite know what the meta will be. Are we going to see Ryan in playoffs no matter what?
Please say yes.
I mean, 100%.
Nice.
The thing is, I think Ryan is good right now, but I think it's actually better for the playoffs patch.
So. All right.
I mean, I feel like you said that before every meta. It didn't really apply, but it applied for the London Spitfire, and that's all that matters, right?
It's literally the most broken hero in the game.
And no one else plays it.
You heard it here first. We need to nerf Ryan. They've got to do it.
No.
Everybody's walking it back now.
Back to one charge, or?
Okay.
I love it.
Well, in some hands, as in your hands, he does look quite scary. Now, of course, a lot of people have been cheering you on. We've all been rooting for you, even if not all of us have predicted your team to make it to the playoffs. Is there anything you want to say to the fans out there?
We appreciate all the fans, especially the ones that they're sticking through us, through all the ups and all the downs, and just all the true fans. Really appreciate them. Thank you guys so much.
Danny Lim is probably number one right now.
Of course,
number one.
London all the way, baby. Let's go, Hot Dizzle. Yeah.
I want to know actually about these East region teams. This will be your guys' first chance to take a crack at East region teams. Saw a little bit of what you guys are all about. Have you been thinking about those teams at all? How do you think they're going to fare in the playoffs? And how do you want to play them? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I think it's easier versus the East teams. I think the West is better, but I also think a lot of playing versus Ryan is knowing what's gonna hit you or being able to predict, and they have pretty much no practice versus us. So it's
I think Mag has been playing some Reinhardt on Soul Infernal. How do you feel going up against Mag?
Mag, he's a really good Ryan. If he takes the mirror, it's gonna be a good matchup. I'm looking forward to it.
So are we. Well, Hadi, we're gonna let you go and celebrate. It's a well-deserved victory and a well-deserved celebration. We can't wait to see you and the team in Toronto. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Once again, a huge congratulations to the London Spitfire. What an incredible match. So let's once more take a look at some highlights of this one to talk about how the London Spitfire got it done. Obviously, Reinhardt is broken. That's number one thing.
Yeah, Reinhardt.
It's going to get better.
What else on the table?
Reinhardt and Symmetro Teleport. I mean, you just move around the map so flawlessly. No, but
it's easy.
You know, what was really curious about them practicing all week is that it could go either of two ways, unsurprisingly. But either sort of Toronto Defiant playing wide, maybe Summerjet is really able to find these picks and put pressure on London Spitfire from all these different angles and maybe find early picks before these fights really kick off. Or London Spitfire, utilizing all these movement abilities with the charge, with the Symmetro Teleporter, they're themselves able to navigate the map and really find picks themselves. I think that at some points, especially on push towards the later end of the series, you saw the Symmetro turrets placed by Backbone, almost anticipating the flanks coming in from Summerjet. And that makes it really tough because Summerjet, he relies on those flanks, he likes taking those wide angles and finding picks that way. And so I felt like London Spitfire, they just had a pretty good read about where Toronto Defiant would be at what time, and they just didn't have an answer for this Rhino competition.
And one of the things we had talked about expecting to see out of Toronto was a ton of adaptation, different picks coming out, different looks throughout the series, and we didn't get any of that. It was pretty much exactly what you see here on your screen the whole match through. And I have to wonder, what if we had seen from Toronto maybe more optionality as far as the picks go, maybe that Soldier to go on wider flanks, because one of the things that we saw time and time again, we know this Reincom can rush into you and be really threatening as a death ball, but one of their key strengths on the London Spitfire is that they find so many pickoffs, whether it's with the window, especially picking off that enemy Bastion. it's hard to stay alive versus the Rhine Bastion. So I have to wonder for Toronto, could they have been better served by a hero that plays a little bit more solo on the flank? I guess we'll never know.
I think another thing that we have to give a huge shout out for London Spitfire is the fact that, these guys played 5 maps and they came back into the match 30 minutes after, played another 4. They played 9 maps total. I think the mental fortitude, like their ability to stay focused until the very end, I think that's what really was like the key victory in my eyes for London Spitfire to beat the Toronto Defiant.
I mean, you gotta say that this is a team that relies on really good understanding of the battlefield. Where are we teleporting? What ultimates are we going to commit? What abilities are we going to use? So they're not necessarily as reliant on like Alpha Yi pop-offs like in Washington Justice, for example, but they are so good with their decision making, and I think you saw that through both of these series that they really throughout all of these 8 maps, 9 maps, they just had good decision making all the way through and took very smart fights.
I think we also have to acknowledge what Hadi just said in the interview. He alluded to the fact that in the scrims, which they've had all week long against the Toronto Defiant, London Spitfire seem to have cracked the code. And Toronto Defiant did not run the same composition they did pretty much all the time in the scrims. So maybe London Spitfire already won this match before it ever happened because they kind of got into their heads there.
Great point.
Yeah, I feel like one of the things that we saw London do so successfully this series, and what I want to see more from them in the playoffs, is that in this comp, 4 of the ultimates, the Bastional is kind of a throwaway. It's like whatever, just use it when you feel like you might be able to force something, hope for the best. But the other 4 ultimates are all coming down as part of like a well-executed team plan. And even when they're not getting kills, they're all cycling one after the other, stalling. And so it feels like London, they're always charging more ultimates. They very rarely feel like they're out of ultimates, out of gas. And even when they are, they're going to do something with the TP. They're going to mix it up somehow. And it feels like playing against that style, especially in a match, has to be so difficult. Like Hadi said, you have to anticipate all these plays. And when there's like 20 plays the other team can make, it can be too much for another team in a match.
They're like a well-oiled machine as a group. And now I'm like super excited to see them go up against the Eastern teams because Wesley
just against Mac. I just want to see a
not even like I don't know Sparks or like Dallas Fuel
season.
Because why would you? Unless you maybe Ben Best and feel a little confident, but I don't know.
But like, I think it's gonna be an exciting playoffs for sure.
Let's jump ahead. If you're a betting man. Mac or, because you're a resident Reinhardt. Come on.
Serious?
Is it Mac or Hadi?
I'm going Hadi all the way. Like, are you kidding?
I feel like it's Hadi's. I think even in that head-to-head one-on-one, I'd probably favor Hadi. But also, you got to think of the team comp. I mean, like this team knows the Rhine comp front to back. They know every swap. They know how to play all their heroes. They know how to get the most out of, especially heroes like Sim. I just feel like there's going to be a major team gap if there's a Rhine mirror there. Maybe I'll be proven wrong, but I don't think anybody should take a Rhine mirror against London.
Well, I'm also speaking like historically. Like, I don't think Mag is just going to show up to playoffs. Just like, yeah, we're relying on Reinhardt in the playoffs. So the Reinhardt duel might not even happen. I mean, depends on Soul Inferno. Maybe they'll sub in Poco.
Who knows? Go to the tower.
Unlikely, but we'll see what Soul Inferno does. But a Reinhardt duel is not guaranteed. But that's like one of the few
I
could see playing the Reinhardt.
But now the other 7 teams, they gotta prepare for that Rhine rush. I mean, right now they're like, everyone's like, oh man, London's in, guys, London's in. We gotta prepare for Rhine rush. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?
All the coaches are like, oh damn it, I think I have to prep for this
How annoying. Well, they have some days, to prep for it. And of course, we're also going to find out who is going to be facing up against whom very soon, as we're going to have the draft happening just in some minutes from now. But first, I want to take a look at the bracket again, because ours is, quite frankly, pretty busted.
Yeah, it's been busted since day one, guys.
But the best caster.
Oh, really? This was the best one?
Bracket.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, they had 3 people. It's not fair.
We had 4.
Okay.
We had 4, Jake.
Jake,
4. Jake, run the numbers.
Jake, you're supposed to be the smart guy here.
Withdrawn.
Jake did most of the stuff for our art.
Yeah.
That's cap. I wrote it down.
Wait, this was the most accurate? How was this the most accurate?
I don't.
Boston beating the. Okay.
We've just been so.
Also, we were right.
We were right.
Oh yeah!
We won. We did win. We won. More people is better.
But
you guys are hating on me.
No, but we didn't get it right.
I think it was closer than the others.
Yeah,
It was closer.
Yeah.
Oh,
no, we're not perfect.
sorry, production. I misunderstood you. I thought that the girl squad got everyone beat in there.
They beat the rest of the casters, though.
Yeah.
Oh.
Respect.
Oh.
But then on top of that, we're on
also-
top of
We're
them.
the best. So, hey.
Look at those other
know?
casters.
Yeah.
They're
All right,
Muppets
now
in
you guys
comparison.
the four people did the best bracket. Yeah, my logic is
So we cracked
infallible.
the
Yeah, okay.
code.
All right. Sorry, Jake. All right, sorry.
More
Sorry.
cooks in the kitchen cook better, I guess. That's the takeaway
Actual
from this one.
4 heads are better than 3 heads.
Yeah, and definitely better
Yeah.
than 2 heads.
Yeah.
Because F those, right?
Well,
What are you
Matt,
doing?
Mitch.
Well, we did it. I
Oh,
say,
Yes! 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 Oh, yes! Let's go! Let's go, then!
I beat Jake! I beat Jake!
Yes! Yes! Finally! I've been on the depth for like 6
London
years.
saved my life!
Saved both of John.
London saved my life! The 2 press!
Let's go!
The 2 press from London saved my life!
this was the tiebreaker for Johnny and I.
We gotta,
today.
Johnny, we gotta get London
You
a gift.
didn't know that.
London
Yeah,
saved both of us.
Guys, we're
London
coming back
saved
in playoffs. We still got playoffs. You can't. It's not over.
It's not
This
over.
is just the preseason. We haven't started the postseason.
We're not doing
There's more Preds to go.
We're not doing Preds for
Oh,
playoffs.
come on.
We're not doing Preds for 6 years. I don't know how many years. I finally did it.
years.
I want to thank my mom, my dad. I finally did it.
London
Johnny's
Spitfire,
done.
thank
That's
you
it.
so much.
Oh,
You literally
amazing.
saved my life.
For,
I was
for
last.
everyone who missed
Those
it.
2 predictions literally put me on 3rd. Thank you, London Spitfire. I'm going
out there
all the way
saying
with you guys.
I thought I was gambling with house money these last few weeks, but apparently
You
not.
have not
It was my money all along, and now I'm dead broke.
Hey, 4th.
What
Be quiet, 4th.
What a comeback! What a comeback! I got all 10 playing matches right to beat Zoe.
That's
Yeah,
respect.
that's what it took.
I respect
That's
it.
what it. But that's also the first time in 6 years that you beat me in prediction.
It is, and I'm
So congrats.
freaking
It's
thrilled.
like, it's the meme, right? The guy.
I'm thrilled.
Still like, let's go.
Let's go! Let's go!
By 1, you beat me by 1. Congratulations. You must be so proud.
I
The
am
lifetime
proud.
record.
I am so happy, Zoe.
All
Thank
right,
you.
you know
Today's a
what
good
else is
day.
happy? All the teams which made it into
Yep.
our playoffs, and rightfully so. They're all trying to hoist that trophy at the very end of the season with 8 teams in those playoffs, and we're going to be finding out who is going to face off against whom very soon. But now that we know who the 8 teams are, we still have to figure out, who will end up coming on top.
Yes, we do. We have to figure out.
And I'm not very confident anymore about any picks I'm doing. So I think before we find out how the bracket for the playoffs is going to look like, it's time for another game. Since the teams need to huddle, they need to figure it out. And I figured we also need to figure stuff out. So why not make up our own teams?
Okay.
It's
Let's
like
go.
a fantasy draft.
Fantasy
It's the
draft.
season, right? It's a fantasy, that sports ball stuff there.
Okay.
I know what I'm talking
And
about.
the team works. Team works. The first and the last.
Yeah.
The worst and the best. Versus
You're third, Danny. I'm trying to drag you back down to earth here.
Okay, so Danny and I will team up against Jake and Johnny. We start with rock, paper, scissors.
Do you want to go rock, paper, scissors, or should I do it?
No,
I'll do
bet
it.
on you.
All right, don't worry.
One round.
London, give me strength.
1 round.
Okay, rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Yeah, rock, paper, scissors,
Okay.
shoot.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
I'm
You
like
almost
pro.
lost.
I can
Okay.
explain to you later how I did it, Danny, but we don't need to for now. I'll give you the
It's a
theory.
snake
Okay,
draft.
last player.
It's a
Last
snake
place.
draft.
All right, well, you lost rock, paper,
That's
scissors.
All
That's
right,
all I'm
okay.
saying.
Yeah,
I act like a winner.
all right,
That
good for
first
you.
pick. Good
All
for
right,
you.
So, me and Jake, we have
split. We have strong opinions.
we have
We're
split
looking at
opinions here.
all the.
We have all the rosters in front of us, so we can make very calculated moves. I mean, this is our draft room. What do they call it? The war room?
This is the
Something
war
like that?
room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Do you need
here's the
a
thing, Jake.
Do we
pen?
want first pick or second pick? That's the first question.
Well, look, you already got first pick. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean,
we're not
we won,
trading
so
down.
therefore
Jake.
we
We're not
pick.
trading picks.
It's a snake, Johnny.
So I
All
want
right.
to go.
You want
Here's
to take first pick?
I think you're overthinking it.
I would like to go with someone, and Jake would like to go with Liv.
Well, you have to make a decision.
I'm the actual tryhard who's thinking, oh, what's the meta and who's the best player? All right, Johnny.
Rock, paper, scissors,
shoot.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Okay, I win. Let's go, Liv.
No!
We take two.
Yeah, we get
right?
two.
We take two.
Oh, easy. So, of course, we're gonna take someone.
Of course, we're gonna take someone.
Yeah.
Lip, production, lip.
All right, and then we get.
DPS
Wait.
I'm
Let's
not
wait.
off-rolling. I'm
Let's
too
wait.
driver, no off rolls.
All right.
So
we take someone on tank.
yeah, on tank. I'll write it down, and then we get to do our second pick, right?
They picked someone.
Yeah. We don't need a tank. We can get him later.
How about? Yeah.
All right, we're gonna go. Danny and Zoe will go. Someone on tank, Shu on support.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's fine.
What do we want on this roll then?
They lost already.
We don't need to prioritize it though.
I mean, we could go. We could go.
You can
this,
play along
we
at
could go-
home.
We could go.
You know, you can
that
make your own draft and let us know.
that, two.
I don't like that this
You're-
season.
No, that's actually
You're
too wild.
picking.
I'm actually cooking too much. I'm cooking too
I
hard
think
over here.
there's this.
That?
Well, all right. First off, let's
Okay,
take.
all right, yeah.
We'll take Chio
With-
on main support.
Yeah, with our second
That's
pick,
no question.
we select Chio.
I think maybe
main
we should
support.
actually pick another one of.
Yeah,
it's like
I'm
I
fine with that.
like this. I like this. This is what I want, personally.
Yeah, because they play on Houston. Of course, you're gonna like that.
Yeah.
And then we go.
Who else are we talking about though?
I mean, maybe that if you just want to go full, all out.
Get under. his
I think
wings,
you
that
got
was-
this. I think this is
No,
actually a better
no.
fit. That's my opinion.
Okay, he just wants to make the best team. I want. Okay.
I just want the best team. I don't care what chat thinks. You guys can vote for the other team, but I want to.
I won the season preds, Jake, so you can do whatever you want.
All right,
okay?
then we'll take Pelican on DPS, baby. And I'm feeling good about it. Damn it. I'm feeling good about it.
Okay.
Even if Johnny was glowing.
Pelican on damage. Okay.
All right, you're doing.
I got Liv and
They were not gonna pick Pelican. They were not
I
gonna
don't
pick Pelican.
care.
Wait, you did
Yeah.
Pelican and who?
Pelican.
Pelican and Chio's our support.
Chio
I'll
as
take Chio on
support.
support and Pelican on DPS.
Okay.
Ooh.
I think we have to switch strats. How
Pelican
about?
is DPS.
Pelican is damage. Yes.
Yeah.
How about we just go for vibes now?
We go for vibe. I'm down for vibes.
Let's-
You guys are making a
vibe.
vibes team all day
Let's
long.
vibe.
But we have to talk about who's on
You know what,
this roll.
guys?
That's a hard. Maybe it is.
All right, and who else? Who else?
I don't think this part is,
Honestly, I really just want to do all those players in that role and just have them all off roll. And
No.
just vibe.
Yeah.
but-
I'm down for that.
Yeah. Let's do.
So this one on which role?
It doesn't matter. No,
Okay, you
it
know what?
doesn't matter.
No. No. No.
No, we get two. We gotta pick two.
I know, but like these are the
Maybe.
last three we want.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just think. They don't have a tank yet, right?
I mean, it's sad because this is.
Okay.
Oh,
then
yeah.
Then let's
Okay.
take these two first. These two.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll
All
give
right.
this a good
We're taking Fearless as DPS
Yeah.
Oh my
Wait,
god.
wait.
Yeah.
Wait. What?
and Hottie
Also DPS.
Also DPS.
Yes.
You guys are just griefing.
You're throwing.
No.
You're
we're
throwing
vibing.
under the skies of funny moments.
We vibing.
Vibing.
I respect that you guys knew you couldn't win and you gave up halfway through. I respect that. There's integrity to that.
I don't feel like this is a giving up.
No.
All right, yeah.
Have you seen Fearless play DPS?
Let's see the
on a stream.
Hottie,
He's crazy.
Hottie 1v1 lip on Widow. Let's see that. All right. Hottie's a pretty good player, but
What's funny is they picked 3 tanks and we still have our.
what are you gonna do? There's too many tanks. You guys can't have
Yeah,
them all.
exactly, yeah.
You can take 5. It's not
Can
gonna
we
be
not?
enough.
Yeah.
It's not- we didn't even take the
So-
one we wanted.
So, I
we
mean,
can safely-
we can make. Well, yeah, we can make 2 in a row. So we're going Smurf for tank.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, that's
Easy.
really.
That was what I wanted from the beginning. That's by the way.
Yeah.
Smurf on tank, and then
You just wanna.
just a straight. This is a classic fielder for the synergy on
Yeah.
support. Fielder Chio.
We're a serious franchise over here. We take
Our
we take
team is
lineup
actually
very
broken. Our team is actually giga broken.
I
Yeah.
see. We can't put him in this role.
We don't need
I
your
guess that's
funny
true.
vibes. You know what's fun? Winning is fun.
That's right.
Winning.
Let's do.
Johnny knows a lot about
They
winning.
took our last vibe.
They took a vibe.
You guys took a vibe.
No, you know what?
Can we see vibe?
Put the Smurf on support. Jesus.
All right,
got
last but
Smurf.
not
That's what I'm
least.
saying. They
Hey,
took him.
Chadmate. Chadmate can play tank. He could also play support. We're going checkmate as support.
I am jealous.
Chat, you guys need to banish these clowns of the Shadow Realm.
No, hey, this is vibes, and I actually believe in this.
Shu and someone are gonna mental boom on this team. They will mental boom so fast. Like this is
I
not
believe in our
lasting.
team.
Yeah. Hey, we got
Maybe
Chad.
someone
Hey,
has
we got
the-
Chatty. We got Chadmate. We got Shoo Train. We got Mr. Ham on tank, and we got
mean,
Fearless on DPS. We're good.
Set. We good. Listen, here's the deal. Like, our goal was not necessarily to win the playoffs with this. It's just the goal to win everyone's heart. And I think we succeeded because it's the chat deciding on which team they like more, not which team you think is better. You know, just look into your hearts and think about these players.
Guys, this is called fantasy draft for a reason.
Yeah, fantasy. That's like, you know, like you're not playing a fantasy game and pick humans.
Your fantasy is to lose every match.
Fantasize.
Your fantasy is to lose every game. Or to win every game.
You guys should have auto drafted.
Which fantasy? Yeah, you guys could have flipped coins.
Well, you guys.
No, we just.
You guys don't have Chatmate and Chatty.
Anyway, chat, let us know who you think just did better, who vibed more. You know what I'm saying?
So we really.
And coming up, we will, of course, reveal the playoff bracket. Don't want to miss it. Right after this short break, we'll be right back.
The chat team.
Hello and welcome back, one and all. We are getting ready to find out who will be facing off against who in the playoffs in Toronto. The teams have been picking behind our backs, and we're going to find out live and then afterwards have some quick chats with all of those teams to pick their brains and find out why they decided on their individual picks. And now let's start this one off right away. Still waiting for the bracket to update, since what you're seeing on your screen, ignore that. That's right.
Incorrect.
Incorrect.
Who's drafted first by Atlanta? This is Atlanta's first pick.
Exactly. Let me quickly explain. Of course, teams are drafting the seeds of the opposite bracket, so keep that in mind. So let's see who Atlanta Reign drafted. It's the number 2 seed of the other bracket. And the drafted team is...
Suspense.
What did you... I think I could get...
Oh,
Good choice.
Very sensible, very sensible.
Yeah.
Sensible choice. You want to keep them far, far, far away from your bracket, and that's what they've done. Now, of course, Soul Infernal got to...
It should be Spark who picked next.
Jake, don't.
Was
No, it's production.
Infernal pick next.
Production said Infernal pick next, okay?
We're running what we were seeing on screen until we're told otherwise.
Okay.
Okay.
Why not? Why not? So, Soul Infernal picked...
Who do they go for?
Going to be... Oh. Oh.
London
Spitfire.
Spitfire. Wow.
Interesting.
Respect on the Rhine.
Okay.
You got.
They're scared.
I can see this. Like, you just want to
Houston?
get this crazy variable out of your
Boston?
bracket.
Yeah. They don't want to think about the.
They just like,
they don't wanna-
let's not think about Ryan.
The Joker.
No. I think there's a reasonable mindset there.
Wow.
Okay. Smart pick.
All right, and that means that now London Spitfire gets to pick the next one since they're in the same bracket as Atlanta Reign, who won the mid-season madness. And
Opponent for Florida Mayhem, then.
they got to pick the Florida Mayhem opponent. Let's see who they can.
Houston, yeah.
This bracket is stacked.
This is gonna be good.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, let the Giants battle it out, right?
Yeah.
And then you were.
No, as long as you have 2 East teams in your bracket, it doesn't matter.
Oh my lord.
The meanie, okay. Right up.
This is a
All right.
W.
Okay.
Dallas Fuel comeback. Chill.
So let's find out who Florida Mayhem send up into the bracket.
Against London Spitfire?
London Spitfire.
Okay.
Perhaps Boston?
It's gotta be
That'd be my
Boston,
guess.
Right.
Florida's picking.
Florida picked.
That's just some 3D chess.
Boston, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Sensible.
Yeah.
And
Makes sense.
expected.
They understand. They understand the mission.
This is the West teams actually respecting other West teams.
But I mean, we've seen this pairing already,
We did.
right, in the play-ins.
Oh, yep.
And Boston, they were
came
the only team really which
Really knew
the
how to.
London Spitfire figured out. So if I were the London Spitfire, I wouldn't feel uber confident about it, but they're probably still riding the high, so they don't care about anything at this point. Right. Next up, let's find out who the Boston Uprising picked.
Is it
Boston
Against
No.
Bernard is. Oh.
It's gonna be.
Who did Boston go for?
The suspense.
Dallas Fuel. Ooh.
Okay.
Okay.
Interesting
East
matchup.
versus East.
Yeah. So that's going to be the group then,
That's group you want,
Yep.
man.
with
And I mean,
UA.
the only one remaining has to go up against Atlanta Reign,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's going to be
so
the Hangzhou
not
Spark.
much of a choice there. Atlanta Reign have to rid themselves of the Hangzhou Spark in order to advance. So these are the pairings for our first round in the playoffs. See big eyes there.
Yeah, it's going to be Hangzhou Spark here.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you're Atlanta Reign, I think you're happy facing off against the Hangzhou Spark. But you know, because of that, I mean, pretty unbelievable pick at the start, sending London Spitfire to the upper bracket. We now found ourselves in a group with Atlanta, Boston, London as a wild card, and only 2 teams from each bracket can advance to the semis.
But also for Spitfire, to have to take a rematch against Uprising in the first round, the one team to have answered you and look good, it's an opportunity for revenge, but it has to be a little bit scary because Boston were dominant in that match.
But as you're seeing on your screen, this is double elimination as well, right? So just like what we've seen in the play-ins, maybe they fall to the Boston Uprising, but they still have an opportunity to make it through regardless. Since
But
2
you've got to
teams
beat
on
the
each
Reign
group
or
will
the Spark.
advance.
That's
I'm not saying you're gonna have a good time or an easy time.
Can I just say the bracket 2 match 2, Houston Outlaws versus Florida Mayhem.
Bracket 2 is
right off
stacked.
the bat, I think that's an exciting match. That's
Bracket
gonna
2
be
is
crazy.
stacked.
Yeah.
So that means that going into the semis, either of Dallas, Houston, or Florida will be eliminated. Which, you know, you say that now with Dallas Fuel being the dark horse. If the meta suits Dallas Fuel,
If they were to eliminate one of that Fuel or Florida, or rather Houston or Florida.
Yeah, that bracket 2 is going to be interesting.
These are both spicy.
Yeah.
Extremely.
So, which if it had you guess right now before we even know what kind of meta is gonna, you know, come out for the playoffs, if you had to make a good guesstimation of which 2 teams will advance from each bracket.
So, okay, if you want to make actual Preds, and as the reigning regular season Pred champion, I'd say Atlanta Reign and Boston Uprising, and I think Houston Outlaws and Florida Mayhem. Like, I think it's honestly just like the most sensible
The top 4 of the
Preds.
West from, I mean, that's the top 4 of midseason matches,
It
right?
literally is, yeah.
It's hard not to
But
call them the
they've
global
been-
favorites.
But that's just like telling it how it is. You know, I still think Dallas Fuel is the proper dark horse to like mess things up. They could take out either Houston Outlaws or Florida Mayhem. And, you know, we don't know about London Spitfire, but London Spitfire having to beat either Boston or Atlanta, I just find that very difficult, especially like you said, Zoe, after we already saw Boston Uprising beat London in the play-ins.
But to be fair, I mean, I think a lot in that series, yes, the composition that Boston played kind of just really took care of that rank composition we saw from London Spitfire. London Spitfire made a lot of small mistakes in that series. I'm pretty sure if they managed to like clean it up more and play their solid game with some, you know, maybe changes in there, they might have a better look the next time they face off against the Boston Uprising. That said, are you ride or dying London?
Oh, I'm ride or dying. I think, you know, they proved to us today that those Orisa comps, they have it set. They know how to deal with it. And of course, I think I also agree where, you know, they did look a little bit sloppy when they're going up against Boston. Today, they looked a lot better. Even the very final match that they had to play, they even looked a lot better than before. So they're just keep on improving that Ryan Rush comp. And now going into playoffs, these teams, not sure Boston knows how to deal with it, but do they really know? You know? We'll have to find out.
Do they really?
Do they know? Yeah, I mean, you've already turned your back. They put you on top of the Preds, and now you're just dropping them like hot potatoes.
Try to be right,
rude.
okay?
Very rude. That's fine. That's fair. I also thought I'm right. Alas, here we are. I'm just a second place. But you heard enough from us. Let's hear it from the playoff team reps themselves, starting with Hangzhou and Atlanta Reign. We do have, of course, representatives from both teams. Joining us, we have Gandalf, that's the GM of the Hangzhou Spark. And from Atlanta Reign, we have Hawk joining us for a quick chat. Hey guys, how are you doing?
All right.
Hello.
Okay.
Hi.
I don't know why camera's like this. My bad.
It just looks like you're chilling.
You're vibing, bro.
We're just vibing. Of course, the first question off the bat for both of you has to be, how do you feel about your first match against each other?
Honestly, until 20 minutes ago, I kind of thought they were first seed, not the bracket, so I didn't really think about anything of it. And then Ferrell decided to kind of grief the entire bracket, so that's fine. But I don't think I've played Spark in 4 years of Al, like personally, so I don't really have anything to say to them, and we'll just play. So yeah.
好的，第一个问题是，想问一下第一轮对阵亚特兰大君临队的感想是什么呢？同时，君临队那边表示他们也以为你们是1号种子，所以觉得没想到会对阵到你们，也是比较的没有预想到。但也是非常时间没有交手了嘛，还是挺期待的。
因为我们这边也确实以为我们是1号种子，那反正既然已经这样了，那就东部1号种子打西部1号种子呗。 好吧，希望给观众带来一场好看的比赛吧。
To be very honest, we Hangzhou Spark also thought we are the first seed out of East, so we didn't expect our matchup like this early. But we think it will be a true matchup, which is between the East first seed and West East seed, and it will definitely be a really thrilling match.
Right on. Well, surprise for everyone.
Yeah.
That's why I was confused. I thought the same thing too.
So we were all confused.
I was like, wait, what?
Well, either way, it's going to be an explosive match, so we can't wait to see you guys in Toronto. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat.
Thank you.
Best of luck, of course, to both of those teams. Yeah, we all somehow assumed that the Hangzhou Spark are the #1 seed, so they certainly did not expect to go up against Atlanta Reign. Will that change anything for them leading up to this? Probably not, because you have to be prepared against each and every team which qualified, and you knew for a long time that eventually you'll have to go up against the Atlanta Reign or against the Hangzhou Spark.
I mean, I'd even argue that, you know, we've seen some play-ins, we've seen knockout brackets in APAC as well. I don't think, you know, as a former coach and player, Jake, I don't even think you go back to those matches and like really look into it that much, because the meta's going to be different, and so you can't really go back and watch old VODs and make an assumption about. It's all about you. It's all about your gameplay. How are you performing? What do you feel comfortable with? And then you just stick with that. In the case of London Spitfire, it's obviously a little bit different because they're playing Reinhardt. But for all these other teams, we're going to see Junker Queen, Orisa. You just kind of have to be prepared for, in general, what you're going to see. And until there's actual match footage from the playoffs, that's when you can start VOD reviewing and maybe have a better understanding of what your opponent's going to play.
Especially when we have the East and the West coming together. I mean, these teams scrim largely separately. They largely play like slightly different metas because of the player specialities, because of like just the nature of having 2 separate scrim pools. Different metas can develop, and until those teams actually clash, beginning of course in scrims when players start to get to Toronto and they can actually scrim on reasonable ping with teams from the other region, no one can really say for sure which style is the best. And then when you've got wild cards like London Spitfire, I would say a lot of teams are wild cards right now. I think the meta isn't solved and there isn't like some dominant mindset going in. So I think until those teams start scrimming, no one's gonna know actually who's the best. It's all just conjecture at this point.
I feel like there's just one certainty, and that's if you're going up against London Spitfire, Reinhardt is most likely gonna come into play. So let's take a look at that second pairing. Boston Uprising will have their rematch against the London Spitfire. In the play-ins, it was a Boston Uprising coming out on top. Let's hear it from the reps. Kareev, of course, the coach from Boston Uprising, and from London Spitfire. We have Christopher joining for a quick chat. So we just alluded to it. It's going to be the rematch. Last time around, unfortunately, London Spitfire fell to the Boston Uprising. How are you going to approach this match? What's the mindset going into this, Christopher?
Well, the patch is going to be slightly different. I think, to be honest, we reviewed it the day after, and we felt it was so close, actually. Like, I think even Kareev is smiling right now because I think he knows it was so close, really. So I think, if we replay it, like maybe they're the slightly better team, but with 1 or 2 tweaks, I think it's really there for us.
Give me one sec. Kareev, are you okay with English, or do you want me to translate that for you? 혹시 이거 통역으로 다시 한번 해드릴까, 아니면 다 알아들으셨나요?
So yes, I understand everything.
Okay, he understood everything. All right, So, do you want to answer in English, or you could, if you want, you could do it in Korean, and then I could translate for you.
You disagree, Kareev. Why do you disagree?
Yeah, I kind of agree, but we win at the play-in, so playoff will be same.
Just repeat.
It's a good
Why
answer.
not?
It's a good answer.
Yeah. Can't argue with that.
Kareev, do you feel like this is going to be an easy dub for the Boston Uprising because you guys already have beaten London Spitfire?
I mean, I think it's not gonna be easy, but I can make easy, so.
All right. That's the confidence we need. How do you both feel about your bracket in general? Do you feel like there's a good chance for your team to come out on top, or do you think you have a stacked bracket, or the more stacked bracket?
I think our...
Go on. You go. Ooh. You the winners.
I think it's okay. Like not hard, but not easy. So doable.
All right.
Yeah, I think the same. I think I'd probably prefer to be in our group than their group, obviously, depending on who you swap. I'd rather play Atlanta, Boston versus Houston, Florida, I think. So I think it's okay.
Right on. Well, that's good. That's the confidence we need heading into the playoffs. I'll let you guys get back to whatever you were doing before this. Thank you so much for joining us. And we're excited to see you both play in Toronto.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, there you hear it. It's okay. It's not bad. It's not good.
It's all right. It's all right.
Of course, both teams confident for the rematch there as well. Realistically, how confident should the London Spitfire be?
I do think it's pretty clear that Boston and Atlanta would be the favorites to come out of that bracket, but I think there's a fair point to be made that, honestly, although Atlanta's the 1 seed, right, and they've had the best season overall, they have been upset by both Florida and Houston in their last matches. And so I think some teams are realistically looking at any of those 3 as sort of an any given day type of team. I don't know that Atlanta can be called a clear favorite the way that they had been in the first half of the season.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, Atlanta Reign, super dominant to start the year, went on a ridiculous win streak, but towards the end of the season, started subbing in Hawk, play some Junker Queen, for example. That makes it a bit more comfortable to take that matchup rather than facing their just like ridiculous Lip Sombra, Donghack and Winston kind of dive composition, right? The backline for Atlanta Reign is obviously like the best in the league, probably. So I do think you probably feel a bit better playing Atlanta Reign right now, and then dealing with either Boston or Hangzhou Spark, depending on who you are.
Right on. Which of these brackets do you think is more stacked? Because they made it seem like the Florida Mayhem and the Outlaws, it seemed like those are exactly the teams they don't really want to play against, and they'd rather take Atlanta.
I think I would agree. I think it's all right.
It's all right.
It's doable.
It's everything.
It's
world
doable.
Of
like Kareev said. Like Kareev said, doable.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a massive vote of confidence, but it's the best we can get. We take it.
I think both are very difficult in their own ways. So I think it's really hard to decide which would
That's
be
the
an
thing with
easier
those
pick.
brackets, right? It's like
Yeah.
pick your poison. It's
Yeah.
like whatever you're more comfortable playing against. Alas, they didn't really have a choice because the choice was made in that pick kind of style bracket. Now, for our next match, we're gonna have two more representatives joining us: Dallas Fuel and Soul Infernal. We will be joined by Tasmo and by Rustin from Dallas and Infernal, respectively. Hey guys, thank you so much for joining us. First things first, of course, how do you guys feel about your part of the bracket, starting with you, Tasmo?
Well, with me, pretty good. I mean, it's exciting to see Houston in there with us, but obviously Infernal's our first step, so yeah, it should be good. We're pretty confident with it.
What about you, Rustin?
I guess I'm a bit surprised that we're first seed too, but honestly,
congrats.
Playing against Dallas is something that we really don't mind because we don't really we have a lot of experience with them.
All right. I respect the confidence. I do think Dallas is going to be an interesting team to watch with the big Zarya buffs coming in, right? Tasmo's been rubbing his hands together. He's been feeling good. Hanjin's on my team, boys.
I won't reveal my sources.
All right. There's a lot of complexity here. Zarya, huge buff. Hanjin on my team. A lot of ins and outs on this analysis. But yeah, I admit that's definitely a good sign.
Right on.
Oh, for sure.
Is there any team in general in the playoffs which you feel like that's going to be the biggest obstacle for your team specifically, starting with you, Rustin?
Yeah, we obviously we made a surprise pick, sending London over as the first choice. We just seen Hattie's hammer so big, and we just
How about you, Tasmo?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have the strategy to think that like that. So, but we're pretty confident with. I don't think we're really worried about anyone if we play our game. I think we're in a good spot right now.
Right on. Well, we're very excited to see both teams play. Thank you both so much for joining us for a quick chat, and best of luck in your first game.
Thank you,
guys.
Did Rustin just say we didn't know his hammer?
So big.
His hammer's so big.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly,
That's
though,
true. Yeah. It's like we talked about.
You don't want to have to think about that.
That variable, right? Yeah.
Right at the beginning.
He comes in swinging, he takes your whole team out. Like, you never know what's going to happen. I do think for those two teams, though, they are playing each other in the first round. Anything can happen. But that's a scary. You got Houston and Florida. Arguably, you could, if you're just like crazy recency bias, which I am particularly vulnerable to as a fan of the Houston Outlaws, that Houston and Florida have both beaten Atlanta recently.
Yeah.
Arguably, that puts them as some of the top contenders coming into playoffs. Certainly some of the top contenders, maybe top two, especially because Atlanta sent Florida away first. I mean, aside from the surprise pick of London, then right,
okay, Jake.
Houston straight down.
Let me bring you back down to earth.
Try your best.
Just a little bit.
Try your best.
There's been some back and forth in the community, some speculating going on here. How comfortable are you, regardless of meta, with Fearless being perhaps the only tank on?
I don't care. I believe in Fearless. If Zarya's meta, Winston will be good. That's a 5D chest for you. That's a 5D chest for you. Winston will become good again if Zarya is buffed.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not arguing against you. I'm just curious about your expert
Time
analysis.
Time is a flat circle. Winston will always be meta again.
That is true. Winston has always been good.
And as long as Fearless and Winston somehow find their ways to
he
each
can
other.
play Doom. He can play the Risk. He can play the Queen.
Fearless.
He's got flexibility. I believe in Fearless.
You can play the Reinhardt.
Personally.
I mean, you don't really have to worry about all that if you're Florida Mayhem.
I want to see Houston pull out the Reinhardt.
The Houston Outlaws Florida Mayhem is a matchup that you have to anticipate this one. This one is going to be electric. We're going to have two representatives from those teams, of course, joining us as well. We got, for the Houston Outlaws, their coach, Junkbug, and for, of course, the Florida Mayhem, we have no other than someone himself. So we get to see a banger of a match. You two teams going up against each other right at the first round. Do you feel like it's pretty even right now, or will one team have an advantage with what we believe could be the meta heading into the playoffs? Starting with you, Junkbug. Don't think we don't hear you.
Still no.
All right, let's jump on to someone first, and then let me translate for him.
Yeah.
So, 자, 서문 선수 일단 오늘 첫 번째 이제 프로배 경기의 상대가 결정이 됐죠. 이제 휴스턴 팀과의 경기가 첫 번째 경기로 설정이 됐는데, 일단 굉장히 재밌는 경기가 될 것 같고, 서문 선수가 보셨을 때 좀 동등한 레벨의 경기가 될 것 같은지, 아니면 한쪽 팀이 좀 더 좋은 기세, 좀 더 유리하다고 좀 생각을 하시나요?
지금 상성으로 따졌을 때는 저희가 훨씬 유리하다 생각하고, 그 이유는 지금 저희 잘하니까요.
In my mind, in my personal mind, I would say that we have the huge advantage because we're just better.
Well, sometimes it's as simple as that, right? So let's see if we can hear from Jungkook now.
Does my mic work now?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, we got you. Right, so I don't know if you heard someone's answer. He thinks they have an advantage just because they're better, the end. You must feel similar about your team, surely.
Yeah. We think we're a better team as well. The meta's not figured out completely yet, so but I think we would be able to play anything, so I'm not worried.
Is there any team in this playoff that you are actually worried about? Be that a big clash of styles or just individual players? Starting with you, someone?
자, 서먼 선수 지금 이 프로배에 오면서 아무 팀이나 고를 수 있다면 제일 걱정되는, 상대하기 제일 껄끄러울 것 같은, 좀 제일 힘든 상대가 될 것 같은 팀이 있다면 어떤 팀일까요?
제일 껄끄러울 것 같은 팀은 솔직히 막 그렇게 떠오르지 않은데, 그나마 꼽자면은 이제 런던이 아닐까 싶습니다.
Alright. I mean, it's sort of, I can't really say, but if I really have to choose, then I think I would have to go with London Spitfire, being the most difficult team to play against.
Let's hear it from you, Jungkook. Is there any team the Houston Outlaws could be or should be worried about?
Not really. I guess it just depends on who will be able to scrim, I guess. So any team that will be hard to prepare for will be a difficult team.
So would you like to scrim against a team like the London Spitfire, who come in with such an individual style, or would you rather just like stay as far away from them as possible?
That'll also depend, so I can't give you like a good answer, but everything just depends.
Everything depends.
That's a classic Jungkook. Very good.
Take it.
A man after my own heart.
That's perfect.
It always
10
depends.
PR points for you, Jungkook. Thank you both so much for joining us. We can't wait to see you play on the big stage over in Toronto. Thank you so much.
감사합니다, 서먼 선수.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Not wrong.
No, he's not wrong.
Everything depends,
It
yeah.
just depends on things
This is
and
the
stuff.
real truth, guys. The painful truth that we don't like to admit is that it all depends.
It does sure all depend. How do we feel about those matchups? Which are the ones you look forward
I
to
am
the
the
most?
ultimate West booster.
I have not noticed that at all.
We got two West teams in the lower bracket. They're both qualifying. I don't think any of these teams making it out of groups. I'm making the same pred I made out of the midseason madness. I'm gonna stick to it.
And you were right.
And you were right last time too.
I was right. It was a top four. Top four.
How about you, Johnny?
I think it depends, you know.
It depends.
Depends.
Hey, he's a coach. He's allowed to say it. We have to pretend stuff.
Jungkook said himself, the meta's not figured out. So you want me, a professional expert analyst, to come here when the meta's not figured out?
The professional
it depends on what the
regular
meta
season
is figured
prediction
out.
winner.
I mean,
You're telling me the regular season prediction winner doesn't have some further insight for us?
There is no way you can
champ.
make me sit here and comfortably have
As the champ.
a precise answer on exactly what will happen in the
No, but which group is better? That you got to give us that. Who's got the stronger group? One or two?
bracket 2 is way harder. There you go. No, it's oh my god, it's so boring just sitting defense. I feast, I hunger for hot takes. I want to make deterministic opinions, results. I just care about.
Who's going to win the championship right now, Johnny? 1, 3, 2, 1.
Well, Atlanta Reign is the favorite,
go.
Jake.
Oh,
Atlanta
okay.
Reign's the
All right,
favorite.
Reign.
That's where you gotta go.
You guys are wrong. London Spitfire's gonna win it all, everyone.
Houston, we're on the it's gonna play time.
It doesn't matter.
I guess we all picked the lane and we're gonna walk that one. Either way, this is it here from us in the studio. The Plains have been an absolute blast, explosive matches, fantastic games. Once again, a big shout out to all the teams participating this entire season. You guys brought us so much joy, so much entertainment, and also, of course, a huge shout out to everyone in production. This was the last day in our wonderful studio here. I nearly missed the table there.
Love you guys. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you guys.
The true goats.
The true goats, and of course that also is the same thing for everyone watching. Yeah, the season was over way too fast. But it's not over yet.
It's not over yet.
Because we will see everyone on September 28th live from Toronto. We hope to see you there. Grab your tickets while you still can. And we're going to say goodnight for now, but we'll be back.
Love you guys. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
See you in a couple weeks. See you in Toronto. We'll be there no matter what. No matter what, we'll be there.
Taking this with me.
No matter what.
No matter